The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 15, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Keith Self to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, for 5 minutes.
National Women's Health Week empowers women and girls to prioritize their unique health journeys. A crucial part of that journey is education, prevention, and early detection for illness and disease, like ovarian cancer. Globally, ovarian cancer is the 8th most common cancer among women, most of whom are over 60 years old. In the United States, the American Cancer Society estimates that this year, more than 19,000 women will receive a diagnosis of ovarian cancer, and more than 12,000 women will die from ovarian cancer. It is a frequently missed or misdiagnosed disease. There's no routine screening, and it is not always included as part of an annual gynecological exam like other cancers of the female reproductive system. I saw this firsthand with my mother's diagnosis and death within just weeks of her diagnosis from ovarian cancer many years ago. How devastating ovarian cancer can be and how fast it can claim a loved one. We must do better for our mothers, our grandmothers, our grandchildren, our sisters, and our friends. We must raise awareness, bolster research and education, and pass legislation that prioritizes women's health care and saves lives. Our health and our stories matter. And I pause now to start with something that is of local color and of a man of faith. I rise today to recognize Reverend Dr. John E. Douglas of Antioch Baptist Church in North Hills, Pennsylvania, as he celebrates 30 years as a pastor. I first met Pastor Douglas a dozen years ago when I served in the Pennsylvania House for Montgomery County. As I was still getting to know our district, he did not hesitate to welcome me to his church and to introduce me to his neighborhood, which perfectly encompassed his warmth and unwavering commitment to the Antioch community. Each week, he faithfully leads his congregation in beautiful services with song, prayer, and a welcoming spirit to all. He is a man of family and of faith. Yet his devotion does not stop there. Pastor Douglas has made Antioch Baptist Church an integral part of the surrounding community as well. A home for town halls and community gatherings, again, where all are welcome, including me. I'm just one of the so many people who have been guided by his grace, his faith, his leadership, and his friendship, which will continue to grow and shape North Hills and the greater community for years to come. Congratulations on 30 years of hard work, faith, and joy. Pastor Douglas, the Antioch family, and I are blessed to know you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the 193rd Air Operations Group in State College, Pennsylvania, who celebrated their 75th anniversary on May 2, 2024. Established in April of 1949, the unit was initially named the 112th Aircraft Control and Warning Squadron. The unit was federally recognized as part of the nation's reserve defenses. A notable alumnus of the squadron is the Honorable Dr. John L. McLucas, who served in State College during the 1950s prior to becoming the Secretary of the Air Force in 1973. In January 2016, the 112th Air Operations Squadron was designated 193rd Air Operations Group with 3 subordinate squadrons: the 193rd Air Communications Squadron, the 193rd Air Intelligence Squadron, and the 193rd Combat Operations Squadron. The 3 squadrons operate under the Air Combat Command. Since the redesignation, the unit has sent members to more places around the globe than ever before to project American air power and to support operations worldwide. Since 2010, the Air Operations Group took on its current role of supporting the U.S. Air Force's Central Theater as they have completed 9 deployments in Doha, Qatar. During these deployments, the 193rd supported the 609th Air Operations Center, conducting operations vital to the global war on terror and thwarting al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Iranian-aligned aggressors in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Additionally, the unit assisted in sustaining military operations throughout the U.S. Central Command Area of Operations, including 21 nations in the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia. Mr. Speaker, as the national strategy has begun to focus on defending against near-peer adversaries, the 193rd AOG has excelled at staying agile, informed, and at the tip of the spear for providing combat mission-ready warriors to support operations worldwide. The members of the 193rd have most recently supported U.S. Indo-Pacific Command exercises in line with the national strategy to train and meet the increasing threat posed by China. Additionally, the 193rd has participated in the Pennsylvania National Guard State Partnership Program with Lithuania, conducting military training and readiness with a strategic military ally. Mr. Speaker, I personally thank those who have previously and currently served the 193rd AOG for their dedication and service to our great nation, and I congratulate them on 75 years of operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Mrs. Watson-Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise during Police Week to honor a son of New Jersey's 12th District who gave his life protecting many of the people that are members of this chamber. Brian Sicknick was raised in South River, New Jersey. He attended East Brunswick Technical High School, where he dreamed of being a police officer. He later joined the New Jersey Air Force National Guard's 108th Wing at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. Officer Sicknick served in Operation Enduring Freedom, attaining the rank of Staff Sergeant. He later moved to Springfield, Virginia, and joined the United States Capitol Police. One of his first assignments was the inauguration of President Obama. For 12 years, Officer Sicknick was a dedicated protector of our Capitol. On January the 6th, 2021, he found himself at the front lines on the Capitol's west side, facing off against a violent mob bent on dismantling our democracy. He came under repeated attacks but held his post, defending the lives of the people who have been elected, their staff, and employees of this Capitol. Later that night, Officer Sicknick collapsed at the Capitol and sadly passed away the next day. Officer Brian Sicknick gave his life defending our democracy against an insurrection fomented by the former President of the United States of America, who is currently on trial. Were it not for that insurrection, Officer Sicknick would still be with us today. And were it not for the heroism of Officer Sicknick and his fellow USCP officers, we would not be here today. For those who were not with us on that day, it must be hard to imagine the danger of the moment, how close we came to losing everything, particularly our lives and our democracy. We have a responsibility to the officers who defended the Capitol on that day and who still protect us now to ensure that never again shall they be called upon to sacrifice in such a way. I will be forever grateful to Officer Sicknick and his fellow USCP and Metro Police Department officers for defending my life, for the lives of my colleagues, and most importantly, for our democracy. We are all forever in his debt. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of my home state of Iowa being ranked the number 6 overall state to live in. Scoring third in opportunity and in the top 10 for education, Iowa has proven that regardless of where you come from or where you're going, you can find success in the Hawkeye State. Looking for a great place to study? Iowa has some of the nation's top schools. Want to buy a house and start a family? Iowa is one of the most affordable states to live in and a beautiful state to raise a family. Want to start a new career? Iowa is home to several booming industries and entrepreneurship flourishes, and we would be happy to have you. Iowa is historically known for being a farming state, but recently our state has emerged as one of the nation's leaders in clean energy production. In Iowa, the American dream is alive, well, and waiting for you. God bless the Hawkeye State. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Teachers Day, which took place this past Tuesday on May 7th. America's teachers are heroes who take on the monumental task of shaping our nation's future leaders with the utmost grandeur and grit. Growing up, we never forget those teachers who have left a marked impact on our lives and mentor us through the grueling process of maturation. As a matter of fact, I remember my second grade teacher, Miss Tenniswood in Michigan, who helped me to know that I was special enough to one day achieve my dreams. Thank you to the tireless efforts of America's teachers. Our upcoming generation stands poised to confront the complexities of the future with resilience and readiness. Iowa is home to over 35,000 teachers who play a key role in the future of our state. As we honor their invaluable contributions, let us unite in recognition of their dedication and pray for their continued success in nurturing the young youth and steering the course of America's futures. Together, let us commit to supporting and uplifting our educators, who are the bedrock of our society. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Nurses Week, which takes place from May 6th to May 12th every year. In 1974, President Nixon declared that 1 week in May should be dedicated to our amazing nurses. Then, in 1993, the American Nurses Association Board of Directors declared that May 6th to the 12th would be the official dates, coinciding with National Nurses Day on May 6th and Florence Nightingale's birthday on May 12th. As someone who has dedicated their life to healthcare and public service and was a former nurse before becoming a physician and married to a nurse, I can confidently say that our nurses are community heroes. The sacrifices they make for the well-being of our communities are commendable. So let's take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to these dedicated healthcare heroes and thank them for their unwavering care and compassion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of National Police Week. National Police Week stands as a beacon of honor, remembrance, and solidarity, allowing us to pay homage to the heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Since its inception in 1962 by President John F. Kennedy, this week holds profound significance as we commemorate Peace Officers Memorial Day on May 15th and the surrounding days as Police Week. It's a time when tens of thousands of law enforcement officers, survivors, and citizens converge on our nation's capital to partake in events that honor and remember our fallen heroes. National Police Week isn't just a commemoration. It's a testament to the resilience and dedication of those who wear the badge. It's a reminder that the sacrifices made by our law enforcement officers will never be forgotten. So let us stand together in gratitude and solidarity, honoring the heroes who have given their all for the safety and well-being of others. In Iowa, we will always back the blue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the incomparable career and influence of Iowa women's basketball coach Lisa Bluter, who announced her retirement from coaching this week. In her 24-year career coaching the Hawkeyes, she has led the team to 5 Big Ten tournament championships and 2 Final Fours, and she is finishing her tenure as the Big Ten's winningest women's basketball coach of all time. Her wide-ranging influence over women's basketball is undeniable, and her time spent mentoring and molding young women into this generation's elite assembly of athletes is worthy of the utmost commendation. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating Coach Bluter's immaculate career and in wishing her well on a well-earned retirement. As always, go Hawkeyes, and congratulations, Coach Bluter. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the remarkable life and extraordinary legacy of Dr. Asad Memandi, who sadly passed away last week. Born in Iran, Dr. Memandi moved to the United States in 1955 and quickly fell in love with this country. He moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, after receiving his medical degree from George Washington University, and he dedicated much of his career to improving mental health care in our state at a time when mental health was much less understood. His place in the community is also marked by his dedication to the arts. He believed in the power of the arts so much that we can thank him for the creation of the Memandi Concert Hall, home to North Carolina's Symphony, where thousands of people go every year to hear the breathtaking music and experience the concert hall's renowned acoustics. Dr. Memandi always said that he was an American by choice, not by birth, and that he loved his country so much that he celebrated his naturalization date as his true birthday. His love for America and for our Raleigh community should serve as a guiding light to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand in solemn reflection in the wake of the first anniversary of the devastating mass shooting at the Allen Premium Outlet Mall. I stand to pay tribute to the 8 cherished souls we mourn from that fateful day and to commend the courageous actions of the countless heroes within our community whose swift response mitigated what could have been an even greater tragedy. On May 6, 2023, the community of Allen, Texas faced a harrowing ordeal as a lone gunman unleashed terror upon innocent shoppers and workers in the Allen Premium Outlet Mall. Amidst the chaos and devastation, our first responders' collective bravery and swift actions exemplified the highest standards of courage and professionalism as they selflessly risked their safety to protect and assist those in harm's way. Therefore, I extend my deepest gratitude and solemn appreciation to the individuals, departments, and agencies whose acts of valor undoubtedly saved lives and provided comfort and reassurance to a grieving community. In remembrance of the innocent lives lost, Kyu Song Cho, Cindy Cho, James Cho, Elio Cumano Rivas, Christian LaCour, Daniela Mendoza, Sophia Mendoza, and Ashwarya Thadakanda, we honor their memory and offer our sincerest condolences to their families and loved ones. I reaffirm my commitment to combating senseless acts of violence and fostering communities of peace and safety. May this proclamation stand as a testament to the resilience, compassion, and spirit of unity that define our nation in the face of adversity. I ask unanimous consent for the names of the organizations listed to be entered into the congressional record. Mr. Speaker, the everyday people of America can't stand at this podium and talk about the crushing inflation Washington's spending has created. The single mothers struggling to put food on the table don't have a voting card to vote against the spending that fuels food price increases. Young families struggling to buy a home can't give a speech on the House floor about the surging home prices and mortgage rates. We are their voice. We are their representatives, or at least we're supposed to be. But based on the tax and spend policies of the administration and the blowout omnibus packages forced through this Congress by many of my own colleagues, I'll add, I don't think Congress is doing a very good job listening to America. Mr. Speaker, this Congress has passed two massive spending packages, continuing the blowout COVID expansion and even leaving Nancy Pelosi spending levels in the dust. And what did Americans get for it? What did they get for their money? They didn't get a secure border. They didn't get safer cities. And they sure didn't get a better economy. But you know who did benefit from the blowout spending? LGBTQ youth organizations, transgender organizations, abortion facilities, and oh yeah, the FBI got a brand new headquarters and expanded authority to spy on Americans. Mr. Speaker, the Washington establishment is addicted to spending my constituents' money, and it's never enough. We are $34 trillion in debt, and it's still never enough. And I have no doubt there are plans brewing right now in this murky swamp to clear the decks, that's the phrase, and use the upcoming appropriations to force through more spending, more left-wing poison pills, with nothing to actually secure our border and significantly cut spending to stimulate our economy. It doesn't have to be this way. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Texas District 3, I urge my colleagues to wake up, stop spending money we don't have, and commit to cut wasteful government spending. We must bring prosperity back to the hard-working Americans. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my very good friend, Don Lee Blankenship. Don was a husband, grandfather, and longtime Orange County resident, a lifelong law enforcement officer who proudly served the city of Santa Ana for 25 years. And as president of the Police Officers Association, he represented those that we refer to as a thin blue line that protect our communities. Don was also passionate about honoring fallen officers and dedicated over 20 years to the California Peace Officers Memorial Foundation, where we work together to remember those that have made the ultimate sacrifice. Don was also a devout member of Santiago de Compostela Catholic Church. He loved to volunteer there and spend time with his family and supported Notre Dame football. Don, today I join your children, your grandchildren, your neighbors and friends in remembering your legacy. And thank you, Don, for your dedication and protection of the Santa Ana community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of Sergeant Mike Gonzalez, who served our country and our Santa Ana community for 32 years. Sergeant Gonzalez served in the U.S. Navy for 7 years. He was born and raised in North Carolina, but soon came to love our Orange County community and served the residents of the city of Santa Ana for 32 years. 32 years as a police officer. And Sergeant Gonzalez is a hero on and off duty. On duty, he received service medals for his valor as a police officer. And off duty, he sprang into action in 2017 during a mass shooting in Las Vegas, where he served and saved many lives. My good friend Mike, thank you for your service to our country and to our community. You represent the best Orange County has to offer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Police Week and the brave men and women who serve and protect Orange County. Beginning under President Kennedy In 1962, Police Week recognizes those who protect our neighborhoods. We also remember the brave men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And back home in Orange County, our police officers are essential to keeping our community safe. And I'm proud to have brought back $3 million just this year to renovate and upgrade police headquarters in Fullerton and Stanton. To all the police officers at home and across the country, we thank you for keeping us safe and keeping our neighborhoods proud to have your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 1932, North Carolina will receive a new statue representing our state in the U.S. Capitol tomorrow. The late Reverend William Franklin Billy Graham, Jr. was a very cherished Christian leader and an exemplary North Carolinian, and I'm proud to welcome him into the U.S. Capitol's National Statuary Hall collection. Born on a dairy farm in Charlotte, North Carolina, Reverend Graham came from humble beginnings. He grew up learning the value of hard work and developed an unwavering commitment to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Through his ministry, he would go on to reach more than 200 million people in 185 countries, and many of those who heard his message accepted Jesus as Lord and Savior. I have no doubt he led millions to Christ, securing their salvation. Known as America's pastor, he is one of the few private citizens to receive 3 of the highest honors that are bestowed by Congress: the Congressional Gold Medal in 1996, lying in honor in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda in 2018, and now with this statue placed in the U.S. Capitol building. Created by Charlotte-based artist Chaz Fagan, the statue depicts Reverend Graham pointing to an open Bible. Inscribed on the pedestal of the 7-foot statue will be the verse so foundational, John 3:16. This well-known scripture tells us, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life." At a time when America could use a spiritual revival like never before, how refreshing and great it is we are enshrining this verse in Reverend Graham's legacy of faith within the halls of Congress. As noted in his 2011 book, Nearing Home, Billy Graham wrote, "The greatest legacy you can pass on to your children and grandchildren is not your money or the other material things you have accumulated in life. The greatest legacy you can pass on to them is the legacy of your character and your faith." Why is faith our greatest legacy? Because the memory of what we were like, not just our personalities, but our character and our faith, has the potential to influence others for Christ. Mr. Speaker, Reverend Graham dedicated his life to proclaiming the gospel throughout the world, and I might add, in places and countries that were, and in many that still are, hostile to Christianity. I'm proud that countless visitors and lawmakers will now be able to honor his legacy and message for generations to come in the U.S. Capitol. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight, honor, and celebrate NC State University men's and women's basketball teams. Both reached the Final Four of their respective NCAA Division I basketball tournaments this past month of April, registering an historic achievement that few schools have ever achieved. The NC State women's team, led by Coach Wes Moore, displayed strength all year with a 31-7 overall record, including 9 wins over AP top 25 teams, while earning their first Final Four appearance since 1998. They had statement wins in the tournament against Chattanooga, Tennessee, Stanford, and Texas. Junior guard Isaiah James was the leader of the pack with blistering accuracy from three-point range. Not to be outdone, the men's basketball team won the school's 11th ACC tournament championship. The Wolfpack, led by Coach Kevin Keats, clinched an 84-76 victory against incredibly talented UNC Chapel Hill, becoming the first ACC team to win 5 games in 5 days, securing their spot in the NCAA tournament and launching them to their first Final Four appearance since the magical championship run of the 1983 NC State team. This team's collective skill, dedication to each other, and the team chemistry they solidified in the ACC tournament enabled the Wolfpack to keep advancing, reeling off wins against Texas Tech, Oakland, Marquette, and Duke. With each round of the NCAA tournament, the Wolfpack continued to excel and win. And as an NC State alumnus, it is with great pride that I join so many in celebrating these two teams and their accomplishments. Only a select few universities can say that both of their basketball teams made the Final Four in their respective tournaments in the same year. Both, as well as the individual players, will be long remembered. Their legacy is now etched in NC State basketball lore. I yield back.
Yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the courage and the sacrifice of the brave law enforcement officers who work each day to keep our communities safe, and to honor those who have given their lives. This week, as we commemorate Police Week, a week of appreciation and of solemnity that was first honored and created back in 1962, when President Kennedy designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls, Police Week, we know that this week draws between 25,000 and 40,000 attendees from across the nation, including from Virginia, people who come to honor the sacrifice and the service of their fellow officers and their family members. I grew up in a law enforcement household. My father was a career law enforcement officer, and I grew up with a deep appreciation of those who commit themselves to service. And so I stand here today during National Police Week to recognize every officer who works to keep Virginia's communities safe. I am proud to represent many brave men and women who have answered the call to serve their fellow Americans, their neighbors, and our communities. And I am grateful for their service and their sacrifice. And this week, we remember with reverence their colleagues and friends who have laid down their lives in the line of duty. We owe these heroes a debt of gratitude that can never fully be repaid. But their legacies live on in the continued dedication of the officers who served alongside them and the families who mourn and miss them. In Congress, I will continue to advocate for legislation to support our local police departments and sheriff's departments in carrying out the vital mission that they hold in our communities. Together, we can honor their dedication to duty by connecting them with the resources, the training, the support, and everything necessary for them to perform their jobs effectively and, importantly, to get home safely. To all those who wear a badge, I offer my deepest gratitude. This week and every week, we extend our appreciation to the men and women who continue to serve, and we remember those who did not come home. May their sacrifice never be forgotten, and may their legacies continue to inspire the next generation to serve and protect. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the remarkable life and the legacy of a former constituent, Mr. Terry Anderson. When I was first running for Congress, I had the occasion of meeting someone who was known to be a local advocate and a local activist. But the name was familiar to me, Terry Anderson. And I met with this gentleman, and I heard his story, and it was one that was familiar to me from my childhood and one that was familiar probably to many of you. Because in 1985, Mr. Anderson became quite well known the world over when he was kidnapped in Lebanon and held hostage by Hezbollah until his release in the very, very late days of 1991. He was kidnapped when he was a reporter for the Associated Press. He was a correspondent who fearlessly pursued truth in some of the world's most volatile regions, and his commitment to on-the-ground eyewitness reporting was unwavering. This continued his path. He had begun his inquisitive time in life through his service in the Marine Corps, where he rose to the rank of staff sergeant, and he saw combat during the Vietnam War. And it was this time when he was in captivity in Lebanon that he brought back home a support for those who continue the mission of collecting knowledge, who continue the mission of reporting hard facts on the ground. Mr. Anderson continued to advocate for press freedom worldwide Throughout the remainder of his career, once he returned back home to the United States, he lived in many places. He even once ran for elected office in Ohio. He taught university-level journalism. He opened a few restaurants, a horse ranch, a blues bar. And for a time, he lived on a farm in Orange County, Virginia, which is when I had the opportunity to meet him and, frankly, eat some of his extraordinary cooking. He was a man of many interests. He was a man of great passion. He was a man who loved and spoke often of his children. And he was a man who inspired me. I'm grateful I had the opportunity to meet him, to learn from him, and upon his passing, I wish his family the very best. And towards the end of his life, he once remarked, "I've lived so much and I've done so much, I'm content." His legacy has left an indelible mark on our world. His resilience, his courage have set an example for so many of us. And I ask my colleagues, please join me in remembering Terry Anderson. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair gladly recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to my friend and Mr. Speaker. On October 7th, 2023, the Palestinian terrorist group Hamas viciously attacked Israel, America's best ally in the Middle East, and they did it from the Gaza Strip. On that day, more than 1,200 Israelis and foreign nationals, including at least 35 Americans, were killed. Not since the Holocaust have so many Jews been killed in a single day. During the unprecedented attack, Hamas, in conjunction with other terrorist groups, seized 253 hostages, many of whom are still held captive today, and we know for a fact that some were murdered while in captivity by Hamas. The barbaric attacks against Israel on October 7th were of scope and lethality not witnessed ever before in the 16 years of Hamas control in Gaza. The U.S.-Israel alliance is founded upon our shared democratic and cultural values, our mutual security interests, and an enduring friendship. I say we have spiritual connections. There's moral reasons to support Israel. There needs to be a safe haven for Jews all over this world that have been persecuted for over several thousand years. We support the Abraham Accords. These accords reflect our mutual respect for our partnership and the significance that the pursuit of peace in the region holds for the United States and Israel, a peace vital to the national security of both of our countries. Israel is a vibrant democracy with a government elected by the people of Israel. Israel is a sovereign nation with the right to self-defense and self-determination. No country, including the United States, has the right to tell Israel whether or how to conduct wartime operations in response to a devastating terrorist attack. We certainly have no right to demand that Israel submit to a ceasefire. This course of action is for the leadership and the military of Israel to determine. It's for the people of Israel to determine. In addition, no country has the right or authority to suggest that the Prime Minister of Israel should resign. Only the citizens of Israel have this right. Israel is a sovereign and capable nation with the right to determine who will serve in the government and how it wants to defend itself. And only Israel can determine its security needs after the fall of Hamas. Sadly, our president has called for a ceasefire, and Leader Schumer has called for a new election, disregarding and interfering in Israel's sovereignty. We also see the administration is calling for a two-state solution. So I ask, who is Israel to negotiate with? Who on the Palestinian side acknowledges Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state? Who on the Palestinian side is committed to peace and the rejection of terrorism? Pushing for a two-state solution with the current Palestinian leadership is a fool's errand. The Palestinian leaders want a one-state solution where there is no Israel. So who are the Israelis supposed to negotiate with? Who are the trusted Palestinian leaders for Israel to talk to? There are none. Last month, Congress voted to send much-needed munitions to Israel. Iran had fired 330 munitions recently. The Israeli air defenses are depleted. Their precision munitions are also depleted. The president has halted sending these needed weapons after Congress approved them and directed them to be sent there because he's trying to prevent Israel from going into the last stronghold of Hamas, which is Rafah. Israel can't let Hamas and Gaza survive. If they do, Hamas will continue to be a mortal threat. Israel needs to go in and finish the job quickly so humanitarian aid can get to the Palestinian people, and the president should get out of the way. The United States should continue to support Israel, to stand with Israel in the face of attacks, not only from Hamas, but from anti-Semitic nations throughout the world, particularly with the United Nations. The United States should continue to assist Israel with the means to defend itself. Israel is a longtime friend and ally, and our policy towards Israel should be consistent and in line with that history. American politics and election year concerns should have no role in the United States foreign policy with Israel. In short, the administration and the majority leader in the Senate must stop meddling in Israel's politics. The goal for Israel is to destroy Hamas so that no more terrorist attacks can be conducted from Gaza. They are trying to provide security for their people. We would do the same thing, just like we did after 9/11. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Colvin Ranch, a family-owned ranch in Thurston County in my district. Colvin Ranch started soon after Ignatius Colvin came to Washington State on the Oregon Trail back in 1851. Since then, the family has continued to raise livestock in a humane and sustainable way. The ranch is currently run by Jennifer Colvin, making her a fifth-generation rancher. Local farms are the backbone of a resilient and sustainable local food supply chain. However, in recent years, we've seen growing consolidation in the agricultural industry. Multinational corporate-run farms are known to cut corners and prioritize profit over community-minded farming practices. Colvin Ranch has been an advocate for building a meat processing plant with a storefront in the park near their ranch so they can establish what they like to call the world's shortest supply chain. By supporting farmers like Colvin Ranch, we are investing in sustainable agriculture practices and supporting our local economy and local jobs. Mr. Chair, I rise today during National Police Week to recognize the brave men and women in law enforcement across Southwest Washington. Recently, I had the honor of going on a ride-along with Sergeant Rip of the Vancouver Police Department, and I had the pleasure of watching his profound knowledge and deep engagement with the local community. He literally knew 9 out of 10 people that we saw walking on the streets, what their lives were like, what their struggles were, and how he could support them. Sergeant Rip talked to me about the biggest challenges he sees in our community, including the increasing devastation of drugs like fentanyl and meth, as well as the challenges of folks struggling with serious mental health issues. The work our officers do is dangerous and often unrewarding, and I am deeply committed to ensuring they receive the resources, regard, and support they deserve. By providing our law enforcement adequate funding and ensuring they are given the respect and support they deserve, communities like mine will be able to recruit and retain the best public servants possible. But you cannot pay people enough to be disrespected, and we need a cultural shift that values the sacrifices these officers make along with their families. I am so grateful to have such a strong team working in my district. Sincerely, thank you to you all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Andrew Weber, a proud husband, father, and veteran who was raised in Raymond, a small town in my district. Last year, Andrew signed up to volunteer for the Ukrainian Army's 59th Motorized Brigade. He went to Ukraine in order to provide combat training to their soldiers. However, when he noticed that a young man next to him did not have any protective gear, Andrew gave him his. Andrew passed away on July 29th of 2023 while serving in Ukraine. To this day, his family firmly believe his death would have been prevented if the Ukrainians had proper resources. That is why it is critical and crucial that after passing the House and Senate on April 24th, the President signed the lethal military aid package to send $61 billion to Ukrainian soldiers. Andrew Weber was a soldier, but he was also a father, a husband, and a son. My thoughts are with Andrew's family and loved ones as they navigate their profound loss. His heroic service and sacrifice will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Doris Beyer, who was one of the original Rosie the Riveters during World War II in Fort Lewis. Doris was raised in Adna, Washington, a small town in my community. From owning the second bicycle in Adna to being hired to drive trucks in cornfields at the age of 14, she has always surpassed expectations. At the age of 16, she was one of just a few chosen women, along with a few other women, to take a mechanics course at the Clover Park Vocational School. Upon graduation, she became an official Rosie the Riveter and worked in assembly lines at Mount Rainier Ordnance Depot. No matter what pushback she faced, she continued to work and excel. Doris received an Army-Navy E Award, also known as an Excellence in Production Pin, for producing twice as many axles as her colleagues each day. Doris Beyer, along with all the Rosie the Riveters, helped pave the way for freedom. She still resides in my district, where she continues to share her remarkable stories. Thank you, Doris, for all you have and still contribute to our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 5 Lewis County Public Utility crew workers who were recently honored by the Northwest Public Power Association with a Safety Heroism Award. On January 22nd, Brad Peters, Bob Hadley, Joel Chandler, Travis Merriman, and Hunter Blair saved the life of a man who was disabled by pulling him out of a burning RV. The 5 PUD crew workers were working in Mossy Rock area when they noticed smoke nearby. While attempting to extinguish this fire, they realized a man was trapped inside and was not able to escape on his own. Our PUD workers are crucial to our community, but saving lives is well outside of their expected duty. The quick thinking and choices of these men was literally life-saving, and I applaud them for their heroic work. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize in recognition for the National Police Week. As a nation, we pay tribute to the law enforcement officers who have lost their lives while performing their duties. We honor their commitment, bravery, selflessness, and protecting and servicing our communities. The sacrifices made by these officers extend far beyond their own lives, affecting the lives of their spouses, children, and extended family members who will forever carry the weight of their loss. We're thankful for the service they gave, the courage they exhibited, and the example they set. We honor their legacy and commitment to protecting and serving the communities across the nation. As the crime rate seems to skyrocket across the nation, including my district, the territory of Guam, our police officers' duties become even more critical to every one of our jurisdictions. National Police Week gives us the chance to show our gratitude to these officers who continue to safeguard our streets and neighborhoods. Pictured next to me are several officers from the Guam Police Department who serve as the backbone of our island's fight against crime. It's not uncommon for them to respond to calls with little to no information on what they are walking into, yet they do so with courage. Additionally, our police department has been quite understaffed to combat the level of crime we are experiencing, and yet they still manage to provide effective service and public safety. This is why we have submitted CPF requests for patrol cars, mobile commands, and other necessities to better equip our men and women in blue. Our officers work long hours, put their lives on the line, and are always willing to go the extra mile to ensure our island residents are okay. Often, these challenging jobs that take a toll on one's physical and mental state, but I am here to ensure that they are recognized and appreciated for their service and sacrifice. Today and every day, we honor their commitment, bravery, and selflessness in protecting and serving our communities. Thank you to the men and women in blue. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to an influential figure of my district who has made extraordinary contributions in the field of medicine, the late Dr. Ralph Guerrero Sablan. Dr. Sablan sadly left this earth several weeks ago as was well known throughout Guam as a talented physician. Through his exceptional skills, compassionate care, and unwavering dedication to his patients. Dr. Sablan became interested in medicine after experiencing a life-threatening situation early in life. His uncle, Dr. Raymond Sablan, who was the first Chamorro physician, saved his life. The incident instilled in him the lifelong passion for pursuing a career in medicine. Upon completing medical school, Dr. Sablan joined the United States Navy. He was stationed at the U.S. Naval Hospital in San Diego and provided medical service at Camp Pendleton. He was soon transferred to the U.S. Naval Hospital on Guam. From 1968 to 1969, Dr. Sablan was deployed to Vietnam, where he served in Da Nang and Saigon. He received the National Defense Service Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal, and the Navy Unit Commendation. Upon request of Congressman Antonio B. Wampat, Dr. Sablan was reassigned to U.S. Naval Hospital in Guam in 1970. After 20 years of service, Dr. Sablan retired from Guam's U.S. Naval Hospital. In his last tour of duty, he served as the executive officer and chief of clinical services. Following that, he practiced an additional 30 years as the sole dermatologist for Guam and of the Micronesias, and as a skilled and distinguished physician on the island of Guam. Dr. Sablan has been a shining example of loyal devotion to the duty and service. I am proud to honor him today and pay tribute to his exemplary service, leadership, and life's work to the people of Guam. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and pay tribute to the numerous accomplishments and influences of the Xi Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity based in Chicago, Illinois. As we all know, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity stands as the oldest and largest fraternity for African American men in the United States. As one of the most renowned chapters of the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, the Xi Lambda chapter proudly celebrates its centennial anniversary today, May 15, 2024. And as a proud Alpha myself, I commend my brothers wholeheartedly on this monumental milestone. Established on May 15, 1924, in Chicago, Illinois, by 22 community and organizational leaders, including Dr. Henry Callis, a founding member of the National Alpha Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity. The Xi Lambda chapter has become one of the largest and most prestigious chapters in the world. Since its inception, the Xi Lambda chapter has made significant educational, social, financial, and cultural contributions to the city of Chicago and its surrounding areas. For example, the Xi Lambda chapter operates both local and national programs, such as the Xi Lambda Educational Foundation, that encourages the education of our nation's youth through scholarships and mentorships. Additionally, as leaders and pioneers of our community, the members of Xi Lambda chapter established a computer lab school for inner city youth back in the 1980s, well before the advent of mainstream computer usage. For decades, the chapter has also focused on eradicating the disenfranchisement and suppression of Black voters through its A Voteless People is a Hopeless People voter empowerment campaigns. Currently, the Xi Lambda chapter serves as the home chapter of the sitting General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Dr. Willis L. Lunza III, and notable business leaders, including John H. Johnson, Tom Burrell, Paul King, and Robert King. The Xi Lambda chapter also proudly claims many members that have served in the U.S. judicial system, as well as in Congress, such as Senator Roland Burris, Representatives William Dawson, Bennett Stewart, and Ralph Metcalf. Other notables of Xi Lambda chapter include Jesse Owens, John Hope Franklin, and E. Franklin Frazier. It is worth noting that presently in the city of Chicago, there are 23 public buildings named in honor of Xi Lambda brothers, including schools, parks, and downtown federal courthouse that is named for Ralph Metcalf. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I applaud the contributions, leadership, and service of Xi Lambda chapter, Alpha Phi Alpha and has provided our community, country, and the world at large for the past 100 years or more. All of the accomplishments that I expressed my strong support in recognizing May 15, 2024 as Alpha Phi Alpha Xi Lambda Chapter Day in the United States of America. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize someone whose service has been important to the welfare of constituents in Arizona's 8th Congressional District, Hunter Griffiths. I appreciate Hunter's dedicated service to the 8th District as a community outreach liaison in my Surprise, Arizona district office. In just a short period of time, Hunter built relationships with stakeholders and constituents across the district. As Hunter interacted with the community, he educated constituents on our available services and connected them to critical casework services that aided in the office's ability to return nearly $400,000 directly to constituents. I would like to thank Hunter for the service to the 8th Congressional District. His dedication and determination were critical to the success of our constituent service programs and improved the lives of those living in the district. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize someone whose commitment to public service and to their community will stand the test of time. Surprise, Arizona, Mayor Skip Hall. Mayor Hall began his life of public service as a member of the City of Surprise Planning and Zoning Commission before running for city councilman in April 2008. He went on to be reelected in 2009 before being redistricted and being elected again in August 2018. While serving as a city councilman, Hall also began his time in the mayor's office when he served as vice mayor in 2011 and 2014. In November of 2018, he was chosen to fill a vacancy by the Surprise City Council and began his mayoral tenure. Since becoming mayor, Hall has generated budget surpluses, restored fiscal health to the city, and has made Surprise, Arizona the thriving community it is today. He has even brought thousands of new jobs to the city through investments from Amazon and more. Mayor Hall has accomplished all these things while maintaining strong public safety, increasing water sustainability, and strengthening the city's infrastructure. His impact on the city of Surprise cannot be overstated, and he will be dearly missed when his term ends in December. On behalf of Arizona's 8th Congressional District, I thank Mayor Hall for his years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a strong leader in Arizona whose commitment to America and his community has set a remarkable example. Peoria Mayor Jason Beck. Mayor Beck began his career as a Marine Corps reservist before going on to found Diamond Tactical and eventually founding and becoming CEO of Tier Tactical, the leading global manufacturer of tactical gear and equipment for military and law enforcement. While successfully leading his company as CEO, Beck also began his career in public service when he announced his run for Peoria mayor on a promise of realizing Peoria's full potential. In realizing this potential, Mayor Beck has secured increased funding for Peoria's fire and medical departments and added more law enforcement positions. Mayor Beck's accomplishments for the city have made Peoria somewhere people are proud to be from, proud to work in, and proud to raise a family. As a Peoria resident, I applaud his commitment to our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Arizona's police officers. They're honorable men and women who protect us each and every day. I promise I will always fight against the defund our police movement. I promise I will protect qualified immunity for our law enforcement. And I promise that I will always stand with the men and women in blue. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, nearly 3 months since Burnsville lost police officers Matthew Ruge and Paul Elmstrand and firefighter-paramedic Adam Finseth in the line of duty. They answered a domestic call early one Sunday morning where 7 children were being held inside a home by an armed gunman. A tactical vehicle from the city of Rosemount was a critical part of the emergency response that day. Look at these photos beside me. Take a long look at these photos. 41 shots from a gunman's rifle hit this vehicle as officers from Rosemount and Apple Valley tried to help their brothers. We may have had even more injury and, God forbid, death that day without this vehicle. 3 months ago, I stood on the House floor and pledged to honor Matthew, Paul, and Adam's lives by giving the first responders who keep our communities safe the support they need on the ground. That's why today I'm introducing the Protect Local Law Enforcement Act, a bill that would allow local law enforcement to purchase vehicles like the one used in Burnsville with federal funds, which is currently restricted by the federal government. Law enforcement's multiple missions are harder and more dangerous than ever before. They are routinely put in harm's way. This National Police Week, let's honor them by protecting them. This bill will save lives, and I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the brave men and women who wear the badge and put their lives on the line to serve us, protect us, and keep our communities safe. I proudly back our women and men in blue and National Police Week as an opportunity for our nation to come together and say thank you to the law enforcement community. According to a recent study, 58% of Americans believe reducing crime should be a top priority for the President and Congress to address. Yet some Washington Democrats maintain their calls to defund the police. We must reject that nonsense and support the brave men and women who serve on the front line by collecting accurate data to address the rise in anti-police attacks, empower law enforcement to detain any illegal immigrant charged with or convicted of assaulting a law enforcement officer, and ensuring our officers have access to a variety of mental health services as they bear the weight of protecting their neighbors in our communities. This body will have the opportunity to offer that support this week by voting yes on bills that will do just that. Americans deserve to live in an environment that is safe and secure. It is not lost on me that our law enforcement plays the most significant role in securing and defending that safety. We are grateful. Mr. Speaker, 370 days ago, this body passed the Secure the Border Act of 2023. After President Biden's policies created the worst humanitarian crisis in our nation's history, House Republicans rallied together to end the crisis and secure the southern border. Sadly, some Washington Democrats are more loyal to progressive activists than to keeping Americans safe. They would rather leave the border wide open than consider our legislation. In the meantime, America suffers. Since House Republicans passed H.R. 2, there have been more than 2.1 million encounters with illegal immigrants trying to enter the country at the southern border. Nearly 120 of those individuals' names appear on the terrorist watch list, and almost 33,000 of them had some sort of criminal background. In the past year alone, our Border Patrol agents have seized enough fentanyl to kill 3.8 billion people. That's the entire populations of the United States, China, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Brazil combined. It doesn't matter what the White House says, the numbers don't lie. President Biden's policies are failing, and our country is less secure because of it. Under President Biden, every state in America is a border state. Kansas and the Big First feel that, and that is why they're so concerned about President Biden's border crisis. In my commitment to the Big First, I pledged that I would fight for a nation that's secure and work to end the crisis at the border. That commitment is one of the reasons why I supported H.R. 2. Rather than working with House Republicans to fix the president's crisis, Senate Democrats have decided to let H.R. 2 just sit in the legislative graveyard. In the meantime, Mexican cartels are more empowered while more drugs and more crime pour into our country over the border. Mr. Speaker, Americans deserve better than this. Our children deserve to live in a country where they are safe and secure. It's beyond time for President Biden to work with House Republicans to secure the southern border. Enough is enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night the U.S. House of Representatives voted in an overwhelming majority, 376 to 16, to pass H.R. 7659, the Coast Guard Authorization Act. This critical measure, which Congress approves every 2 years, authorizes Coast Guard procurement programs such as Coast Guard shipbuilding, which is so necessary in terms of carrying out the Coast Guard's mission both at home and overseas, and also makes prudent adjustments to shoreside infrastructure, including the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, which is located in my district in New London, Connecticut. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately in 2023, the press discovered that there was a report that the Coast Guard internally conducted over a number of years, tracking and identifying an unacceptable and really outrageous amount of sexual harassment and even sexual abuse that was happening on the campus. This report, which the new Commandant, Admiral Fagan, did release publicly, again, describes a totally unacceptable situation which this Coast Guard authorization bill does address. Specifically, the bill includes H.R. 5249, the Coast Guard Safe to Report Act, which I introduced with a bipartisan coalition that requires the Coast Guard to prescribe a safe to report policy to protect personnel who report incidents of sexual assault or sexual harassment from being punished for minor offenses. Again, which may hinder them reporting their own acts which they were victims of. In February of this year, the Commandant, Admiral Fagan, directed the Coast Guard to establish this policy through administrative action. Our bill, which we passed last night, will actually codify the policy and make it part of the U.S. federal code and bring parity for the Coast Guard with the Department of Defense and other service academies which have had this law in effect for the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, many victims of sexual assault hesitated to report because they feared repercussions for minor collateral misconduct. In fact, a recent Coast Guard workplace gender relations survey found that 25% of female victims who chose not to report their sexual assaults were concerned that they might get in trouble for something else that they did. This bill will firmly and finally eliminate a barrier to reporting sexual assault and harassment, taking fear of repercussions off the table. Again, I want to thank Admiral Lisa Fagan for her outstanding leadership in working diligently with myself, my office, and other members of Congress to craft this crucial policy. I also want to thank Chairs Graves and Webster and Ranking Members Larson and Carbajal for their work in passing the Coast Guard authorization out of committee and bringing it to the floor last night for a successful vote. Again, I urge my colleagues in the Senate to quickly craft their version of the bill and make sure that we codify these protections for outstanding young cadets who are going to be the future leaders of the Coast Guard for decades and decades to come. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Police Week. It's time to recognize and thank our police and law enforcement officers for risking their lives in protecting our families. These heroes work long hours and make incredible sacrifices to our communities. They make our communities safe, never seeking recognition or praise in what they do. We cannot thank them enough for their service to our country. Today, we also honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, including Algona police officer Kevin Cram and those who sadly passed away due to medical complications, such as Iowa State Trooper Kate Hoyt-Ives, who passed in Council Bluffs for years. Our prayers remain with our families and loved ones. In Congress, I will continue to stand with our law enforcement community and back those in blue. They deserve our deepest appreciation in all that they do. Mr. Speaker, during National Hospital Week, I want to recognize our incredible hospitals in Iowa and thank our doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, and administrators who keep our hospitals running each and every day. Their work is critical in keeping our families and communities safe and healthy. On my 36-county tour, I met with healthcare workers and families about the importance of keeping our hospitals open and operational in our rural communities. That's why I introduced the Rural Hospital Stabilization Act, which just passed out of Ways and Means Committee, to help our hospitals meet payroll, retain quality staff, make needed improvements, and deliver exceptional care. As a past city administrator, I can fully say when a rural hospital closes, it's truly devastating to the community and to Iowa as a whole. Fortunately, this bill will deliver the financial support that our hospitals need to provide high-quality health care to our families. As a member of Ways and Means Committee, I will continue to advocate for policies that keep our rural hospitals strong and vibrant and protect access to affordable, reliable health care in Iowa. Thank you again to all our healthcare workers for creating true quality care in Iowa. Mr. Speaker, on March 26, Dordt University women's basketball won the 2024 NAIA Women's Basketball National Championship. Led by head coach Bill Harmson, the defenders defeated the University of Providence by a score of 57-53 to secure the first ever national championship. With this championship victory, the defenders finished the season with 9-game winning streak and ended with a program best 35-2 record. This is an incredible milestone for the history of this program. I want to thank the head coach and the girls basketball team for their hard work, dedication, and sportsmanship that has elevated Dordt's women's basketball team on the national stage. I congratulate women's basketball coach Bill Harmson on a successful season and look forward to cheering him on in the Defenders' 25-26 season coming forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during this National Police Week to honor 4 Georgia sheriffs. Sheriffs Janice Mangum, Melvin Andrews, Robert Markley, and Joe Chapman are each distinguished officers from Georgia's 10th District who, after a career of serving others, they're retiring later this year. Our law enforcement officers and first responders, they risk their lives every time they don their uniform. And Mr. Speaker, in a time of defund the police movement out there from the left, it is more important than ever that we back our men and women in blue. So to every law enforcement officer during this National Police Week, I join millions of Americans out there in expressing my gratitude for your service
dedication, and courage. And to Sheriffs Mangums, Andrews, Markley, and Chapman, on behalf of Georgia's 10th District, thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri and one of the leaders of the Quality of Life Task Force, Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a great panel we were on, Quality of Life, and I look forward to continuing working with you on that. Well, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor an extraordinary individual, Sergeant Dennis Mills, as our Veteran of the Month. Drafted into the U.S. Marine Corps at the age of 20, Sergeant Mills exemplified bravery and dedication in some of the most difficult conditions imaginable during the Vietnam War. Assigned to the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion of the 1st Marine Division, he led approximately 40 reconnaissance patrols. On a day that started as a beautiful morning on April 1st, 1970 at Camp Reasoner, tragedy struck when a member of his patrol triggered a landmine. Despite sustaining severe injuries, Sergeant Mills's courage never wavered. He was medically evacuated after suffering injuries to both legs, shrapnel wounds to his back. For his valor, Sergeant Mills was awarded the Navy Commendation Medal with Combat V and the Purple Heart. Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Dennis Mills, for your service and your sacrifice for our great nation. You, sir, are a true hero. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the 4th District of Missouri's May Small Business of the Month, Energy Transport Solutions. ETS is a customer service-focused business. It's run by an industry-experienced family that is proud to have an excellent safety record while getting the job done in Missouri. Energy Transport Solutions has been owned and operated by a father and son duo, Glenn and Eric Kolkemeyer, in Bates City, Missouri, since 1955. ETS specializes in transportation of refined fuels, propane, jet and aviation fuel, and anhydrous ammonia. ETS has been in the propane industry for over 68 years and has continued to be a reliable company to haul our community's products. Oh, and by the way, they also haul the fuel for the B-2 stealth bomber at Whiteman Air Force Base. We are so grateful for Energy Transport Solutions support as we continue to support them. It is an honor to watch them go out of their way to hire and support veterans. Congratulations to Energy Transport Solutions on the well-deserved recognition of Small Business of the Month in the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri. Keep up the great work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern over the President's ultimatum to the State of Israel. Having recently visited Israel on the border with Gaza, I fully grasp the gravity of the situation right now. We witnessed the resolve of the Jewish people. Never have I seen such determination from a country and its people as I have there in the State of Israel. Their resolve is strong. They are resilient to finish the job, bring the hostages home, and eradicate Hamas. The White House's decision to halt weapons shipments to Israel is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It's just plain wrong. When the going gets tough, you do not abandon our friends and allies. They are our greatest ally in the Middle East. It is unacceptable that Hamas still holds Americans hostage, all the hostages. This could be over today, Mr. Speaker, if Hamas would release the hostages and surrender. We must help Israel eradicate Hamas. We must remove them from that region by any force necessary. I call on the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense, Austin, to immediately lift the blockade and resume shipments to Israel. The future of the region depends upon it. There is no excuse for pausing the weapons. It is an attempt to strong-arm Israel. The Biden administration has crossed the line. I can say with certainty that while the Biden administration does not stand with Israel, the American people do. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, I recognize the gentleman for Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes. Sorry, he must have snuck in on me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor an extraordinary group of educators and staff whose dedication has profoundly impacted the Allegheny Highlands community. This group was selected as the 7 inaugural inductees into the Allegheny Highlands Public Schools Division Employee Hall of Fame. This distinguished class, announced on May 9th, symbolizes the unwavering commitment to excellence that defines our educators in Virginia's 6th District. These individuals, Helen Harris, Brenda Holloway, Harold Lambert, the late Catherine Nicely, Donna Vaughn, Archie Wells, and Linda Williams, have each dedicated over 20 years of their lives fostering a nurturing environment for learning within the Allegheny County, Covington City, and Clifton Forge school divisions. Their roles range from teachers of English, French, science, and art to counselors, coaches, and even a beloved custodian. Each, in their unique way, has contributed significantly to the educational fabric of our community, guiding countless students toward achieving their full potential. Their legacy, now forever enshrined in the Allegheny Highlands Public Schools Division Employee Hall of Fame, reminds us all of the transformative power of education. To all those, congratulations on this well-deserved honor, and thank you for your significant contributions to education in the Commonwealth and the Allegheny Highlands. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate an incredible milestone, the 100th anniversary of the Shenandoah Valley Travel Association, one of the oldest tourism organizations in the region. Founded in 1924, the SVTA has played a pivotal role in showcasing the Shenandoah Valley's unparalleled beauty, cultural richness, and historic legacy. Through collaboration with local businesses and national parks, the SVTA has consistently highlighted what makes the Shenandoah Valley special. In honoring the SVTA's 100th anniversary, we recognize the profound impact that dedicated organizations and individuals can have in promoting the unique beauty and history of the Shenandoah Valley. Their efforts enrich our Commonwealth and indeed our country. Mr. Speaker, I extend my congratulations to the Shenandoah Valley Travel Association on this significant anniversary and wish them another 100 years of success. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a remarkable individual from Virginia's 6th District, Helen Zebarth of Winchester, and her monumental legacy. She changed the face of end-of-life care in our community through the founding of Blue Ridge Hospice. In recognition of her incredible impact, the Helen Zebarth Legacy Society was established, symbolizing our community's ongoing commitment to support the mission of this noble organization. Helen was inspired to establish the hospice here in Winchester after her experiences in England, demonstrating her foresight and dedication to serving others. It's awe-inspiring to witness how her vision of providing compassionate care at life's end has grown from serving 30 patients in 1974 to over 10,000 by 2014, with the numbers continuing to increase. By acknowledging the substantial impact of Helen Zebarth and Blue Ridge Hospice on our community, we're all encouraged to support such essential organizations. Their work not only enriches our community, but also offers comfort to families during their most difficult times, exemplifying the utmost in human kindness and unity. Mr. Speaker, we applaud Helen Zebarth for her many years of success and for founding an organization that continues to shine as a beacon of hope and care in our cherished community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hub of education and workforce development in the Allegheny Highlands, the Jackson River Technical Center, as it celebrates 50 years of outstanding service to our community. Established in 1974 as the Jackson River Vocational Center, JRTC has since flourished into a beacon of opportunity and growth, playing a pivotal role in the education landscape of the Allegheny Highland Public Schools. Over the years, JRTC has evolved to meet the changing demands of the workforce, offering a broad spectrum of programs that include automotive, building management, carpentry, culinary arts, drafting and design, early childhood education, electricity, marketing, nurse aid, health assistant, and welding. Through these programs, JRTC ensures that our students are not just prepared for the jobs of today, but are also poised to meet the challenges of tomorrow. To all those educators, staff, and students, past and present, thank you for your dedication and hard work. Your efforts have made JRTC a symbol of success in our community for 50 years. May you continue to inspire, educate, and empower for many more years to come. Mr. Speaker, this week marks National Police Week, a time dedicated to honoring America's courageous police officers who stand on the front lines to ensure our safety. While certain voices on the left have demonized our police officers these past several years, it's important that we recognize and remember the profound sacrifices these men and women make protecting our communities every day. In light of this, we must rally behind the bills proposed this week, aimed at bolstering our local law enforcement, and unequivocally denounce the left's efforts to defund and dismantle our local police departments. It's alarming that President Biden and many on the left support this defund the police movement and soft on crime policies that have directly fueled surges in crime across the country, endangering both the public and the police. Since 1776, over 26,000 police officers have lost their lives in the line of duty. In Virginia alone, 550 have made the ultimate sacrifice. These represent individual lives, families left heartbroken, and communities forever changed. As we honor National Police Week, I urge all my colleagues to join us in supporting by passing these bills. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, you are our refuge and our strength, a very present help in times of trouble. As evidence of your divine protections, you have set among us brave men and women as your own shield around us to keep us from all harm. On this National Police Officers Memorial Day, we pray on behalf of these heroes. Thank you for their humble dedication that our brothers and sisters in blue have demonstrated on patrol, standing watch, guarding our streets and walking our neighborhoods, safeguarding our communities and our country against all those who would shatter the peace you desire for us. Remind us, O Lord, that the security they have committed themselves to uphold comes at their own personal cost. Aside from the countless missions which place each law enforcement officer at uncertain and inconceivable risk, these men and women are all too often called to put their service over self and the welfare of others before the preservation of their own life and limb. As communities across the country honor the line of duty deaths they have sustained this year and over time, make it our duty never to take lightly the weight of their faithful and sacrificial service. Speak comfort to the families of the fallen and all who have also paid the untold price for our peace and safety. Keep watch over the lives of all police officers. As you have promised, watch over their coming and going, now and forevermore. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shockingly, some cities in America now allow non-citizens to vote, including Ohio. But Republicans in that state, led by Secretary of State Frank LaRose, support only American citizens vote. Election integrity with voter ID in person is crucial for democracy. House Republicans continue to work hard to protect Americans and strengthen our borders, not give illegal aliens the right to vote. Every day, we have corrupt Judge Merchant, through incompetence and unprofessionalism, paved the way to re-elect President Donald Trump. The Democrat New York Times reports record support for Donald Trump by blacks, Asians, and Hispanics due to Merchant judicial abuse, which they recognize. I so appreciate corrupt Judge Merchant re-electing Trump. I'll invite him to be my guest at the Trump inauguration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America, with Biden open borders for terrorists from dictator countries. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as working families try to get ahead, billionaire food companies and grocery giants continue to engage in excessive price gouging. That's why I'm joining my colleague from Massachusetts, Senator Elizabeth Warren, to call them out. We heard good news this morning. Grocery prices are flat thanks to a rebounding economy under the leadership of President Biden. But times are still tough and grocery prices are still stubbornly high. Meanwhile, corporate CEOs are raking in profits and urging people to eat cereal for dinner and eat Doritos as a side dish to save money. It is absurd. Corporations can no longer hide behind the guise of inflation. At various points in recent years, grocery price increases have outpaced inflation, with families paying 25% more for groceries as compared to pre-pandemic. I want to applaud the Biden-Harris administration for the economic relief they have already delivered for working families. Now we are putting billionaire corporations on notice. Their time of greed is coming to an end. We all need to work together to end hunger now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise the Constitution.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we aren't going to stand idly by as the proposed 520 job cut at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base threatens to damage eastern North Carolina's economy. The Air Force's plan to eliminate an entire squadron at Seymour Johnson is absolutely unacceptable. Safeguarding our national security and preserving these jobs are not mutually exclusive. The Air Force must acknowledge that. Eliminating a fighter squadron in Wayne County would be devastating for this already economically distressed community. Unfortunately, this plan does not build the economy from middle out and bottom up. The Air Force must thoroughly examine the risks and consider the community impact, and I encourage the Air Force to engage directly with the local community. The Air Force must be more transparent and accountable to the people of Wayne County, eastern North Carolina, and the Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to call on Turks and Caicos to treat Louisa County resident Tyler Wenrich fairly and appropriately for his accidental mistake in their country. Tyler is a paramedic and vice president of operations at Emergency Services Solutions in Powhatan County. On April 23, while traveling with friends in Turks and Caicos, law enforcement discovered 2 stray bullets in his baggage. Tyler apparently had the 2 bullets in his luggage when leaving the United States, but they were not discovered by our own TSA. He's facing up to 12 years in prison despite no demonstrated criminal intent. My staff and I remain in constant communication with Tyler and his family, providing support and advocating for his release with consequences that fit the unintentional offense. I call on the Biden administration to join me in demanding his release and issuing a State Department travel advisory warning travelers to Turks and Caicos of the excessive criminal penalties they may face there for the accidental minor offenses. Tyler's wife, Jerry Ann, and young son need him in Louisa, and my staff and I will continue to pursue every avenue to help facilitate his safe return. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 201B of the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, 22 U.S.C. 6431, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following individuals on the part of the House to the Commission on International Religious Freedom for a term ending May 14, 2026.
Mrs. Vicki Hartzler of Harrisonville, Missouri, Mrs. Maureen Ferguson of Potomac, Maryland, and Mr. Asif Mahmood of Bradbury, California.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1227 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 76, House Resolution 1227. Resolved, that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 8369 to provide for the expeditious delivery of defense articles and defense services for Israel and other matters. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7530 to limit youth offender status in the District of Columbia to individuals 18 years of age or younger, to direct the Attorney General of the District of Columbia to establish and operate a publicly accessible website containing updated statistics on juvenile crime in the District of Columbia, to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to prohibit the Council of the District of Columbia from enacting changes to existing criminal liability sentences, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7343 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8146 to require a report by the Attorney General on the impact the border crisis is having on law enforcement at the federal, state, local, and tribal level. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the committee of the whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7581 to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a bill H.R. 354 to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-34 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 1213, a resolution regarding violence against law enforcement officers. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 1210, condemning the Biden border crisis and the tremendous burdens law enforcement officers face as a result. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purposes of debate, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Ranking Member McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 1227 provides for consideration of 8 measures: H.R. 8369, H.R. 7530, H.R. 7343, H.R. 8146, H.R. 7581, H.R. 354, H.Res. 1213, and H.Res. 1210. The rule provides for H.R. 7343 and H.R. 8146 to be considered under structured rules, with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of two measures, H.R. 354, H.R. 7581, under closed rules, with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.Res. 1210 and H.Res. 1213 under closed rules, with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees. And the rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7530 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member on the Committee of Oversight and Accountability or their designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. And finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8369 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their designee, and provides for one motion to recommit.
The gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us provides for consideration of three measures to support our nation's law enforcement in the face of the Biden administration's disastrous immigration policies. H.R. 7343, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, would bring real consequences on the heads of those in our country illegally. This legislation would require the immediate detention and deportation of any illegal alien who chooses to assault the men and women who keep our community safe. Additionally, H.R. 8146 would require that the Attorney General provide a full accounting of how this historic and dangerous border crisis has truly impacted the health and the safety of our nation's law enforcement. And finally, H.Res. 1210 condemns the Biden administration's failed border policies that have resulted in 9.3 million illegal alien encounters along our borders in less than 4 years. And that doesn't include those that have evaded Border Patrol. America's law enforcement officers are on the front lines of the Biden border crisis, bearing the brunt of this president's open borders policies that are threatening the security of our nation and laying waste to our communities. We have yet to fully know the true damage done to our national security by 4 years of flinging the doors open to those breaking our laws. But one thing is certain: it is falling on our nation's law enforcement officers, our police officers in big cities and small towns across America, to contend with the consequences of this administration's open borders policy. But the Biden border crisis is only one challenge facing our nation's law enforcement officers. As we witness an alarming surge in criminal activity thanks to the left's anti-police, soft-on-crime policies, it's imperative that we confront the harsh reality. Our law enforcement officers are under attack, both physically and politically. They're being targeted by the radical left simply by doing their jobs, for upholding the rule of law, and for protecting our communities. And to that end, the rule today before us provides for consideration for several measures that stand with our law enforcement officers in the face of these asinine policies that seek to vilify them and prevent them from doing their jobs, including H.R. 7581, the Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act, H.R. 354, the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, in H.Res. 1213, a resolution condemning violence against our law enforcement officers. H.R. 7581 would require the Department of Justice to report to Congress about violent attacks on law enforcement officers and the response of federal, state, and local governments to these attacks. Additionally, H.R. 354 would fix a discrepancy under current law to ensure that qualified active or retired law enforcement officers are not prohibited from carrying a concealed firearm in public settings. There's no good reason why the men and women who put their lives on the line for us every day should have their Second Amendment rights curtailed as they are under the current law. And finally, H.Res. 1213 expresses a sentiment that I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can fully embrace and get behind. Full, unequivocal support for our law enforcement officers and strong opposition to any movement that seeks to defund the police. Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter of statistics or headlines. The soft on crime policies that the radical left have championed have only left American families in more danger. Years of Democratic elected officials, including some right here in Congress, calling to defund the police have vilified the law enforcement officers and prevent them from doing their jobs, leaving people that they serve less safe. Nowhere is this displayed more vividly than right here in our nation's capital. And the rule before us today also provides for consideration of a bill to combat the District of Columbia's anti-law enforcement, pro-criminal policies. H.R. 7530, the D.C. Criminal Reforms to Immediately Make Everyone Safe Act. D.C. law enforcement remains understaffed and overwhelmed by soaring crime rates, violent crime rates. In 2023 alone, homicides increased 29% from 2022. Violent crime increased 37%, and robberies increased 65%. But what has the D.C. Council done? Well, in 2022, it passed the Revised Criminal Code Act, which reduced penalties for violent offenders. And in that same year, the council passed the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, which targeted D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers and their ability to combat rising crime. So if the D.C. Council won't heed the concerns of the district's residents, police officers, and visitors from this country and around the world, then it's Congress's job to step in. This mess only encourages lawlessness and puts lives at risk. We've had one of our own colleagues, a member of Congress, carjacked and a staffer stabbed, among many other horrifying and violent crimes. If we can't get a handle on crime in our nation's beautiful capital, how does that fare for the rest of the country? H.R. 7530 changes the maximum age limit for youthful offender status from 24 years old to 18 years old. It requires the district's attorney general to establish and update a public website containing juvenile crime statistics in the district and provides the D.C. Council from enacting any changes to criminal sentences. Youth criminal activity has skyrocketed along with every other manner of violent crime in our nation's capital. And soft on crime approach is simply just not working, putting the lives of innocent residents and visitors in danger and hamstringing the ability of our cops to do their jobs. Residents of D.C. have the same rights as other Americans to be secure in their homes and to be protected against crimes committed against their lives and their property. It's heartbreaking to see the crimes committed by children and young people in D.C., and we need real solutions to address them. Children in our nation's capital deserve better than anti-police policies that lead them to a life of crime. It is our duty as members of Congress, as laid out in the D.C. Home Rule Act, to step in when the district's own policies so clearly threaten the safety of the residents of our nation's capital as they do today. And finally, the rule before us provides for consideration of H.R. 8369, the Israel Security Assistance Support Act. Mr. Speaker, it is frankly shocking and disgusting to hear that President Biden is purposely withholding our nation's arms shipments to Israel as they're fighting to defend their right to exist. At a time when Israel is under assault, facing attacks from Hamas and Iran, the decision to withhold these critical munitions is not just a failure. It's a betrayal of our greatest ally in the Middle East, and it goes directly against the will of this Congress and the will of the people. We cannot let political games endanger lives. H.R. 8369 would ensure that America stands with Israel in its darkest hour, despite this administration's disgraceful actions to block such vital support. The legislation will ensure that any defense articles and defense services for Israel are delivered expeditiously, without obstruction from this administration that is willing to play games, unfortunately, with such necessary shipments. And we will prevent them subverting the will of Congress. Mr. Speaker, America must stand with Israel and send a message to the world that we will not falter. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from New York for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans have us here today considering 8 measures that aren't worth the paper they're printed on. 6 of the 8 measures that are being brought before this House are being brought forth under completely closed rules, which means nobody, not Democrats, not Republicans, can offer any amendments to change or improve those bills. So much for Republican promises of a more deliberative process or more openness or more fairness. That just went out the window. I don't think I have ever seen a group of people do so much and yet accomplish so little. 7 of these measures are supposedly about law enforcement. And you know how many of them will actually do something to help keep people safe? 0. Zilch. Nada. And just a piece of free advice to my Republican friends, it's probably not the best idea to take direction on law and order from a guy who, as we speak, is a defendant for covering up hush money payments to a porn star for political gain. That's not even to mention the other 3 criminal felony prosecutions that he's facing. And look at the cover of today's New York Times, Mr. Speaker. This is unbelievable. Here's a picture of the Speaker of this House of Representatives, second in line to the presidency, standing in front of a courthouse acting as a prop for Donald Trump, trying to interfere with a criminal trial because apparently Republicans like law and order unless it applies to them. Unbelievable. You can't make this stuff up. And this stunt, I'll say to my colleagues, this stunt of the Speaker and members of the Republican members of Congress going to this courthouse, this stunt diminishes this House of Representatives. Their candidate for president has been indicted more times than he's been elected.
The chair would remind to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president.
I didn't think I was. And somehow, Madam Speaker, they have the nerve to tell us about the criminal justice system. Give me a break. Their credibility on this issue has evaporated. It is pathetic. And I could go through these bills one by one, but I think the American people would rather watch paint dry. Because none of these bills do anything. None of these bills will be passed by the Senate. None of them will do a damn thing to help the police. None of them will keep our communities safe. We have a ton of BS bills going after immigrants. And let me just remind everyone, it was Republicans who killed their own bipartisan border security bill in the Senate. And it is Republicans in the House that refuse to even bring it up for a vote. And why? Because they're afraid it might pass. They're afraid they might lose a talking point. We have a non-binding resolution about defund the police. Ironic, isn't it, that they all talk so much about defunding the police. But despite their rhetoric, Republicans are the ones who want to defund the police. Republicans support cutting the COPS program, which hires police officers in every state in America. And get this, yet Republicans voted against awarding police officers who protected all of us on January 6th the Congressional Gold Medal. Let that sink in. Republicans voted to fire 2,000 Custom and Border Patrol police officers. Republicans voted to cut federal support for local law enforcement agencies in September of 2022. Republicans have called to abolish the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the ATF. At every single juncture, when Republicans have had a chance to put their money where their mouth is, they have shown that all their pro-police rhetoric is just that, rhetoric. They will say whatever they need to win political support from police, and then hope the cops don't notice when they vote to gut their budgets. The eighth bill this rule would bring to the floor is the so-called Israel Security Assistance Support Act. This bill is a disaster. It basically gets rid of human rights checks and balances already in place on arms transfers. And it would interfere with any administration's ability to comply with U.S. obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law. And I think it's absurd that my Republican friends don't understand the difference between supporting Israel and writing Prime Minister Netanyahu a blank check to do whatever the hell he wants with U.S. weapons, with no regard for civilian lives or for human rights. That's not even just the Democratic position, by the way. 3 U.S. presidents have threatened to pause military aid to Israel under similar circumstances. And who were they? They were Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush, all Republicans, Madam Speaker, all Republicans. So please don't give me this partisan BS. Please, please spare us that. Your military, U.S. military assistance doesn't come with no conditions. If our taxpayers are paying for it, they ought to have some level of assurance that it's not being used to indiscriminately bomb civilians or block the delivery of humanitarian aid to starving people. You know, the bombs that the president is withholding, these 2-ton bombs, have a blast radius of 1/4 of a mile. That means, I would say to my friends, if you were standing out in front of this Capitol and the bomb were dropped on the Republican congressional campaign headquarters or the Democratic congressional campaign headquarters, we all would be dead if we were standing in front of the U.S. Capitol. The president is concerned that 2-ton bombs being dropped on Rafah, a heavily populated area with over 1 million people, he believes that that the civilian casualties are unacceptable. And we all should care about the civilian casualties, especially if you claim to be a friend of Israel, because the more civilian casualties that are incurred, the more difficulty Israel will have in getting to a lasting peace. It is a real shame that this is what Republicans have decided we should spend our week doing, Madam Speaker. I had hoped, Madam Speaker, that after the Democrats bailed out Speaker Mike Johnson last week, that maybe, just maybe, we would see a change in the tone of this place. Maybe. Maybe there would be more of an acknowledgement that we need to put people over politics, that we need to get stuff done, because that's what the American people want. And I'm disappointed to see that this week it's just more of the same old from this incompetent Republican leadership that has wasted away their time and power and accomplished nothing, not a single damn thing during their time in their slim majority. The American people deserve a hell of a lot better than they're getting from my friends on the Republican side. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague on the other side of the aisle likes to talk about the fact that these bills today that we're going to consider this week, these pro-police measures, don't have a future in the Senate or getting to the desk of the president. Yes, because his party controls those 2 branches. The Senate leadership will do nothing with this because they don't support the underlying legislation. They don't support law enforcement. I'd like to point out that it was Democrats who have for years pushed the defund the police rhetoric in cities, states, and right here in Washington, not House Republicans. In fact, it was Democrats who took the defund the police rhetoric and made it viral. They turned it into concrete policy that demonizes our men and women in blue while letting violent criminals back out on the street. Do you think the American people are really going to buy that Democrats weren't the one that wanted to defund the police? We could rewind the tape back to 2020 if you want to. We can show you the footage of our cities burning while they were chanting to defund the police and watching weak mayors of cities down on one knee begging for forgiveness for standing for law and order. We can go back and rewind the tape and get a little instant replay if you'd like. The footage is there. It's in black and white. It's a matter of historical fact that your party supported the defund the police movement. What I just heard from the other side of the aisle couldn't be any more laughable. Democrats in New York City, certainly not Republicans, they cut the NYPD's budget by $1 billion with more cuts to come. We have some of those brave NYPD officers with us here this week for Police Week. Democrats in Los Angeles, not Republicans, they cut the LAPD's budget by hundreds of millions of dollars, with more cuts to come. Democrats in Chicago, not Republicans, cut the Chicago PD's budget by $1 billion, only to embarrassingly and quietly reverse further plans for cuts in recent years after crime spiraled out of control. And right here in our nation's capital, it was Democrats, not Republicans, that passed legislation to make it more difficult than ever for cops to do their jobs and keep D.C.'s communities and residents safe. So let's not forget, at the height of the defund police movement, it was House Democrats, not House Republicans, who attempted to completely defund the Department of Justice's Project Safe Neighborhoods program, a nationwide initiative that empowers law enforcement to work with community leaders and stakeholders to directly identify the most pressing violent crime problems in a community. I'm talking rapes, armed robberies, gang violence, and much, much more. But that didn't stop House Democrats from defunding this program to appease a radical base. The radical left has bought hook, line, and sinker into the defund the police movement, and Americans in New York, in Washington, in Chicago, in LA, and everywhere else where Democrat leaders hold sway, they're reaping the consequences of these dangerous policies. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the family of slain NYPD officer Jonathan Diller told New York Governor Kathy Hochul that she had blood on her hands. They see, as Americans across the country see, that it is the Democrats and not the Republicans who've abandoned law enforcement. They've vilified them, and they've made it harder than ever for them to do their job and keep their people safe. The legislation under this rule today is a step in the direction of supporting our law enforcement officers in empowering them with the tools to keep our community safe in spite of the defund the police movement, in spite of the Biden border crisis. At this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague, the chairman of the Rules Committee from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I thank my friend from New York for yielding. I thank him for leading this discussion on behalf of the Rules Committee today. I wanted to come down and speak in support of the rule, and I want to speak in support of the underlying bills. We do honor National Police Week. Republicans are advancing 7 pieces of legislation to reaffirm their commitment to our nation's law enforcement. Yet again, we are seeing our colleagues misrepresenting the legislation that really should be bipartisan. Every single day, Madam Speaker, thousands of men and women in blue put their lives on the line to protect their communities and keep we the people safe. Last year, in fact, more than 370 law enforcement officers were shot in the line of duty, the highest year on record. Law enforcement officers and their departments are under increased scrutiny from the public, all the while trying to navigate a crisis at our southern border, a historic upsurge in crime, and an unfortunate rise in drug-related deaths throughout the country. It is no surprise then, Madam Speaker, that the police departments across the country have had trouble recruiting and retaining officers and keeping new officer candidates. This week, started by President Kennedy in 1962, this week is set aside to commemorate and honor all of the officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. I'm grateful to North Texas law enforcement officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice this year, and for those who are currently serving. In honor of this week, I encourage everyone to reach out and thank their local law enforcement officers and their families for their service and for their sacrifice. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to express my support for the Israel Security Assistance Support Act. Amid the Biden administration's pause on munitions shipments to Israel, it is imperative for the United States, for this House, for Republicans and Democrats, to stand behind Israel. Last week, President Biden and his administration paused vital defense articles from shipment to Israel. This action will have the effect of not only prolonging the conflict, but it is an unfortunate disregard of the legislative process of our powers granted under Article 1 of the Constitution. The idea that the president can ignore bipartisan, bicameral legislation that he signed into law, well, this is a new predicament entirely. H.R. 8369 provides for the assured timely delivery of defense services and articles to Israel, and condemns the Biden administration for their efforts to condition aid to an ally. After the withdrawal in Afghanistan, Madam Speaker, maintaining our commitment to a formal ally is extremely necessary and important. Israel is defending itself again against a regional threat. It's defending itself against a known terrorist organization, one that hides behind its own people. Israel must have the resources it needs to combat Hamas and any other entity that seeks to destroy civil rights and civil liberties. It is for this reason that the United States will continue to stand by our allies in their time of need. Madam Speaker, I urge members to support the underlying bill, and I urge support for the rule, and I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's rich to be lectured by the chairman of the Rules Committee about the need to support our police officers and to help do more to recruit and train them. I would just say to my friend, the distinguished member from Texas, and all my Republican friends, stop cutting cops grants. Continue to adequately fund the cops program so that we can actually have our local law enforcement recruit and hire more police officers. Now, my Republican friends don't like to admit that they want to cut the cops grants. And I would just say to everybody who is watching, look it up for yourself. The Republican Study Committee, which is the largest caucus in the Republican conference, actually put out a report called Fiscal Sanity to Save America. That's what they did, right? And if you go to page 148, and I would urge people, look it up for yourself, 148, it says reduce funding for community-orienting policing services, basically what we call the cops grants. They want to cut money for our local police. It is in their budget document. They want to cut the money. And then they come here and make believe like somehow that they support our local police officers. Come on, enough. And the gentleman from New York, sometimes I wonder whether he really believes the stuff that he says. He keeps talking about crime in Democrat-run cities. By the way, it's Democratic-run cities. But the last time I checked, we don't have Democrat cities or Republican cities in this country. We have American cities. But I took the liberty of looking up some of the headlines from New York's 23rd Congressional District that Mr. Langworthy represents, and in particular Jamestown, New York, the largest city in the area and the location of his district office. Jamestown has a Republican mayor, a Republican city council, a Republican supermajority on the county legislature, a Republican state representative, a Republican state senator, a Republican congressman. So let's look at some of the recent headlines from the Republican stronghold of Jamestown, New York. April 22, 2024. Jamestown man accused of killing 16-month-old child charged with manslaughter. March 2024, 1 dead, 2 injured in Jamestown homicide. January 2024, investigation underway in Jamestown homicide case. May 2023, 3 accused of stealing a vehicle in Jamestown. June 2021, 2 teenage girls charged with arson in connection with Jamestown furniture manufacturer fire. February 2024, 6 arrested after robbery. Assault leads to standoff in Jamestown, New York. I could go on and on and on. And Madam Speaker, none of this is to disparage the wonderful people who Mr. Langworthy represents. But if he wants to come down here and read off RNC talking points about crime, I think he should at least try to be intellectually honest. Now, I know the other side wants to play the blame game. I know Republicans are all about stunts and not solutions. But maybe, just maybe, they ought to look in the mirror first instead of playing to the cheap seats. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Salon article entitled, quote, "Republicans like to talk tough on crime, but they're the ones with a real crime problem."
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's great to see that my colleague, the ranking member, has looked into Jamestown, New York, and read some of our headlines. Yes, we have Republican leadership right now, a brand new elected Republican mayor. There was a Democratic mayor up until this last election. But I don't blame that outgoing Democratic mayor. I do blame the state of New York's leadership for destroying the criminal justice system in the state of New York, eliminating cash bail, creating discovery reform, creating a revolving door criminal justice system in the state of New York is the reason that the police officers, many of which are at our Capitol this very week to celebrate Police Week, can't do their jobs. They have been put in handcuffs while the criminals walk free with an appearance ticket for many of the same crimes that you just rattled off from the Jamestown Post-Journal. That's fact. That is fact in the state of New York because Democrat-run policies, a Democratic governor, a supermajority in the state Senate, and a supermajority in the state Assembly have destroyed my state's criminal justice system. And they have blood on their hands and have destroyed towns and villages and cities across the once great Empire State. So yes, you have found a few headlines, and we hope to get some restoration of common sense back to the Empire State once again. But it has to start right here in our nation's capital, and it starts with a legislation under this rule. And Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, a couple days ago, the former Democrat majority leader of this body called out the radicals in his own party who are reflecting the talking points and rhetoric of Hamas, which, of course, wishes for the destruction of the state of Israel. And unfortunately, it now seems that these radical elements have won out in terms of influencing policy in the White House, in terms of getting their views that reflect, as the former majority leader of Democrats in this House stated, reflect the views of Hamas to become the official policy of the White House. The president's recent statements suggesting that he will withhold vital security assistance for Israel are appalling, are absolutely unacceptable. They fly in the face of the strong bipartisan vote that this body recently took to provide support for our vital ally, Israel, as it seeks to make sure that Hamas can never do again what it did on October 7th. The president's actions, moreover, threaten to prolong the conflict that currently exists and are a threat to the long-term peace and stability of the region. So I'm glad that we now have legislation before us that will rebuke the president and will assure that the security assistance that this House has already approved finds its way to our ally in Israel. I'd also like to speak in support of Resolution 1213, which denounces calls to defund the police, which have been so damaging to public safety and to law enforcement across this country. In my own state, in California, we have a number of jurisdictions like San Francisco, like in the East Bay, like in Los Angeles, that did defund police and were then forced to restore that funding and to backtrack. But the reality is, this is just one of a number of policies that have caused crime in California and many other places in this country to spiral out of control and have made the job of our law enforcement officers more and more difficult, to the point at which many departments are having a very difficult time with recruitment and retention and making sure they are fully staffed and have the personnel that they need to keep their communities safe. Policies like defunding the police, policies that have removed the consequences for criminal activity, policies by district attorneys that have refused to enforce the law, sanctuary policies where individuals who are here illegally and commit serious crimes cannot be turned over to the immigration authorities. All of these destructive policies have manifested a disrespect towards our men and women in law enforcement who put their lives on the line every single day to keep our communities safe. So I urge strong bipartisan support for this resolution denouncing calls to defund the police, and I hope that we can swing the pendulum further in the direction of the support that our law enforcement so deserves, so that we don't continue to face these problems with recruitment and retention, and we can keep our communities safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm not familiar with the gentleman who just spoke from California, but let me say to him that rather than just, denounce the slogan of defunding the police, maybe the gentleman should go to the Republican Study Committee and tell them to not defund the police. Because again, if you go to the Republican Study Group document, go to page 148, it is clear that the Republicans wanted to fund the COPS program. So please, enough with the rhetoric. If you are serious about supporting the police, then don't cut the COPS program, period. How hard is this? How hard is this? And I would also say remind the gentleman that the hometown of the former Republican Speaker of this House, before the Republicans threw him out, Kevin McCarthy, which is Bakersfield, California, has a higher crime rate than San Francisco. I mean, I don't even know where my friends are coming from. And the gentleman from New York, I got to say, I've never heard anybody denounce their home state as much as I've heard him denounce New York. I mean, I think New York is a great state, not as good as Massachusetts, but I think it's a great state. But I get it. He just explained it all to me. If it's a Democratic-controlled area, all the crime is blamed on the Democrat. If it's a Republican-controlled area, then they find the nearest Democrat and they blame it on the Democrat. That's the rationale. I mean, come on. This place has to get more serious in terms of supporting initiatives to actually not only support law enforcement, but to protect our communities instead of like one soundbite after another that does absolutely nothing, and the blame game that we hear constantly. Please. Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues this week claim they want to focus on public safety, but have chosen to put misguided measures and messaging bills on the floor. Well, here's their chance to actually do something of substance that will actually make police officers safer, make our streets safer, and make our children safer. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 715, a bipartisan bill to require a background check for every firearm sale. There were over 42,000 firearm deaths last year, with the annual total of mass shootings increasing from 414 in 2019 to over 650 in 2023. 86% of homicides in this country involve a firearm. And of the states that saw their gun homicide rate decrease between 2022 and 2023, states with the strongest gun laws decreased their homicides by a rate nearly triple their lax gun law counterparts. And this is common sense. It is not a partisan issue. In fact, H.R. 715, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, was introduced, hold on to your seats here, by a Republican. Now, I know that, like me, many of my colleagues have children, and all of them have elementary schools and middle schools in their districts, and I know they see the toll it is taking on our nation's children, our most vulnerable. Nearly 60% of teachers are worried about a shooting happening in their school, and 1 in 4 had a gun-related lockdown during the last school year. According to the Pew Research Center, 1 in 5 parents were extremely concerned about their child getting shot, and Republican leadership want to do just nothing. Want to do nothing. This is barbaric. It is past time, Madam Speaker, and we are ready to work in a bipartisan way to end the epidemic of gun violence in this country. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And Madam Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for yielding. I must say, Police Week was something that, when I was a prosecutor at the federal level and at the state level, was something I looked forward to. I worked closely with police officers, local, state, and federal. They work together as brothers and sisters in coordination and cooperation with prosecutors. And in many instances, they had task forces where the federal and local worked together, knowing that that was the way that made them most effective. So it was deeply disappointing to see the bills that came through this week that are supposed to be honoring police officers for Police Week. And some of these came through the Judiciary Committee beforehand, which I sit on. And so I raised objections at the time with respect to this legislation, which was ignored. And so it's with a heavy heart, frankly, that I rise today, because I think it's very clear. I think one of the Republican speakers a few minutes ago noted that, I think he said 370 police officers have been shot. And it's clear that one of the greatest dangers police officers face on the street is from guns. And so the irony of the fact that the legislation that the Republicans have proposed do nothing about guns, in fact, don't even mention them in most cases, is really shocking. Now, my colleague from Massachusetts just mentioned a few minutes ago the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, H.R. 715, and he noted that the sponsor of that is a Republican, but he's the only Republican to join this bill. The other of the 207 co-sponsors are all Democrats, and I think that speaks volumes about where the Republicans are these days on this kind of issue. The H.R. 2870, the Raise the Age Act, which is aimed at bolstering public safety by raising the age for individuals to buy assault weapons from 18 to 21. Common sense legislation that's already 21 for handguns. Why wouldn't we do it for assault weapons? Well, guess what? We don't have one Republican co-sponsor for that legislation. And another example, H.R. 4992, that goes to ghost guns. And the issue about ghost guns is that they're totally untraceable firearms. So they become the weapon of choice for criminals across the country, blue states, red states, Democratic and Republican jurisdictions alike. Zero Republican co-sponsors for that legislation. So it's with, I say, great disappointment that we come here today and we speak about Police Week, and we ought to be doing things to protect police officers from dangers on the street. But absolutely nothing that's in the legislative package that's being proposed would do that. And just one last point before I yield back. The defund language, none of that's pending legislation with respect to police in the Congress right now. The only defund language that I've seen right now is defund ATF and FBI.
Gentleman's time
I
has
yield the
expired.
gentleman an additional 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Those are sponsored by Republicans. The defund the ATF bill is one sentence long. And so when I raised the question with the gentleman who proposed it in the committee, I said, how in the world is that supposed to work? How would you defund the entire ATF knowing that we've got gun cases pending there now, and same with the FBI, international prosecutions, cartels and the like, you would just shut them down like that? That's what those bills would do. Talk about irresponsible. That's what that proposal is right now. So let's get serious. We're facing major challenges. By the way, crime's going down in cities across the country. You mentioned the 2019 statistics. You stay with 2019 because violent crime has been going down in jurisdictions, including the District of Columbia, this year as well. So let's get serious. Let's focus on doing things that really help protect police officers and make the most out of Police Week. And with that, I yield back to my colleague.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my friends across the aisle are making some wild claims that somehow crime has gone down. That's like President Biden taking a bow for gas prices going from $5 a gallon to $4 a gallon, when they're just far less than they were just before he was sworn in. My colleagues' claims rest on cherry-picked data that does not present a full picture of the crime problem in our major cities. So let's revisit some of the facts. Violent crime has skyrocketed with year-over-year increases in violent crime in the millions. Carjackings have spiked by as much as 93% in many major cities, and 18% more homicides were committed in 2023 than in 2019. And it's no coincidence that many of these major cities that have been the epicenter of the wave in violent crime also happen to be run by Democratic politicians with left-wing DAs that have made it their mission not to prosecute perpetrators, but to put dangerous criminals back on the streets and to facilitate a revolving door criminal justice system. My colleagues need only to venture beyond Capitol Hill to see what these policies have done to our nation's capital. To recap here, according to the Metro Police Department's own data, crime in D.C. increased 30% in 2023 compared to the previous year. In 2023 alone, homicides increased 29% compared to 2022. And in fact, since 2012, the rate of homicides in D.C. has doubled. Violent crime has increased 37%, and robberies increased 65% from 22 to 2023. Motor vehicle thefts increased 107% between 2022 and 2023. And this surge in criminal activity is a direct result of the D.C. Council's soft on-crime sentencing policy and refusal to back up its law enforcement officers with real support, resulting in resignations of police officers. We've heard it directly at the Oversight Committee from the union officials. Madam Speaker, despite my colleagues' refusal to wake up to the reality, the fact remains we're at this point today with crime soaring in many of our major cities, and Americans are feeling less safe because of the disastrous policies that Democratic leaders, at the behest of the radical left that governs their party, have imposed on residents in our communities. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the gentleman keeps on talking about crime in D.C., crime on the rise. I can tell you one thing, crime is definitely down in the White House right now. And I can understand why the gentleman is confused. Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "Crime is Down, Though Fox News Viewers Might Not Be Aware."
Without objection.
The article notes, and I quote, "The reality is that crime surged in 2020 when Trump was president. That surge continued into the Biden administration, but has since waned," end quote. And Madam Speaker, in the lead up to the 2022 midterms, Fox News invested immense resources in promoting stories about surging crime despite lacking evidence. And while crime is down, it appears the conservative ecosystem is trying to fearmonger the issue of crime once again because, that's all they have. Madam Speaker, I also request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Guardian entitled, "Crime Coverage on Fox News Halved Once U.S. Midterms Were Over."
Without objection.
So after a frenzy of coverage about violent crime in September and October of 2022, the conservative media giant Fox News actually decreased coverage of violent crime stories by, get this, 50% in the weeks following the 2022 elections. Crime stories have long been used by Republicans to fearmonger for cheap electoral victories, and it seems like this old tactic is being utilized once again in the 2020 and 2024, all while 80% of Republicans support cutting the COPS grant program. Again, I would urge my friends who don't believe me to go to the Republican Study Committee FY 2025 budget proposal. So this is the most recent one. And go to page 148. Again, page 148, and you will see under the heading, "Reduce Funding for Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS." For all the talk about defunding the police, it is my Republican friends that are leading the way because they are in their Republican Study Committee, which is the largest caucus in the Republican conference. They have put out a report highlighting their budget priorities, which talks about eliminating the COPS program. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, I think it's important that we don't forget all the other legislation in this bill as we've had the spirited debate today about law enforcement. But I think it's really important to remind our colleagues today about the situation in Israel and in the Israel legislation is being considered this week. We need to talk about how this conflict began. On October 7th, it was Hamas and not Israel that launched a horrifying terror attack that took thousands of lives and innocent people hostage. It was Hamas terrorists who murdered approximately 1,200 people, including Holocaust survivors, the elderly, babies, and beautiful young people attending a music festival. It is Hamas who, to this day, has over 100 innocent people held hostage, including American citizens, who we cannot forget are being held hostage. Americans are currently being held hostage in Gaza. Hamas is responsible for this war. Hamas, a terrorist organization, has for decades now used civilian structures and innocent people to shield their terrorist operations. But, Madam Speaker, None of that stopped anti-Israel protesters from taking to the streets just a day after the horrific attacks and the butchery of Israeli civilians to chant from the river to the sea. There's some people that serve in this building that take their time and like to chant from the river to the sea. And they need to be held accountable for that, which we know is synonymous language with the extermination of the Jewish people in Israel. Madam Speaker, by holding these arms shipments, President Biden is just not flouting the will of Congress and the American people, but he is also kowtowing to the radical left that frankly has embraced the anti-Israel movement wholeheartedly. It's become practically a platform plank over there. We are learning more and more about the left-wing groups and donors that are bankrolling the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic protests that have erupted across the country. We know it is that the far left, including members of the House that have fully endorsed this message, to turn against our ally Israel in their hour of need, and to isolate them and to ultimately support their destruction. Madam Speaker, I am done hearing the false equivalencies of a morally bankrupt movement. Anyone who remembers a true reason why Israel is defending itself today should support the legislation under this rule, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire of the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
We're prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, unable to rebut all the nonsense I just heard, I'm prepared to close as well. I'm exhausted by this debate.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, let me touch on two things. First, we haven't heard a single word from our colleagues across the aisle acknowledging the very real challenges civilians in Gaza are experiencing every day under this war. Not a single word. If we send massive 2,000-pound bombs to Netanyahu without any assurances on how they will be used, it could mean unprecedented, catastrophic civilian casualties. I mean, these are people that we are talking about, innocent people. Boys and girls, brothers and sisters, moms and dads, grandparents, babies. Where is our humanity? Where is our humanity? These are people who are already struggling with shortages of food, water, shelter, medical supplies, the basic things that humans need to survive. They fled to Rafah because that's where Netanyahu told them to go to escape the bombing of Hamas. And now Netanyahu is saying he is going to bomb them anyways. And there's no plan to safely evacuate them to any other place. I don't care what any country does, but killing civilians, I don't care whether there's another country that does it, but killing civilians is wrong, always wrong, always wrong. And you can be a friend of Israel, a strong ally of Israel, and also be a critic when it comes to the Netanyahu government. You can be a strong friend of Israel and say that more massive civilian casualties will undercut Israel's security. This is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. And you can feel, as I do, that what happened on October 7th, the horrific attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians, is unconscionable. Adjectives are not there are not enough adjectives to describe how horrific that is. The taking of hostages is a war crime. We want them released. You can feel that way, but also understand that we have an obligation to protect civilian lives in Gaza. And I'm grateful to President Biden for taking the step that he did. And I wish he would do more, quite frankly. And it is disappointing for me to see that so many of my friends across the aisle seem indifferent to it. And then to come down here and get lectured about crime from the party whose leader is a criminal is really something else. I mean, my friend from New York, not once, rebutted our contention that Republicans have advocated cutting the cops' grants, because it's here in print. Anybody can see it. And for those who want to know why this program is good, because it provides money to help a lot of local law enforcement be able to hire and recruit police officers, especially in areas where budgets are tight. It is a lifeline for so many communities, rural and urban, all throughout this country. And they're advocating eliminating it. I mean, give me a break. None of the measures the House of Representatives are putting forth this week do a single thing to protect Americans, secure our communities, or improve law enforcement. And the real shame here is that if Republicans were willing to set their partisanship aside and work across the aisle, maybe, just maybe, we could get something substantive done. Because the reality is that Democrats want to keep people safe, and we know how to do it. We need to invest in programs that get at the root causes of crime, and we need to address gun violence in our schools and make sure police aren't put in situations where they aren't trained to handle. And we know the key to improving safety in our neighborhoods is not to use our law enforcement officers like political pawns. And at the end of the day, the Republicans' commitment commitment to chaos and extremism and politicking over legislating is hurting our ability to improve people's lives. I think it's going to backfire on you. I have to be honest with you. Even one of our Republican colleagues took to the floor and said as much last year, and I quote, "Nothing but empty promises." He went on to say, "We haven't done anything," meaning Republicans. One thing I want my Republican colleagues to give me is one thing. One, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One, anybody sitting in this complex, if you want to come down to the floor and explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing that the Republican majority has done, end quote. That's a Republican saying that. They know they are getting nowhere in this Congress. And all I can say, Madam Speaker, is the American people deserve better. And they certainly deserve better than the Speaker of the House spending his time trying to influence our justice system at a courthouse in New York City. How pathetic. When we have real problems that we need to deal with here in this country, he's in New York trying to explain away, like a staffer, all of Donald Trump's problems, quite frankly. I'm trying to think of a way to stay with an order here with the new rules. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. That's where the Speaker of the House is spending his time, trying to rationalize all of the former president's crimes. Give me a break. Madam Speaker, the American people, as I said, deserve better. I urge a strong no vote on this rule. This is just a waste of time. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish my colleague from Massachusetts well with his Trump derangement syndrome. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself back the balance of my time. Madam Speaker, the rule before us today is about standing up for the safety and the well-being of our neighborhoods, our families, and our way of life. It's about standing up for what's right in defending those who risk their lives every single day to keep our communities safe. In my own district in the southern tier of New York, a Chemung County Sheriff's investigator, Michael Thiege, was critically injured when he was hit by a shoplifter's getaway car and has since been fighting to recover. Our prayers and our wishes for a speedy recovery are with him and our whole community. But sadly, Investigator Thiege's case is not an isolated incident. It's emblematic of the dangers of law enforcement officers and what they face every time they put on their uniforms. In my own state of New York, we've lost some of our very finest recently. We've recently laid to rest Lieutenant Michael Husak of the Onondaga County Sheriff's Department, Syracuse police officer Michael Jensen, and NYPD officer Jonathan Diller. We don't want other families to have to go through what their families are facing right now and are able to expect that their loved ones come home at the end of the shift, safe and sound. What's happening in America's major cities, in too many states, and right here in our nation's capital is simply unacceptable, and it needs to be addressed now, and is with this legislation before us. And this rule, Madam Speaker, is also about standing up for our closest friends and allies. Since October 7th, Israel's been in a struggle for self-defense against a terrorist organization that seeks nothing but violence and destruction and extermination of the Jewish people. Israel needs the tools to defend itself and defeat Hamas. We need to send a message to the world that America will not falter in our commitment to our allies. We need to send these munitions to Israel now. Our future and their future depends on it. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts seeks recognition for
I
what
ask for the
purpose?
yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1227, adoption of the House Resolution 1227 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 3935. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1227, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 76, House Resolution 1227. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8369 to provide for the expeditious delivery of defense articles and defense services for Israel and other matters, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7530 to limit youth offender status in the District of Columbia to individuals 18 years of age or younger, to direct the Attorney General of the District of Columbia to establish and operate a publicly accessible website containing updated statistics on juvenile crime in the District of Columbia, to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to prohibit the Council of the District of Columbia from enacting changes to existing criminal liability sentences and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7343 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8146 to require a report by the Attorney General on the impact of the border crisis is having on law enforcement at the federal, state, local, and tribal level, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7581 to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 354 to amend Title 18 United States Code to improve the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act and provisions relating to the carrying of concealed weapons by law enforcement officers and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the resolution House Resolution 1213, a resolution regarding violence against law enforcement officers, and providing for consideration of the resolution House Resolution 1210, condemning the Biden border crisis and the tremendous burdens law enforcement officers face as a result.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 201. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlemen from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 200, and 1 voting present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 3935, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3935, an act to amend Title 49 United States Code to reauthorize and approve the Federal Aviation Administration and other civil aviation programs and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. In this vote, the yeas are 387, the nays are 26. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. House will be in order. In order. Members, take your conversations off the floor, please. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Gentlemen, suspend. House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days into which they can revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 7343.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1227 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 7343. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7343, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and the gentleman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Chair, I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My bill, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, sends a simple but clear message. If an illegal alien assaults our law enforcement officers, they will be detained and they will be deported. This is because these actions must have consequences. Now that seems like a pretty common sense life lesson that most of us learn at a very early age. But it is a lesson, unfortunately, that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas apparently never have learned. In less than 3.5 years, President Biden has released nearly 4.9 million illegal aliens into the United States. That doesn't include the gotaways. That doesn't include a whole lot. And in most cases, we don't even know who these people are. We don't even know where they're going. We don't even know their intentions once they are here, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration's policies are reckless. Those policies are dangerous. And these policies have very real life consequences, particularly for American law enforcement. Here's just a couple of examples. In March 2023, an illegal alien violently assaulted a U.S. Border Patrol agent as the agent attempted to take the alien into custody, injuring the agent's face and his arms. In November 2022, the FBI arrested 2 illegal aliens for pushing, dragging, and punching a U.S. Border Patrol agent. Now, the chaos at the southwest border is spreading into communities, towns, and cities throughout the United States of America, and there is no end in sight. Take this example just this past January, just one example. According to the New York Post, quote, as many as 14 migrants were believed to have been involved in a brutal beatdown, end quote, of 2 NYPD officers in Times Square. To make matters worse, because of New York's far-left, extreme, soft-on-crime policies, many of the attackers were freed without bail. Everybody heard me right, freed without bail, and given reduced sentences through very weak plea deals. Some of the alleged attackers received a taxpayer-funded bus ride straight to California. Some of the attackers were arrested again while out on bail. The border crisis meets a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. What a bad combination. Are we surprised by the results of this completely broken system? I don't think so. This is actions without consequences. This is Joe Biden's America. The longer Joe Biden and his administration go without taking action and holding these bad actors accountable, the longer our American citizens will suffer. That's why I introduced this bill. And it's why it's so important that we pass laws that rein in lawlessness in this country. Actions must have consequences. This bill takes an important step in ensuring that we have zero tolerance for those in our country who break our laws and assault those who are sworn to protect and to serve our American communities. This bill requires the DHS Secretary to issue a detainer for illegal aliens who are charged with arrested for, convicted of, or admitted to assaulting a law enforcement officer. It also requires DHS to quickly take custody of the alien if the alien isn't already detained. By requiring mandatory detention for illegal aliens who assault cops, the bill not only prevents these dangerous criminals from being loose on American streets, but also speeds up to remove them from the United States of America entirely. The time for standing by and doing nothing must end. We cannot stand by as the fabric of our American society devolves into violence and lawlessness. Americans are tired of it. The bill isn't just the common sense solution to removing illegal aliens from our streets and out of the country. It is a call for action and a demand for accountability to those who would break our laws. And it is a reminder that those that do will face real consequences. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this overly broad and unnecessary legislation. Supposedly, this bill would subject any undocumented immigrant to mandatory immigration detention if they commit an assault on a law enforcement officer. To be clear, that is already current law. But this bill goes far beyond that. It would subject even those individuals with lawful statuses, like DACA and temporary protected status, to mandatory detention if they are merely arrested or charged with assault on a law enforcement officer. There are no provisions to protect those who are mistakenly arrested and are released without charges. In addition, the definition of assault varies widely from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Nevertheless, this bill adopts the definition of assault used in the local jurisdiction to subject somebody to mandatory detention. That means that conduct that people would not normally think of as an assault, like lightly touching an officer, could result in an arrest and mandatory detention. Furthermore, people are mistakenly arrested for assault on a police officer far more often than we would like to admit. When this bill was introduced, it was clearly in response to an incident earlier this year in which some recently arrived migrants allegedly assaulted a group of law enforcement officers in Times Square. That incident sparked outrage across the country, but our Republican colleagues directed much of their ire on one particular individual who flipped off TV cameras as he left his arraignment. The image was plastered all over Fox News and was promoted by former President Trump as a symbol of everything that's wrong with the Biden administration's approach to immigration. There was only one problem, Mr. Chairman. As it turns out, that specific individual, who everyone was so quick to demonize and attack, had the charges dropped against him. Despite being arrested and initially charged, he was not even present when this crime occurred. We also see this in protests, where one person gets unruly and the police arrest everyone in the crowd. Let's be clear, violence is never the answer and should never be used in a political protest. It was wrong for people to assault the police right here in the United States Capitol on January 6th, just as it is wrong for people to assault the police or anyone else during any protest, regardless of their politics. That is why U.S. law already makes assault a crime, and admitting to or being convicted of a serious assault on a law enforcement officer already results in immigration consequences under current law, including mandatory detention and deportation. This bill doesn't change that, doesn't make anybody safer, doesn't fix any problems in the immigration system. Instead, this legislation deems everyone guilty until proven innocent. It serves only to further the Republican agenda to fearmonger about immigrants and keep immigration in the news during an election year, while at the same time bankrolling the private for-profit prison companies. This bill is going nowhere fast, just like the very similar bill that House Republicans passed last police week. The American people aren't stupid. They see what House Republicans are doing. They want meaningful reforms to the system, and they know that bills like this would do absolutely nothing towards that end. House Republicans refuse to negotiate on immigration, and they fail to do anything that would actually solve some of these problems we face, only to turn around and complain when those problems get worse. This is political theater at its worst, and I urge all of my colleagues to join with me to oppose this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me say I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle on one thing. One, the American people are not stupid. The American people know, see, hear, and feel what's going on around them. The American people know that their streets aren't as safe. The American people who live in certain cities know that their kids are being moved out of their schools so that we can house illegals. The American people know that they're paying lots of taxes, and they're paying taxes in so many ways to pay for transportation, to pay for housing, to pay for legal care, to pay for bank cards, to pay for all kinds of services to illegals, and including in some cases education subsidies. The American people are not stupid, and they're tired of it. And they're really tired of individuals who come from other countries illegally. And let me be clear, because I never want this to be morphed into anything else. We love in America legal immigration. Some of our best citizens are legal immigrants. It's illegal immigration that creates this problem. And what we know is that there are illegals that break the law once when they come over. Then they break the law again by committing an illegal act by assaulting someone, and in some cases a police officer. We have cases here just recently, published May 14th. Migrants charged in attack on NYPD cops in Times Square offered a plea deal. But they can still stay in the country. So they broke the law when they came here. Then they came here and they broke a law again by assaulting someone. Then they were let out again and they broke the law again. This isn't for an election. This is to try to save our country and the American people. They're tired of it. And law enforcement is tired of it. We ask law enforcement, these men and women, to protect this nation, to protect our people, and then we don't back them up. It's wrong. It's un-American. And I want to address something else, because we are the United States of America. And on top of it all, it's probably the only country in the world that you can come over here illegal because we have open borders. Other countries don't allow this. No country can prevail with it, but currently we allow it, unfortunately. They come here. We allow them here. They break the law here, and we still give them due process. Yes, they should be detained. And I'll tell you something else. Do you know why they need to be detained? They need to be detained because I hope everybody sits down with the Inspector General for Homeland Security like I did for about an hour and a half. And he will tell you they check the names, addresses, and locations that you're supposed to find as illegals when they're allowed in the country. They're vacant lots. They're vacant storefronts. They're non-existent addresses. Because once they're in, we can't find them anymore, and that's the truth. And they're breaking the law sometimes, and that's the truth. So when they're here and they break the law, they have to be detained so we know where they are. Then they'll go through due process, and they'll come before a judge. And if a mistake has been made and something's wrong, it will be dealt at the way that it is dealt with always in the United States of America. But if they have broken the law once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, no, they should be detained and then they should be deported. They don't belong in the United States of America. That's not what immigration is about. Immigration is about coming here, loving this country, pledging to the flag, loving America. Now, if you asked in my world what it would be, if you break the law and you come here illegally, you should be detained and you should be sent back, period. You don't even have to assault anybody. But at a very minimum, for God's sake, let's get this done. Enough's enough. The American people are smart, and the American people are tired. They're tired of it. They're tired of being unsafe. They're tired of it costing them so much money in tax dollars. They're tired of not being able to take care of their kids, pay their grocery bills, worry about their Social Security and Medicare because we're spending money on all this other stuff. It is enough. They've had it. I've had it. I believe the majority of this Congress has had it. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized. Gentlelady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
You're prepared to close? Okay. I will reserve.
I'm prepared to
Gentlelady
close.
from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to close. Mr. Chairman, assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious offense that deserves both criminal and immigration consequences. That is why serious assaults on law enforcement officers are already immigration violations that require detention and deportation. The bill before us today would do absolutely nothing to change that. This legislation instead would dramatically expand the type of conduct that would subject somebody to mandatory detention to include people who may not have even committed a crime at all. That is not a good use of our limited law enforcement resources. Instead of wasting our time on these bills that do nothing to fix our immigration system and stand no chance of becoming law, we should be talking about how to create a workable immigration system that allows Americans to reunite with their family and allows American businesses and universities to attract the best and the brightest, essentially creating a workable process so that people wouldn't be forced to go to the border as the only way to come to the United States. We should be talking about the fact that immigrants are good for the country and good for our economy. 1 in 4 American doctors were born abroad, and roughly 45% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants. 70% of agricultural workers are immigrants. Immigrants feed us, heal us, and help ensure that this country remains an economic powerhouse. We could be embracing the positive impacts of immigrants rather than demonizing them. The Congressional Budget Office recently announced that new immigrants will add $1 trillion in previously unexpected revenue to our country's GDP between 2023 and 2024. Similarly, the Department of Health and Human Services found that over a 15-year period, asylees and refugees contributed nearly $124 billion more in revenue than they received in services from the government. Documented and undocumented immigrants pay tens of billions of dollars in taxes each year. But instead, the majority insists on scapegoating and fear-mongering immigrants. It is true that the immigration system has deep problems, but they cannot be solved through an enforcement-only approach. We have been trying that approach for 30 years, and it has failed. The truth is that the immigration system is all connected. People are coming to the border because the legal immigration system has not been updated in over 30 years, and they cannot find any other pathway to come in. The majority often talks about legal immigrants. Well, let me tell you that the wait time for some permanent residents to bring their families into this country is over a century long. A century for legal permanent residents to bring their family members into the country. Employers are begging us to modernize the employment-based immigration system because the limits on high-tech visas were set when floppy disks were the height of technology, and these companies cannot hire the people that they need. And the small number of immigration judges that we have are absolutely crushed under a massive backlog of asylum cases so extensive that it is now taking people over 8 years to get even a hearing. Why doesn't the majority just help us put more money into immigration judges so we can resolve that backlog? Why not open legal pathways for people who are trying to come here legally? I know this, Mr. Chairman, because I came here and it took me 17 years to navigate the immigration system and become a U.S. citizen, but that was several decades ago. Now you can't even get through the process. I hope that one day we can get back to actually governing, to passing real bills that can make a difference in the lives of the American people. But I fear, Mr. Chairman, that today is not that day. I urge members to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will agree. I said I agreed with the gentlelady on one issue. I'm going to agree with her on a second one. Immigration is a good thing. But let's not morph this. Let's be really clear. Legal immigration is good. Illegal immigration is not. And let's talk about legal immigration for a minute. You know, I always like to tell this story because it's a real story. It's a true story. I got a whole bunch of them. I have a lot of, in my district, many legal immigrants who came here, who work hard, who've taken care of their families, who love the United States of America so much. You know, I had this friend of mine, he bought a small store and a gas station. He lived above it, did it beautifully, reconstructed the whole thing. His kids did well in school. His wife worked hard along his side. And we talked about the issues of the day. I'd always stop by all the time there. And it's a true story. One day I go by, and he's there. And by the way, he was somebody that believed in American values, and I guess that's the point I'm going to make. I go by, and I'm talking to him. He starts to tear up. For real, he's a big guy. He's a tough guy. He's gone through a lot in his life. And I said, Kayla, what's wrong? And he said, this was a big day for me yesterday. And I said, why? What happened? I thought maybe he lost a family member. I didn't know what happened to him. And he said, I became a United States American citizen. He said, I am so proud. This is real. He said, I'm proud to defend this country. I would fight for this country. I love for this country. He said, I will stand up against any foe to this country. This is the greatest country ever on the face of the earth. That's a good thing. Illegal aliens who come here and flip off, to the cameras when they're walking out of court because they've been released. Illegal aliens who commit crime after crime after crime, and they keep getting released because of prosecutors that are ultra-left. Illegal aliens who get all kinds of benefits but don't want to work hard in America. And that's not all of them, but there are some. Illegal aliens who don't even love the United States of America but come here because they want to reap financial benefits. That is not a good thing. So don't let anyone ever say that because you oppose illegal aliens that you oppose immigration. That's not true. It's a sad state of affairs that we're in, that this bill is even needed. But given the abandoned southwest border and the violence of the Biden border crisis that it's unleashed on our communities and every community in this great country, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act is another necessary piece of legislation. It's important. It means something. Actions do have consequences. Mr. Chair, what you do has consequences. What I do has consequences. The actions that these individuals, these criminals, take have consequences. If you assault a law enforcement officer, then you are in this country illegally. You will be detained, and if it's true, you should be deported, period. No questions asked. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It's common sense. It's the right thing to do. It's the American thing to do. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-511. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report. Shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent. Shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we pause this week to recognize the men and women in law enforcement who sacrifice and serve our communities across America, it's important that we take additional steps to provide for their safety, for the protection of their colleagues, and to enhance public safety in communities across our country. I listened intently to the debate that ensued regarding the base bill. I, for one, am interested in governing. Governing is terrifically important. I might remind my colleagues across the aisle that the Congress legislates. We adopt laws that then the executive, as part of governing, must actually enforce. And what we have seen systematically over the last 4 years is this administration and this president have surrendered the southern border to drug cartels. This administration and this president have made it easier for individuals, nearly 12 million after 4 years, to enter into our country unchecked, unvetted, and in many cases allowed to avoid the law. Now add to that, if we are to govern in this country, we not only need the president, but we need states like New York and governors like Kathy Hochul to actually enforce the law. And yet, this administration and the administration in New York are making it consistently harder for law enforcement to do their job. New York State alone now seeing over 200,000 undocumented individuals in New York City alone. Why? Because New York State and New York City declared themselves sanctuary cities. If we are to govern in this country, and actually enforce the law. You would need states like New York and cities like New York to actually enforce the law. But in New York, they don't allow for the deportation of undocumented individuals even after they assault police officers. We saw this in New York City only weeks ago. Why? Because it's illegal in New York for law enforcement to interact with federal law enforcement, ICE. Consistently, the state of New York has been allowed to make it easier and easier for individuals not only to enter into our country illegally, but to commit crimes, cashless bail, this consistent effort to put people back on the streets without any intervention, without any enforcement of law. And because of it, we consistently see an increase in assaults against law enforcement and American citizens. And 80% of those who are transported from the border to other cities and states across the country aren't being transported by other states. They're being transported by the president and the federal government. Again, if we are to govern, the president needs to follow the law. My amendment requires a report to Congress to speak on the number of migrants who were detained for assaulting a police officer over the past 5 years. We can't actually enforce the rules if we don't have the data. And this amendment wouldn't be necessary at all if the Biden administration took actions to secure the border and states like New York didn't flaunt the law and create their own to avoid the law and make communities like mine less safe. And so I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study and report to Congress on the number of undocumented immigrants detained for committing an assault against a law enforcement officer over the past 5 years. It's important for us to take a step back and remind ourselves what the underlying legislation is about. This bill would subject even those individuals with a lawful status like DACA or temporary protected status to mandatory detention if they are merely arrested or charged with an assault on a law enforcement officer. There are no provisions to protect those who are mistakenly arrested and are released without charges. This is an unnecessary expansion of the law, which already subjects people to mandatory detention and deportation if they admit to or are convicted of such assaults. In fact, I imagine that this report would demonstrate that the underlying legislation is wholly unnecessary because it would show that under current law, people who commit assaults on law enforcement are already subject to detention. Therefore, I see no reason to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I appreciate the support from my colleague across the aisle. I might remind her some moments ago she encouraged that we ought to be governing. The problem is that Congress has adopted legislation that should be enforced at the border. Congress has established rules, as have states, to ensure that law enforcement is protected, yet states are permitted to avoid that law. Presidents, like this one, are permitted, apparently, to simply ignore the law. The base legislation is necessary because we continue to see an escalation in violence against law enforcement officials, while at the same time an abandonment of security at our border and the allowance of states like New York to simply avoid any responsibility for bringing criminals to justice. The base bill is necessary. The amendment is necessary. I appreciate the support for the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
This legislation has absolutely nothing to do with the border. It doesn't do anything to secure our border. It doesn't do anything to fix the broken immigration system. I don't oppose this amendment because I actually think it's going to make my point at the end of the day with the report. So again, I don't oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud Congressman Van Drew and his leadership on this issue and proud to support his legislation to detain illegal immigrants who assault law enforcement. My amendment is really straightforward, and I believe in line with the goals of the underlying bill. My amendment simply ensures that campus police officers and school resource officers are considered law enforcement officers for the purpose of the bill's provisions. In light of the increase in violent protests on college campuses, it is especially important that we show these brave campus police officers that we have their back. Under President Biden's watch, nearly 4.7 million illegals have been released, and more than 1.8 million known illegal aliens, gotaways, have escaped into the United States. In South Carolina alone, we have over 175,000 illegal aliens in my home state. These include dangerous individuals who violate our laws and then assault the law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line to protect our communities. It is imperative that we fight back against the Biden administration's radical open borders policy by mandating immigration detention for illegal aliens who assault law enforcement officers. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to explicitly ensure that our hardworking campus police officers and resource officers are afforded the same protections as other law enforcement officers under this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would expand the scope of this already bad bill to include campus police and school resource officers under the term law enforcement officers. Unfortunately, this amendment makes a bad bill even worse while highlighting one of the many flaws in the bill. First, the fact that Mr. Norman felt the need to file this amendment to begin with just highlights the lack of clarity around this bill. As we've discussed, this bill will subject any inadmissible immigrant to mandatory immigration detention for merely being arrested or charged with assault on a law enforcement officer or first responder. But the bill lacks any definition for what is considered a first responder. Mr. Norman was clearly concerned with this as well and felt the need to make sure that campus police and school resources officers were included. Unfortunately, Mr. Norman's amendment does not bring any additional clarity to the definition of first responder, and it even adds another undefined term, school resource officer. Now, Mr. Norman could easily have remedied this by choosing the definition that exists in Title 34 of the U.S. Code, but for some reason he did not. States all over the country use different definitions for school resource officers. They have different duties and functions depending on the state. So this amendment raises far more questions than it begins to answer. On top of the poor drafting, this amendment expands an already bad bill and makes the bill worse. As I discussed during general debate, it is quite common during protests for law enforcement to arrest an entire group of people after one person in the crowd gets unruly. After the largely peaceful protests that we've seen on college campuses over the last month, protests made up largely of young people and teenagers, it would be a mistake to extend this definition to include campus police. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that those listening to this debate going on in the chambers, you know, I think we've all seen the college campuses, the protests that you're talking about. Many include breaking windows, knocking down doors. It's not protest. This is a destruction of property. This has no place on the college campuses. And to have the presidents and the tenured professors to be quiet on this, and to have students scared to go to class, and to cancel exams. That's not what they pay money for. That's not what the taxpayers deserve. No, this is very simple. This is, if you're a resource officer, your job is to protect the students and the facilities. And if you're in law enforcement on the campuses, hired by the individual school, you're there to protect the campus and protect the students. And, you know, I'm sick and tired of these liberals who keep saying peaceful protests. It's like the 50 cities that were burned a couple of years ago. That's not a peaceful protest. That's destruction of the property that has consequences. All we're saying is give these officers the protection that law enforcement has. And it shouldn't even have to be said for me to have to bring this amendment. It is a shame that we've reached this point in this country that we're having to define what a resource officer is. And I would ask all those who maybe question this, you go out and volunteer to be a resource officer or sign up to be a resource officer. You go out and sign up to protect the campus. And let's see how the tables will turn. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, none of us are condoning violence on campuses. All I said is that the vast majority of protesters on campuses have been peaceful. And what happens when one person does something and the entire group is arrested is relevant for this amendment. I don't think anybody believes that that should be the case. And I'm not really sure why the gentleman felt the need to clarify exactly what the definition was in this underlying legislation, except that it wasn't clear, which is the point that I've been making all along. But the problem is that the amendment actually makes other terms unclear as well. So as I said, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 3 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. LaLota of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden's open border policies, notably the mass parole of unvetted migrants, have essentially turned every state into a border state and have made every community less safe. In good faith, my good friend from New Jersey, Congressman Van Drew, has proposed an effective bill that mandates the swift identification, detention, and deportation of illegal immigrants who commit violent acts against law enforcement. This legislation serves as a necessary corrective to the current administration's perilously lax border security. Mr. Chairman, I'm proposing an amendment to Congressman Van Drew's bill that would further strengthen our national security framework. This amendment will compel the Secretary of Homeland Security to systematically collect and report to Congress data on illegal migrants detained for charges or convictions of assaulting law enforcement officers. This measure will prevent the avoidance of accountability by ensuring that Secretary Mayorkas and other officials can no longer disregard this critical data. Furthermore, it eliminates the need to depend solely on media reports to understand the full scope of violent crime linked to current border policies. Consider, Mr. Chairman, a recent incident in Times Square, widely seen on social media, where illegal migrants violently attacked NYPD officers. Despite their arrest, these individuals were quickly released, and one was soon rearrested for another crime. Yet, they were not deported. Instead, they received plea deals from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. This pattern, where the safety of our law enforcement officers is sidelined, is becoming distressingly common. In this fiscal year alone, Mr. Chairman, Customs and Border Protection apprehended over 18,000 illegal migrants with criminal backgrounds, including 248 known gang members, 35 of whom were affiliated with MS-13. Mr. Chair, supporting this amendment is the least we can do to bolster the safety of those who risk their lives for us every day. It's about ensuring that our approach to public safety is proactive and grounded in reality, not just wishful thinking. And as we mark National Police Week, I call on my colleagues to stand with our law enforcement officers by backing this amendment and the crucial bill introduced by Mr. Vandrew. Let us commit to a policy that upholds the rule of law and ensures the safety of every American community. We should not put our heads in the sand and think, see no evil and hear no evil. It is an effective policy to keep our heroes safe. During National Police Week especially, I urge all of my colleagues to support law enforcement by supporting my amendment to Congressman Vandrew's vital underlying bill. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek to recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires that the Department of Homeland Security provide an annual report to the Judiciary Committee of the House and the Senate containing the number of immigrants the department detained as a result of this bill in that year. Under this bill, that report would include people being detained even if a person is merely arrested and never charged or after the charges against them were dropped. It's important to remember that this bill does not include any waivers or provisions to exempt people who were mistakenly arrested or found not guilty. I really hope that this report, if requested, would contain a breakdown of the number of people detained by category so that we could see how many innocent people were subject to mandatory detention under this bill. Right now, the amendment doesn't get into that level of detail, but I hope my colleagues across the aisle would work with me to make sure that we get all of the data that is provided, including that breakdown. Nevertheless, while this amendment does nothing to improve the underlying legislation, it doesn't do anything to make it worse. And so I therefore see no reason to oppose it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd welcome another amendment that would be more specific to Congress's endeavor to ensure that we have the clarity of the size and scope of this issue. My amendment is something along that path, and if the gentle lady wants more, the gentle lady understands that she can submit her own amendment on that issue. Nevertheless, on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, I would urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not opposed to the underlying amendment, to the amendment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 7343 and pursuant to House Resolution 1227, I report the bill as amended by the resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 7343 pursuant to House Resolution 1227, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them en gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, seek recognition?
Is it, Chair? Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1227, I call up the bill H.R. 7581 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 410, H.R. 7581, a bill to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7581.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to be the lead sponsor of H.R. 7581, the Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act, and I rise in support of it. The bill would refine and expand the gathering and analysis of data about attacks on law enforcement officers across the country, our current day scourge. Its sponsorship is bipartisan and bicameral. I'm grateful for the leadership in the Senate of Senators Grassley, Tillis, and others, and the support of 25 bipartisan co-sponsors in the House. The justification, Mr. Speaker, is obvious. Just yesterday, the FBI forecast the release of its annual report on officers assaulted and feloniously killed in the line of duty in 2023, reporting that, quote, from 2021 to 2023, more officers were feloniously killed, 194, than in any other consecutive 3-year period in the past 20 years. And 2024 is on track to be the worst year of any other than 2021 because a repeat criminal who should have been in jail gunned down 4 heroes in Charlotte 2 weeks ago and injured 5 others. Criminals killed 10 cops nationwide in April alone. Until the full 2023 report is released, the latest data are that over 66,000 officers were assaulted in 2022. This bill will deepen the available data set in 3 ways. Reporting on the intentionality of targeting law enforcement officers because of their status as sworn officers, tracking aggression
and trauma-inducing incidents that do not rise to crime, and cataloging the availability to officers of mental health resources to deal with the attacks they suffer. One would expect unanimous support, and yet in the Judiciary Committee, Democrats amazingly sought to gut and replace the entire bill with the same old anti-police legislation to impair qualified immunity for police officers, create a national registry of police misconduct, and require implicit bias, training, and so forth. If reacting to unprecedented killings and assaults of cops by intimidating and undermining cops sounds backwards and astonishing to you, watch the vote on this bill. The truth is that the strong impulse and desire among Democrats to demonize and delegitimize police remain powerful and just under the surface, even as many of them deny they ever uttered the words defund and abolish during the 2020 Summer of Love, which spawned mass riots and increased attacks and killings of not only police officers, but also those most in need of their protection. Especially here in Washington, D.C., the effects of this most irresponsible rhetoric in the history of American politics have been catastrophic. Crime remains out of control, especially among juveniles. Carjackings and assaults on congressmen, a 20-year murder record. Congress has disapproved, with Joe Biden's signature, the D.C. Council's radical rewrite of the district's criminal law that eliminated mandatory minimums, cut maximum sentences for most crimes. The D.C. Council members, two D.C. Council members face recall efforts by citizens beset by violent crime. And the Metropolitan Police Department has lost almost 600 of its 4,000 member force, and almost every month loses more than it hires. And yet, some Democrats will vote against this little bill to collect more information about attacks on officers. And it must be considered under a rule because it might not get the 2/3 majority required to pass on suspension, as many such little bills are. Here are the searing consequences. Where's that board? Right here. Here, to my right, are the searing consequences of this unforgivable political division. The human cost of the worst attack on law enforcement since 2016. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department Officer Joshua Iyer, North Carolina Corrections Officers Sam Pelosi and Alden Elliott, and Thomas Weeks Jr., United States Deputy Marshal, all lost their lives on April 29. I've been to their funerals. I've seen and heard from their families. May their names long endure in our memory. Or one could list the other lives taken from us longer ago, but just as strong in our memories. Jonathan Diller, NYPD officer, shot and killed in March during a traffic stop, leaving behind a wife and a 1-year-old son. Philip Dale Nix, Greensboro police sergeant, killed at a Sheetz gas station, interdicting criminals who wanted to steal mass quantities of beer the night before New Year's Eve. Ned Byrd, Wake County, North Carolina sheriff's deputy, ambushed and shot to death by illegals in 2022. Ryan Hendricks, Henderson County, North Carolina deputy, lost his life in a shootout with a hardened criminal wanted in multiple states. David Dorn, 77-year-old retired police captain, fatally shot, interrupted a burglary in St. Louis during the George Floyd riots in 2020. And far, far too many others to name in the time allowed. Is it time yet to come around? The former New York City Police Commissioner Bill Bratton said about that place, quote, "Don't hold your breath. The state and the city council have been captured by the progressive left, and it's unlikely that the voters are going to take them out of office anytime soon." Let's prove that the same cannot be said of Congress, one way or the other. Support our men and women in blue. The American people certainly do, the overwhelming majority of them. Let's pass this little bill develop the information necessary so that we can protect the officers who serve us, who risk their lives every day. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague across the aisle just mischaracterized the Democratic amendment that was offered during committee, and I think if he went back and looked at the record, he would see that. Mr. Speaker, this legislation purports to improve law enforcement officer safety and wellness. It seeks to do this by requiring the Attorney General and other federal officials to issue reports about attacks on officers, aggression against officers, and officer mental health. While this legislation may seem on the surface to be meaningful, let us be really clear. It is just more cheap talk from Republicans. Absolutely nothing in this bill makes a single police officer safer or invests a single dollar in officer wellness. While the collection of accurate data, including data on officer attacks and mental health, is important, this bill is unlikely to provide any new or meaningful data. By necessity, data about incidents of violence against law enforcement officers must already be initially collected and reported, if at all, by tribal, state, and local authorities who are in the best position to know about these incidents, not the Attorney General. The federal government collects this data through the participation by these authorities in voluntary data reporting programs like the National Incident-Based Reporting Program and the Law Enforcement Officers Killed and Assaulted Data Collection. But nothing in this bill provides any resources for more agencies to participate in these data collection programs, nor does it mandate any kind of reporting. Given that there is nothing in this bill to improve the underlying data that is available to the Attorney General and others, it is unlikely that the reporting required by the bill would be able to deliver any new insights that might actually improve officer safety. Democrats sought to solve this basic problem of inadequate data collection through the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. Under that bill, states would be required to report shootings, deaths, and other uses of force involving law enforcement officers, and states would receive grants to facilitate that reporting. By both mandating and supporting data collection and reporting, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act would significantly improve the data available to the Congress, federal agencies, and the public. Critically, unlike this legislation, that bill would require reporting of uses of force both by and against law enforcement, enabling us to have a full understanding of the dangers faced by officers as well as the injuries and deaths of civilians that are caused by police. In focusing only on attacks against officers, this bill turns a blind eye to uses of force by law enforcement against civilians, whether it is justified or not. The mental health reporting provisions of the bill are also unlikely to improve officer wellness because they fail to build on the work of past Congresses and the Biden administration. In the 115th Congress, we passed the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act, a bipartisan bill signed into law by President Obama, which directed the Department of Defense, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and DOJ's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services to report on mental health practices and services that could be adopted by law enforcement and the programs already available to them. It also expanded the availability of grant funds for law enforcement mental health and developed new educational resources. Building on this work, President Biden issued a 2022 executive order on advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. The executive order required the Attorney General to develop and publish a report on best practices to address law enforcement officer wellness and to make recommendations regarding the prevention of death by suicide of law enforcement officers. The Attorney General has already complied with this executive order, so we already know much more about the mental health resources and the needs of law enforcement. Rather than retread our steps, we should be moving forward to help our law enforcement officers implement this important work so that more officers can access the support that they need. Last Congress, under Democratic control, the House passed numerous bipartisan bills that improved law enforcement officer safety and wellness, like Protecting America's First Responders Act, the Public Safety Officer Support Act, the Confidentiality Opportunities for Peer Support, or the COPS Counseling Act, and the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act. And at least 7 bipartisan law enforcement bills, many led by Republicans, have been passed by the Democratic-led Senate. These are bills that would help law enforcement and are priorities for the police groups. But so far, House Republicans have only advanced one of them. This legislation represents another wasted opportunity to work together on substantive proposals that will make our communities and the law enforcement officers that protect them safer. I urge members to oppose this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the comments of the gentlelady from Washington developed, it became clear. She said at first, I mischaracterized what occurred in the Judiciary Committee, and then it became clear that I didn't mischaracterize anything. What they offered to do was to take, again, this bill, which provides for additional data collection about attacks on law enforcement officers, to take the entire text of the bill, to gut it, and replace it with, yes, indeed, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is the name. And that is the bill that I described as having attempted to impair officer qualified immunity, to require training on implicit bias, to establish a database to impugn officers nationwide. That is the bill that was a very top priority of Democrats when they were in the majority. It passed on the floor under their majority rule, and it went on to the Senate where it didn't advance, for good reason. Because the last thing America needs, again, as demonstrated by the events in Washington, D.C., the last thing America needs is police officers to be brushed back from their jobs, to be intimidated from doing the very tough work of criminal law enforcement by legislation that antagonizes, demeans, delegitimizes them. That is the last thing that they need. And here we are. It's remarkable. Is this the only reporting bill that's ever come up that Democrats find objectionable because of their interest in good and efficient government? Is it that they're concerned about the possibility that the bill might not have excellent impacts or be efficient or advance the game or break new ground? What's the harm after all? Here's what the harm is. Democrats cannot abide even the simplest of legislation that recognizes the burdens that are borne every day by police officers across this country on our behalf, that they are being subjected to a greater and greater incidence and risk of attacks on their persons and of their deaths in the line of duty by people who intend to do them harm, and that there may be gaps in terms of the resources that are available to them to deal with the difficulties they confront. The response that you need to do the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act in lieu of this reporting bill is absurd. It is gaslighting in the highest degree. This little reporting bill, there's just nothing to it. And yet, for some reason, it sticks in the craw of the minority. Just to say to police officers, we're going to extend further efforts, further minimal efforts, to learn the information that we need to find out, to see just how big this problem is, and whether you're being afforded the opportunity to deal with it in your personal lives as it wreaks havoc on them. Joshua Iyer, Sam Pelosi, Alden Elliott, Thomas Weeks Jr. One of the worst attacks on law enforcement ever. Shouldn't we go and find out what we need to know for their benefit? Is that not an appropriate way, that little bill? Would that not be an appropriate way to honor their memory? Is the concern with efficiency and breaking new ground so profound that you've got to replace the bill to find out information about the assaults on them with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that was rejected last Congress? It's simply astonishing. And Americans aren't going to tolerate it. I reserve.
And reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized, Mr. Naylor.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York will now control the minority time. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me speak more directly to the circumstances in Washington, D.C., and what has transpired in consequence of exactly the kind of policing bill represented by the, quote, George Floyd Justice and Policing Act with which the minority proposed in the Judiciary Committee to gut and replace this bill. Yes, and at this time I'd yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague. Madam Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, do you know why our Democrat colleagues oppose this report? Do you know why, Madam Speaker? They don't want clear, fresh, precise data provided to the American people on how many attacks uniformed law officers suffer every year. They don't want America to know, Madam Speaker, because America would be shocked. It's vastly underreported by rank and file officers like me and my brothers and sisters from sea to shining sea. Men who know what it is, not just to wear a little pin like here, we can walk around D.C. with your head high, but to wear a shield, to wear a badge, to earn that certification every year. We know what it is to be constantly under threat of attack and physical attack, but we carry on. We rarely report what we don't absolutely have to because of the agenda-driven persecution that officers are currently facing in where? Republican-run cities with Republican district attorneys that actually prosecute criminals? No, Madam Speaker. In liberal cities, look at the maps. In cities run by Democrat policies and their agendas, their Democrat mayors and their Democrat DAs, those are the cities that are eaten alive by crime in America. This is why you cannot fill the ranks of law enforcement officers across the country. When I was a cop, we had about 800,000 uniformed officers. We were on our way to 1 million. We're down to about 600,000 now. Your officers are leaving service, not because of the threats that we have historically faced, but because of the threats that we continue to face from physical danger on the streets and the very significant possibility, even probability in some municipalities that the actions of that law enforcement officer are going to be treated more harshly than the criminal and violent attacks that officer both faces and protects his community from. To think that my colleagues across the aisle would oppose a bill that mandates the Department of Justice provide accurate data to the American people about how many violent attacks uniformed officers face across the country, my God, you can barely get your head wrapped around that. Of course, this body that is supposed to represent we the people should endeavor to provide the American people with accurate contemporary data regarding such things. I'm honored to support my colleague's bill, and I encourage representatives on both sides of the aisle to join us in support of this legislation. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And I think it bears repeating in light of that extraordinary commentary that right here in the District of Columbia, or to the affliction of 700,000 roughly local citizens and the 19 million that visit annually, exactly the kind of radical politicization that would say this reporting bill is beyond the pale and that you've got to have the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. That's exactly what they did in D.C. That's exactly what they've done to lead to citizen-led recall petitions by on two D.C. council members. What they've done to see carjackings explode in ways that no one ever thought possible. To have a 20-year record of homicides last year. And to have one D.C. council member still touting that he managed, because of the budget politics, to take millions and millions out of the department, out of the Metropolitan Police Department, so that their force has declined from 4,000 by 600 or more, and continues to decline 3 years into the phenomenon. How far will ideology go to take us beyond common sense to a point we can't recover? Let's do a little reporting bill and find out the details. Get a rich data set about this scourge that we see across the nation, precipitated and encouraged by those who still cannot bring themselves to say that law enforcement officers are a needed quantity. The nation must have them. Law and order must prevail in order for the country to succeed. How could we have come to a point in the country where that cannot be conceded readily by everyone in the political spectrum? I do not know. I do not understand. But that's where we are. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves.
Prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is more cheap talk from Republicans. Nothing in this bill makes a single officer safer or invests a single dollar in officer wellness. This legislation falls far short of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which would invest in better data collection and reporting by requiring law enforcement agencies to report uses of force by or against law enforcement officers as a condition of the receipt of certain grants. House Republicans are again refusing to work with police and the organizations that represent the police to pass meaningful legislation. This legislation is a missed opportunity. It calls for a report that duplicates existing reporting requirements. It falls far short of meaningful progress on officer safety, and it represents an enormous step backwards from legislation offered by the Democratic majority in the 117th Congress. I urge my colleagues to reject this legislation so that we can work together on bipartisan legislation that will really enhance the safety of our officers and our communities. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Cheap talk. That's what the gentleman from New York just said. Cheap talk. Well, Madam Speaker, there's nothing cheap about it. Behold the price. That's why when this body, when this Republican House undertook to disapprove the D.C. crime bill that would have radically rewritten criminal law in the District of Columbia, This body disapproved it with the support of over 30 Democrats. That's why Chuck Schumer and the Democrats' majority in the Senate joined in disapproving that radical rewrite of the criminal law in the District of Columbia. That's why Joe Biden signed the law to disapprove the radical rewrite of the criminal law in D.C. What's cheap talk is the concern that this would produce a duplicate report. That's the objection? That the report might be duplicative? Really? I'd say duplicative reports from here till kingdom come, if there's the slightest chance that it will avoid this unspeakable price. Everybody in the chamber should support the bill. I yield back. Balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Purpose, does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed.
See if Mr. McClintock's here.
Yeah, can you... Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1227, I call up House Resolution 1210 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1210, resolution condemning the Biden border crisis and the tremendous burdens law enforcement officers face as a result.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on HRes 1210.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, House Resolution 1210 comes before us as thousands of frontline law enforcement officers come here to this Capitol to ask for our help to restore a justice system that was once the envy of the world, but in recent years has been undermined by woke district attorneys who refuse to enforce our laws, woke city councils that insult and defend our law enforcement, and woke federal officials who refuse to secure our border, which is becoming an increasing source of deadly drugs, terrorists, criminal gangs, and criminal cartels who illegally cross our borders daily. Just a week ago, I noted on this floor that on the first day that Joe Biden took office, he rescinded the successful Remain in Mexico policy that had slowed phony asylum claims to a trickle. He completely blocked completion of the border wall, and he ordered ICE to stop enforcing court-ordered deportations, and thus began the largest illegal mass migration in history. But I need to update the numbers this week that I cited last week. To date, this administration has now deliberately released a total of 4.9 million illegal aliens into our communities, and it's allowed another 1.9 million known gotaways to evade the Border Patrol as the Border Patrol has been overwhelmed. So the new numbers combined nearly 6.8 million illegal aliens who have entered this country because of the Democrats' open border policies. That is now a population larger than the entire state of Indiana, our 17th largest state with 9 congressional districts. Now, I expect the Democrats will complain that we're bringing up yet another measure condemning these policies. Well, I have news for them. They need to get used to it. We're going to keep bringing it up until these policies are reversed or until the people can elect an administration that can and will. I suspect we'll hear the Democrats today, as we have on so many past debates, assert that immigrants are more law-abiding than Americans. Well, listen carefully to what they say. They make no distinction between legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. And that is a supreme insult to the millions of legal immigrants who enter our country every year by obeying our laws, waiting patiently in line, and doing everything our country asks of them. Legal immigrants come here pledged to pull their weight, not to be a burden on others, to obey our laws, and to love and defend our country. Illegal immigrants come here under very different circumstances. Their first act is to commit a federal crime by illegally entering our country. Their second act is to demand free food, shelter, medical care, clothing, education, transportation, and legal services. I have watched them at the border taunting our Border Patrol as they illegally cross into our country. To equate their lawless behavior with law-abiding, hardworking, and patriotic legal immigrants is an outrage, and my colleagues who do so should be ashamed of themselves. The number of terrorist suspects the Border Patrol has encountered has ballooned exponentially, and law enforcement officials are warning that among the 1.9 million known gotaways, mostly single military-aged men, is likely a dangerous fifth column which could soon launch devastating attacks within our borders. Fentanyl brought in through the open border is killing hundreds of Americans every day. Democrats' sanctuary policies hamstring attempts to deport criminal illegal aliens. And worst of all, the admission of untold thousands of the most vicious gang members on the planet are now producing a terrible butcher's bill of murders and assaults upon Americans. And their contention that illegal immigrants are more law-abiding is simply gaslighting. Here are the real numbers. When the Federation for American Immigration Reform looked at the actual numbers reported by state prisons in order to get reimbursement from the federal government, they discovered the tragic truth. Now again, these are the requests states make to be reimbursed for the cost of incarcerating illegal aliens, and those numbers reveal that aliens are 231% more likely to be jailed for crimes in California, 440% more likely in New Jersey, and 60% more likely in Texas, just to name a few. 231% more likely to be jailed in California, according to their own SCAPE numbers. But you won't find that anywhere else, because it's illegal in California to otherwise report the immigration status of criminals and criminal suspects. So by their criteria, not a single crime is ever committed by illegals in California. Yet at the same time, they report their jails are overflowing. This is lunacy, and it's got to stop. Our law enforcement officers know this because they deal with this crisis every day at the peril of their own lives. Our angel families know this all too well as they grieve their loved ones lost to this entirely preventable tragedy. Now, the House can and has written laws that will make it easier for future presidents like President Trump to secure our borders and would make it harder for future presidents like Joe Biden to open them. But ultimately, this is an enforcement problem. When I visited with the Border Patrol agents in Yuma last year, I reminded them that the Congress writes laws, but we can't enforce them. I asked them what laws they needed us to write. And they unanimously answered, we don't need new laws, we need to enforce our existing laws. When Republicans visited Eagle Pass in January, the sector chief there said, I'm standing in front of an open fire hydrant with a bucket. I don't need more buckets, I need somebody to turn off the hydrant. Donald Trump did that. And despite vicious opposition from the Democrats, he finally got that hydrant down to a dribble. Biden opened it full force with his first executive acts that he signed. And that's a problem that can only be fixed by replacing this administration with one determined to secure our border, defend our country, protect our people, and uphold the rule of law. And that can only be done by the American people at the ballot box. Until then, Republicans in the House will keep raising this issue at every opportunity because at the moment, that's all that we can do. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues like to talk a big game when it comes to immigration and border security. They have a long list of grievances against the Biden administration and a lot of tough talk about what should be done. But when it actually comes to doing something about it, doing the hard work of legislating and finding meaningful solutions to real problems, that is where they come up short. So instead, they resort to bringing up completely meaningless, non-binding resolutions that allow them to shake their fist and to demonize immigrants for a little while accomplishing absolutely nothing. They can't even manage to bring up a simple resolution honoring law enforcement officers during Police Week. They have to turn everything into a broadside against the Biden administration and an excuse to play politics on immigration. So, for the fourth time in 5 months, Republicans are bringing forth an empty resolution that will do absolutely nothing to address the situation at the border or to repair our broken immigration system. They have completely given up on developing solutions because Donald Trump told them that he wanted to preserve the issue for the upcoming election. He wanted the issue, and he did not want them to solve the problem. So they walked away from a bipartisan deal negotiated by one of the most conservative members of the Senate. Instead, all they have to offer is meaningless resolution after meaningless resolution, each one a useless rehash of the last. Like the others, this one recycles misleading statistics and constructs a false narrative while accomplishing nothing. That would be bad enough. But it also includes language that is false and downright offensive, such as, quote, Democrat elected officials prioritize illegal alien criminals over citizens and legal residents of the United States, close quote. That is an outrageous assertion that is beneath the dignity of this House. We can have honest debates about policy, but questioning our loyalty to the American people is a disgusting slander and should be an embarrassment to anyone who supports this resolution. Madam Speaker, we know that the best way to secure the border is to expand legal pathways and to adequately fund the immigration system. We have not updated our legal immigration system in 30 years. And the more broken the legal immigration system is, the more people will try to come to the border as the only means of entry. And because Republicans refuse to support President Biden's supplemental funding request, we don't have the resources we need to secure the border and to provide additional support for communities receiving migrants. We need more Border Patrol agents, more immigration judges, and more asylum officers so that asylum cases can be heard in weeks, not years. The Republicans talk about catch and release, but that's because the asylum cases take years. If we funded what the President requested for more immigration judges and more asylum officers, not to mention more Border Patrol agents, asylum cases would be heard in weeks, not years, and you wouldn't have this catch and release problem. We need more CBP officers and new detection technology to counter fentanyl. We need to modernize our ports of entry to combat the smuggling of people and drugs. Unfortunately, when it comes to providing the resources necessary to address these critical needs, Republicans have consistently voted no. But if there's a non-binding resolution full of demagoguery and fear-mongering, then they are the first in line to support it. Madam Speaker, we can do better. We must do better. I urge members to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd remind my friend that the bill that he keeps boasting about would tie the hands of any future president to use existing law to secure our border, as President Trump did, until illegal crossings reach 4,000 a day. That's what they refer to when they praise the Senate bill as the strongest border bill in decades, a bill that would make it impossible to do what Donald Trump did within our existing laws. Those laws didn't change on Inauguration Day. The president changed. And the new president reversed the policies of the Trump administration and introduced this terrible crisis upon our country. And with that, I am pleased to yield as much time as he may consume to the author of this resolution, Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of the resolution that I've authored and introduced and will be considered on the House floor. And I'm going to calmly suggest that my colleagues across the aisle reassess their position on this thing. Because, you know, they're speaking of Republican majorities walking away from what they allege is a strong immigration reform and border security bill. That bill was not. The border security bill that we passed through this House, H.R. 2, was the strongest legislative measure in the history of Congress. It had been walked away from by the Senate, the Democrat-controlled Senate. H.R. 2 was condemned by your president, President Biden. You know who also did not like universally H.R. 2, Madam Speaker? The cartels. My colleagues across the aisle may want to wonder, how do you find yourselves aligned with the cartels? Oh, well, let us review. Since day one of this executive branch, this executive administration, since January of 2021, the policies of our executive branch were flipped to be more receptive to illegal immigration, and in doing so, more aligned with the cartel's operations with trafficking human beings and drugs into our country. Anyone with two brain cells that may occasionally bump into each other would realize that if you soften your existing law enforcement on illegal immigration, when on the other side of the border, the territory is 100% controlled by criminal cartels who are trafficking two things, human beings and drugs. What do you think might happen? Of course, you're going to have a drastic increase in trafficked human beings and drugs, which is exactly where we are. So Republicans took action in the first few months that we had majority control. We went through exhaustive legislative measure to battle through the language of H.R. 2. We went through an 18-hour markup in the Homeland Security Committee, my committee. And we brought H.R. 2 to the floor, and it was passed with all Republicans supporting that bill. It went to the Senate, and there it remained, gathering dust, Madam Chair. And Madam Speaker, we had countless efforts to communicate with our colleagues in the Senate, encouraging them, take up the bill. If you disagree with H.R. 2, by all means, debate and change, amend and pass your version, send it back to the House. Well, we'd go to conference, that's the way things work. But that's not the way it happened in the Senate. The Democrat-controlled Senate killed H.R. 2, which was a legitimate and strong response to the invasion that we have faced at our southern border. My resolution simply acknowledges and condemns the loss of our sovereign control at the southern border and the impact that this wave upon human wave of misery and drugs and human trafficking has brought upon our country, and the impact upon local and state law enforcement, who has had to bear the full brunt of the Biden administration policies, Madam Speaker. And these are policies. It can be flipped like that very quickly. You put me in charge of our border policy, find out what happens with cartel operations. They're going to have to take some of those trillions of dollars they stole from us, trafficking the misery of human beings, caught up in their pipeline and sold their horrible tale of coming to America and prospering. It was sold a story by the cartels, and it were caught up in that trafficking. And how was that trafficking allowed? Because the doors were open, the borders were opened. By what? By lack of money? No. By change in policy from the executive branch. And local and state law enforcement, Madam Speaker, has had to deal with that. And those men and women have suffered. Those departments have suffered. They've been forced into crisis, not by their own communities where they live and serve, but by executive policies of this federal government. And my resolution is not meaningless, I say to my colleague across the aisle. It's quite the opposite. It acknowledges the service and sacrifice of the men and women that wear a badge at the local and state level across our country, who have been horribly impacted by the Biden administration policies at our southern border, which has brought generational trauma upon our country. An era of misery we may never forget. I thank the gentleman for allowing me to speak for this amount of time, and I yield.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California
Mr.
is
Speaker, I'm
recognized.
pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. I do find it interesting that the arguments are consistently wrong from my colleagues across the aisle. First of all, now they're telling us, oh, it's just money. They need more money. And yet, overwhelmingly, everybody on that side of the aisle voted for the continuing resolutions that have come up the last 3 months. There wasn't one of them that said, let's amend the CR and get more money. No, they didn't do that.
They said we're going to rely instead on this bogus bill that was going to come from the Senate. Now, the bogus bill from the Senate that they love it, they embrace it. Why do they embrace it? Because it has a few things in it that are really unique. Number one, every day, 1,500 people have to be allowed in. Not legally, because we allow over 1 million people in illegally. They have to be let in if they're here illegally. 1,500. Well, that would be an improvement for sure, because we're looking at 3 million this year, and that would only be about 500,000, over 500,000. So I can understand why they'd say that's an improvement. But the reality is the president has authority now to act and has chosen not to act. But this bill from the Senate would have said he could close the border when the number got to 5,000 a day. That was an option, 5,000. Well, good grief, that's over 1.8 million. That, by the way, that'd still be an improvement over what the Biden policy is today. The mandatory closure of the border doesn't kick in until 7,500 illegal aliens are encountered. Wow. Wow. That's what they say is so great. The other thing that they like about it is it granted amnesty. That's what they really liked about this. But we know right now President Biden could close that border today if he would change the policies. To what, one may say? How about back to the policies under his predecessor, Donald Trump? Let me give you an example. Yuma sector, pretty good sized sector along the border. The entire last year of Donald Trump's presidency, the encounters were a little under 8,000 for the whole year. You know what they get every day now? And this is down. They get 350 a day. There have been days that I've been in Yuma where they've had 2,500 to 3,000 a day. And last week when I was down on the border, and the week before that when I was down on the border, different places in Arizona, I can tell you that Arizona is on track from going from 2018 through 2020, 60,000 encounters a year on average. This year it will be over 700,000 encounters. The number one drug trafficking and human trafficking corridor is the Tucson sector. When I was there just 2 weeks ago, driving along the border, there were no Border Patrol agents. Why is that, you might say? Because you could go for miles. It was because every agent was processing the illegal aliens that had crossed during the night. Hundreds. And we're supposed to say, well, you know what? This is a meaningless resolution. It's not a meaningless resolution. It gets at the heart of the matter. Who is being impacted by this type of diaspora? Every country in the world is represented. I've talked to people from all over the world. And let me just tell you this. If you go down to the little town of Sierra Vista, Cochise County, not too far from the border, about 25,000 people live there. They have multiple high-speed chases every week. Why? Because the cartels control the southern border. They Snapchat, they Instagram to kids in Tucson high schools and Chandler high schools and Mesa high schools up in my district who will go down, they'll borrow their mom and dad's car, they'll go down, they'll say, come meet us at this mile marker. And you'll have 4 bodies. You'll get paid $1,000 to $2,000 a body. You take them up to I-8 and I-10, drop them off at this mile marker, or you take them to an address in Phoenix to a drop house. Whatever you do, don't stop. As young as 13, fatality drivers, high speed through a town of 25,000 people. That's the impact that our local law enforcement, our local people feel. How about the city of Yuma? 1 hospital, 10-bed ER, 10-bed maternity ward, oftentimes filled with illegal aliens, locals. They have to be air evac to San Diego or Phoenix. That's real. And so you can dance around it all you want, but this is why this is not a meaningless resolution. I support it, encourage my friends to do the same. With that, I thank the gentleman and yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close when the gentleman from New York is.
I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the Senate bill, that it wasn't strong enough. It was strong enough so that Senator McConnell supported it. Senator Langford, one of the most conservative senators in the Senate, supported it. And it was going to pass until President Trump said, I don't want this problem solved. I want an issue for the election. And then suddenly it was stopped. And then we were told about H.R. 2. H.R. 2 was such a terrible bill that it couldn't get more than 32 votes in a Senate with 49 Republican senators. So don't tell me about H.R. 2. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is cloaked in language ostensibly honoring law enforcement. But it is really just another excuse for Republicans to play politics with the southern border and to sound tough without actually doing anything. And I'm glad that the kind of thing they're talking about doing isn't being done. They said turn back to President Trump. President Trump separated thousands of children from their parents, little children, many of whom even today cannot be identified and returned to their parents. I don't think this country wants a return to that kind of policy. I urge members to oppose this pointless resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, once again, I have to remind my friend that the Senate could not pass its bill. The House passed our bill, and the difference is stark. As I said, the Senate bill forbids any future president from using the powers that Donald Trump used to secure our borders until illegal crossings reach 4,000 a day. He's not required to take any action until they reach 5,000 a day, and even then he must still allow 1,500 illegal crossings every day. That's the Democrats' idea of border security, and it's a farce. This debate, I think, has encapsulated the differences between the two parties on this issue, and they're absolutely jarring. And I don't need to characterize it. The thing speaks for itself. The American people can clearly see the difference and will need to make the most important choice of their lifetimes in just a few months. I would simply ask, how do we make our streets safer? By making it all but impossible to deport criminal illegal aliens as the law requires? That's what our sanctuary cities are doing. How do we make our families safer by flooding our communities with deadly fentanyl? How do we make our children safer? By refusing to vet every person who enters our country so that we can keep the criminals out. How do we make our neighborhoods safer? By refusing to prosecute criminal illegal aliens to the fullest extent of the law. How do we make our highways safer? By creating the conditions of deadly high-speed chases and drunk driving. How do we protect our country as untold numbers of terrorists enter among the 1.9 million known gotaways who have entered under Joe Biden's nose? How do we make our communities safer as criminal gangs and criminal cartels set up shop in our cities for their lethal business of child trafficking, drug trafficking, extortion, and crime? These are the questions that have gone unanswered since this administration took office, and with which our local law enforcement officials must grapple every day at the peril of their own lives in order to protect ours. It's time we thank them for their service and their sacrifice and put the full might and fury of our nation behind the defense of our national borders. And that's what this resolution calls for. But one thing more will be needed that Congress cannot provide, and that is a new administration. Let's pray it comes in time to save our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the previous question is ordered. on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion...
Mr. Speaker, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Chairman requests yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1227, I call up the bill H.R. 7530, the D.C. Crimes Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 397, H.R. 7530, a bill to limit youth offender status in the District of Columbia to individuals 18 years of age or younger, to direct the Attorney General of the District of Columbia to establish and operate a publicly accessible website containing updated statistics on juvenile crime in the District of Columbia, to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to prohibit the Council of the District of Columbia from enacting changes to existing criminal liability sentences and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Oversight and Accountability printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking gentleman and ranking member from Maryland?
Maryland.
Is the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7530, the D.C. Crimes Act. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability has held 3 hearings with D.C. officials. Many members of the committee have met privately with various D.C. officials to discuss the crime crisis in our nation's capital. Throughout this work, one thing has been made abundantly clear. The progressive policies of the District of Columbia City Council are simply not working. Last year, the Congress successfully blocked the D.C. Council's revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 by passing the bipartisan House Joint Resolution 26, the first law passed by the 118th Congress. That was a great first step towards addressing the rising crime in D.C., but that only kept the problem from getting much worse. The bill we are considering today expands upon that work. The D.C. Crimes Act overturns targeted portions of the D.C. Council's Youth Rehabilitation Act by amending the definition of a youth offender from a person under the age of 25 to under the age of 18. Let me restate. The D.C. Crimes Act overturns the targeted portions of the D.C. Council's Youth Rehabilitation Act by amending the definition of a youth offender from somebody under the age of 25 to under the age of 18. Currently, D.C. Code allows a criminal under the age of 25 to be given the same leniency that is afforded to minors. This bill requires that we treat adult criminals as adults like the rest of the country does. As juvenile crime soars through the district, the bill also requires the D.C. Attorney General to create a publicly available website that tracks juvenile crime data. This data will inform Congress, the district's elected officials, the Metropolitan Police Department, the public, and others on the severity of juvenile crime in the District of Columbia. Finally, the bill prohibits the D.C. Council from amending its sentencing and criminal liability laws, locking into place the current D.C. criminal law and leaving Congress as the sole authority to amend such laws in the future. The D.C. Council would have succeeded in implementing radical soft-on-crime policies if it were not for the bipartisan effort of this Congress to disapprove of the D.C. Council's legislation. Even Democratic Mayor Muriel Bowser vetoed the progressive criminal reform package, only for her veto to be overturned by the D.C. City Council. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability is committed to its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia. We cannot allow further pro-crime policies to be put into place while this crisis continues. Citizens of D.C. and the visitors of our nation's capital deserve to feel safe. This bill is a great step towards ensuring our capital city is going to be safe. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Recognized.
I want to start by humbly suggesting that the majority needs someone new working on legislative acronyms for these messaging bills. This is the D.C. Crimes Act, which stands for the D.C. Reforms to Immediately Make Everyone Safe Act of 2024. Immediately make everyone safe. That doesn't sound like legislation. It sounds like a Penn and Teller magic trick to me. If the gentleman from Florida can actually immediately make everyone safe, he should not only be Donald Trump's running mate, as I keep hearing about, he should be the mayor of the District of Columbia. But the Immediately Make Everyone Safe Act is the fourth bill the majority has now brought to the floor to vilify, heckle, and micromanage the elected mayor and council of the District of Columbia on the appalling conceit that the distinguished members of the Republican conference from Florida or Kentucky or Arizona care more about public safety and public welfare in Washington, D.C. than do the 700,000 people who live there and their elected officials on the D.C. Council and the mayor. But this one is even more sweeping and radical than the prior bills. It doesn't simply overturn one specific current D.C. law. It permanently strips D.C. of authority over any of its criminal laws, making this legislation, perhaps inadvertently, I concede, the largest proposed rollback of D.C.'s authority to govern itself in nearly 30 years. Now, our colleagues may be shocked to learn during this debate what exactly it is they're being asked to vote for today. At the Rules Committee meeting yesterday, I asked the Republican members whether they understood what this bill actually does if you take the time to read the language. None of them seemed to know. So let me explain. The bill amends the D.C. Home Rule Act to say that the D.C. Council may not, quote, enact any act, resolution, or rule to change any criminal sentence in effect on the date of the enactment of the D.C. Crimes Act of 2024. In other words, if this bill becomes law, the D.C. Council could never increase criminal penalties again without Congress acting first, nor could it create any new criminal offenses at all. That is their big tough on crime package they offer the Congress. No increases in criminal sentences indefinitely in the District of Columbia, and no new offenses can be passed at all. Say the D.C. Council wanted to create a new criminal offense for, say, directing an organized retail theft ring. Well, Mr. Donald's bill would prevent them from doing it. Say D.C. wanted to make it a crime to possess a firearm with a removed or altered or mutilated serial number under Mr. Donald's bill, they would be barred from doing so. But in fact, that's precisely what D.C. just did a few months ago. My Republican colleagues seem blissfully oblivious to the fact that earlier this year, responding to the spike in crime occurring across America, not just in Washington, D.C., of course, the D.C. Council passed a 63-page law called the Secure D.C. Omnibus Act of 2024, which dramatically increased criminal penalties for 9 different crimes and created 6 new criminal offenses. The D.C. bill, which was passed unanimously by the council and signed into law by the mayor, does what Republicans have so eloquently been orating about on the floor. It increased criminal penalties, including for gun crimes, violence in parks, violence committed against vulnerable people, violence committed against rideshare drivers, metro drivers, and transit workers. The Secure D.C. Act also created a host of new offenses, including directing a retail theft ring, strangulation, firing bullets in public, possessing a firearm with a removed or altered serial number, and unlawful discarding of firearms or ammunition. They addressed the actual problems that they're experiencing in their city, something our colleagues seriously know nothing about and don't care about. But if Mr. Donald's bill had actually been law at the time, the D.C. Council would have been barred from enacting all of these tough on crime penalties altogether. And they will be barred in the future from responding to the kinds of spikes in crime that they experience. Now, amazingly, the gentleman proposes this naked power grab against Washington, denying them the crime-fighting tools they need, despite the fact that they've done a good job and total crime in D.C. is down 16% in 2024 compared to the same period last year, which was conceded by the Republicans in the Rules Committee yesterday. There's been a 26% reduction in violent crime in 2024, which they conceded in the Rules Committee yesterday, and a 22% reduction in homicides. In other words, local democracy works. Let the local governments respond to the problems they're having. But our colleagues insist that crime is still spiking in D.C., despite the evidence to the contrary. So what is their big tough on crime solution? The bold solution they offer us to combat crime in the nation's capital is to prohibit the D.C. Council from ever increasing any criminal penalties and blocking the D.C. Council from ever creating any new crimes. And if that's not what they intend to do, then I think they need to go back and try again with some new legislation. In any event, for my Republican colleagues who love to castigate the people of D.C., who I concede voted more than 90% against Donald Trump in the last election, I would respectfully suggest that they consider the following fact. D.C. has higher maximum criminal penalties than many Republican states do. Let's compare. The maximum penalty for armed robbery in D.C. is 30 years. In Kentucky, represented by the chairman of the Oversight Committee, the maximum is 20 years, 50% less. In North Dakota, it is 10 years or 66% less. In D.C., criminals can receive a 40-year sentence for armed carjacking. In Kentucky, represented by the chairman of the Oversight Committee, carjacking is not a separate independent offense. You've got to charge somebody with armed robbery, but even then, you can only get half the sentence you can get in D.C. for carjacking. Look, despite all of the fine election year rhetoric we've heard, there's something profoundly antithetical to our system of government in what the gentleman is proposing. If you read the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson set forth a bill of particulars against King George and the Parliament. And one of the central allegations of it was that they were denying the colonists the right to define criminal offenses for themselves. People over in England were dictating to people in our country what the criminal offenses should be. And that's like, with all due respect, the gentleman from Florida dictating the people in Washington, D.C., how they should order their affairs when it comes to the criminal law. Jefferson would have understood very well this situation that we're in, and our friends in Washington, 713,000 tax-paying, draftable U.S. citizens have petitioned for statehood because they no longer want to be kicked around by other people's representatives. They want to have an equal say in this body, an equal say in the U.S. Senate, and they don't want other people's representatives telling them that they can't pass the criminal offenses or the increased criminal sentences that they want for their crimes. I'll reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I always appreciate the fact that the ranking member thinks so much about my future. What I think about these days are actually the people of Washington, D.C., and all of the people that come to visit the nation's capital. I also find it very interesting that, yes, the D.C. City Council finally did something on March 11th. After the Oversight Committee started working on solutions because the District of Columbia City Council refused to actually address the crime issues in D.C. until very recently. That is important for people to understand. Secondarily, we do have a constitutional obligation to the District of Columbia. The ranking member is well aware of that. And Congress does have the authority to execute that authority if the council will not do it. They have refused until very recently, and so Congress is going to assert its authority to make sure that we try to secure the district to the best of our ability. Last thing, my friend on the other side of the aisle, I would doubt anybody will confuse me with King George. I don't think we look alike. But that being said, it's very different when you're talking about a far-off capital across the ocean versus the nation's capital sitting in the federal enclave, which is the District of Columbia. Congress is a responsibility to the district, and Congress should assert that authority with this language. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from Florida for yielding to me. And before I get into the nub, I'll just respond to a couple things. So the baseline, the reason that you come down 16%, or you can come down 16% and still have rabid crime, is because you were so high the years before, and they were. Washington, D.C. was. We know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. And I would also suggest that my friend from Florida is correct. The D.C. Council had not taken action that they needed to take. In fact, they'd gone the other way, and only recently were converted after the Congress put its pressure on them to make changes. And that, by the way, that was bipartisan pressure, but somehow we're now told that's improper now. So I rise in support of the bill, H.R. 7530, the D.C. Crimes Act, which takes necessary steps to improve public safety in our nation's capital for its residents and for our constituents. As violent crime skyrockets and D.C. police officer ranks continue to dwindle, the D.C. Council continues to push progressive policies that make everyone in D.C. unsafe. Their inaction has endangered residents of and visitors to our nation's capital, which is why in 2022, when the D.C. Council passed the Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022, I think we were all shocked. The bill eliminated mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes except first-degree murder, eliminated life sentences, and reduced maximum penalties for violent crimes. So what whipsawed them back in just about an 18-month period? I would suggest to you, respectfully, it was because Congress was exercising its constitutional oversight authority over the District of Columbia, and that persuaded the council that they were in the eye and being watched by Congress,
and their residents were also unhappy. Now, I'm going to have to suggest respectfully that it wasn't the D.C. Council responding to crime across America, and, quote, not just in D.C., close quote, which is an ironic argument to make, quite frankly, when you're claiming that Congress has no authority, but we have constitutional authority, but to oversee the actions of D.C. But the reality is the council was responding to oversight that is authorized by the Constitution. And so Congress responded by blocking the reckless D.C. Act from taking effect by advancing the bipartisan H.J. Res. 26 into law. Response, D.C. Council then passed another bill, the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment, which targeted D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers and their ability to combat rising crime. Congress attempted to block this act with H.J. Res. 42, but President Biden vetoed the bipartisan disapproval resolution, ensuring D.C.'s anti-police reforms went into effect. Result, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department has lost over 1,200 members since 2020, and staffing remains at the lowest level in 50 years, with officers often citing the D.C. Council's restrictive laws as their reasons for leaving. In a hearing last year, former D.C. Police Chief Conti noted that MPD needed an additional 800 officers to be fully staffed. As a result of the Council's continued soft-on-crime agenda, crime in D.C. has increased 30% in 2023 compared to the previous year. Homicides were up 29% over 2022, and homicides doubled since 2012, which is why when my colleague across the aisle begins saying they're down 16% in 2024, why do you think that is? Well, it's because you had records in 2023, and now you're beginning to take this seriously because Congress is acting. Violent crime increased by 37% from 2022 to 2023, with robberies rising 65%. Motor vehicle thefts increased by 107% in 2023 compared to 2022. Congressman Donald's bill ensures that Congress is fulfilling its constitutional responsibility to oversee the district by lowering D.C.'s definition of youth to 18 and prohibiting D.C. from enacting new soft-on-crime sentencing changes in the future, which they no doubt will once Congress averts its eye from D.C. But if we enact Congressman Donald's bill, they will not be able to revert to their soft-on-crime ways, which has made D.C. unsafe for people who come to visit, the millions of people who want to come and visit here, and for the residents of this city. I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished gentleman from Arizona invites us to believe that the people of Washington, D.C. don't want to respond to spikes in crime in their own city. It's only in response to hearings called by Republican members of Congress. And I think that's an affront to our fellow citizens who obviously care deeply about what's going on in their own city, and I dare say a lot more than those of us who represent other jurisdictions, because we care principally about the places that we represent. And I'll just say before yielding to my friend from the District of Columbia that you don't have to look like a monarch or a tyrant to act like a monarch or a tyrant. And with that, I'm going to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished non-voting delegate, the representative from the District of Columbia, Eleanor Holmes Norton. 4 minutes.
The lady is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding to me, and I strongly oppose this radical, undemocratic, and paternalistic bill, as do the 3 top local elected District of Columbia officials, Mayor Muriel Bowser, Council Chair Phil Mendelson, and D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record their joint letter opposing this bill.
Objection.
Before I discuss the substance of this bill, I want to discuss democracy and the lack of it in the District of Columbia. D.C. residents who have all the obligations of American citizenship have no voting representation in Congress, and Congress has the ultimate say on local D.C. matters. While my Republican colleagues are correct that Congress has the constitutional authority to legislate on local D.C. matters, their assertion that Congress has a constitutional duty to do so is simply wrong. Legislating on local D.C. matters is a choice. As the Supreme Court held in 1953, and I'm quoting, "There is no constitutional barrier to the delegation by the Congress of the District to the District of Columbia to full legislative power," end quote. D.C.'s local legislature, the council, has 13 members. The members are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote, they can vote them out of office. That is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of their states. None are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how members vote on local matters, they cannot vote them out of office. That is the antithesis of democracy. The merits of this bill should be irrelevant, since there is never justification for Congress legislating on local D.C. matters. However, I will discuss the bill. This bill would be the biggest rollback of D.C. self-government in a generation. This bill says the D.C. Council may not, and here I'm quoting, enact any act, resolution, or rule to change any criminal liability sentence in effect on the date of the enactment of the D.C. Crimes Act of 2024, end quote. This provision, which does not define the term criminal liability sentence, is as poorly drafted as it is offensive. It takes away D.C.'s authority to increase or decrease statutory criminal penalties. If D.C. wanted to increase penalties for violent crime, it could not do so. This bill could even be construed to prevent D.C. from establishing any new crimes at all. This bill also reduces the maximum age of eligibility for DC's Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 1985. D.C. is not the only jurisdiction to have such a so-called young adult offender law. Alabama, Florida, Michigan, New York, South Carolina, and Vermont have such laws. The sponsor of this bill is from one of those 6 states. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent of the governed and to end.
I'll grant the lady an additional 30 seconds.
Objection.
To end taxation without representation, yet D.C. residents cannot consent to any action taken by Congress to pay full federal taxes. Indeed, D.C. pays more federal taxes per capita than any state and more total federal taxes than 20 states. If House Republicans cared about democratic principles or D.C. residents, they would bring to the floor my D.C. statehood bill, H.R. 51, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act, which would give D.C. residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government. Congress has the constitutional authority to admit the state of Washington, D.C. It simply lacks the will.
Reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to reassert that the Constitution is clear on this matter, that Congress does have responsibilities, and that the District of Columbia is under the District of the United States Congress. That has been clear since the beginning of the Republic. With that, I will yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Much has been made about the title of this bill, but I would remind my friends across the aisle that they had a bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, and it's spent over $1 trillion, and inflation has not been reduced. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Mr. Donalds, thank you, sir. Right now, the city of Washington, D.C. considers a criminal a youth offender if they're under 25 years old. Yet you can be a member of Congress at 25 years old. It seems the Washington City Council believes something magical happens on someone's 25th birthday, Mr. Speaker. They seem to believe that one day, dadgummit, you're a child who cannot be fully accountable for your actions, and the next day, you can serve in Congress. They are trying to be politically correct, as always, by not prosecuting criminals, and the city is suffering because of it. Last year, the House Oversight Committee held a hearing with Washington, D.C.'s mayor on the rising crime in our nation's capital. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, a carjacking was happening just up the street, less than a mile from us, where we are standing today. We can appreciate the irony there, but it's not surprising. Carjackings and all other kinds of crimes are happening around Washington at any given moment. Motor vehicle thefts increased by 107% last year alone. Violent crime increased by 37%. Homicide increased by 29%. And robberies increased by 65%. It is also worth noting that the United States, the most homicides are committed by people 20 to 24 years old, Mr. Speaker. Yet the City Council of our nation's capital is still pushing policies every day that prevent criminals from being brought to justice. The D.C. Crimes Act forces Washington, D.C. to change its definition of juvenile back to kids under 18 years old. It also stops judges from sentencing youth offenders below the mandatory minimum requirements and prevents Washington from changing the current minimum sentencing laws. I urge my colleagues to have some basic common sense. I know that is lacking in Washington, and when people tell me something that is made of common sense, I tell them they have no place in Washington, D.C. today, and that is apparent right here. I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would tell that family in the back that had that sweet little baby boy making those noises that he was not bothering us one bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask how much time is left in debate.
It's all right.
How much time do we have left in debate, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Florida has 17 and a quarter minutes remaining. Gentleman from Maryland has 16 minutes remaining.
Reserve. Reserve.
Reserves. The chair should remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. From Maryland is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see. No one on the other side has contradicted the plain common sense interpretation of this bill, which is that the District of Columbia Council will now be disabled from ever increasing a criminal penalty again, a criminal sentence again, and the District of Columbia Council will never be able to create a new criminal offense like the one they just created for running a retail theft ring, which has become a problem across the country in a lot of places, and a lot of states have legislated on that. I know Maryland has legislated on that. I'm just wondering whether anyone on that side would yield for a question, whether this is the deliberate intention of this legislation or it's just a mistake, or whether they don't accept that plain common sense reading of the language of the bill. Because we're voting on something far more drastic and sweeping than what was represented by the sponsor's original statement. I will yield you momentarily for 30 seconds if you can answer my question. Are we interpreting it properly?
No.
Gentleman
in
is
part,
recognized.
yes. In part, no. That is to say, as the lady from the District of Columbia just read the section, it prohibits the council from enacting changes to existing criminal liability sentences. It does not prevent the D.C. Council from creating new crimes like an Organized Retail Crime Act. It would prevent them from increasing sentences, but they don't appear to be inclined to do so.
So, as I understand the answer, the District of Columbia would not be able to increase the penalty for rape or the penalty for murder or the penalty for child sex abuse. We might have a difference as to your second conclusion because, of course, it's increasing a criminal sentence to create a criminal sentence or offense where it didn't exist in the first place. In any event, you're creating grave constitutional doubt about new criminal offenses that might be created in the District of Columbia with this legislation. In any event, the first part is bad enough. I don't see how, I don't, excuse me?
Does the gentleman care to yield for clarification?
No, but you guys have a lot of time. The point is that how is it tough on crime to say that the District of Columbia, as the gentleman just conceded, cannot increase criminal penalties if it chooses to in response to local circumstances. I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing I would say in response to the gentleman from Maryland is that the D.C. City Council has had ample opportunity to fix these issues in D.C., and they have refused until very recently. So it's just a matter of just simple logic that unless Congress actually decides to use its authority, what would make us think that the D.C. City Council will actually act in the interest of the citizens of the district? The citizens in the district, I'm quite sure, would love to have a safe city. The issue is that the City Council has not acted towards actually having a safe city, and that is a significant problem for the federal enclave, because I will state again, D.C. is a federal enclave, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. The federal enclave is under the jurisdiction of the United States Congress, and we are acting under this legislation. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. D.C. is the modern-day Rome, a bastion of freedom for the world to see, and the front door of our great nation. In my few short years serving the 4th District of South Carolina in Congress, I've watched a once proud city succumb to violent crime, vagrancy, and fall into lawlessness. There are many factors at play here, but the bottom line is this. I want to, in good faith, tell parents from my district that it's safe for the kids to come visit the nation's capital on their school trip. But right now, I can't do that. I actually do the exact opposite when people come to my office. I tell them that D.C. is not safe. They should take Ubers. And I've had time and time again where I have had people that have told me that they've had serious issues. Just, I guess it was a month ago. My commanding officer in the Air Force was staying in the Navy Yard. I told him not to walk to dinner. He did. And I called him at 6:30 in the morning. I said, I bet you walk to dinner. And you know what? He said, you're right. I'm about to go for a run. I said, well, you can't because there's an active shooter outside your building. That was a month ago. All this after years of vilifying and defunding the police. The district's violent crime and property theft have never been more blatant. D.C. criminals have never acted so brazenly and with more perceived impunity than I've witnessed in my years in Washington. In fact, just today at 1:40 this afternoon, and let me reiterate, this was 3 hours ago, and in broad daylight, there was a stabbing just blocks away. Stabbing. 12 hours before that, there was an armed carjacking a few blocks north of there. Last 24 hours. We know how bad it is here. We were just on the GW campus where the mayor refused to enforce the rule of law. 250 people were trespassing on the yard. The president of the university begged for the city to enforce the rule of law. And they didn't for 10 days. And it required an oversight hearing threat for her to actually do her job, to tell MPD to arrest people. I mean, all of this on top of the fact that an Uber driver that fled Afghanistan, and he was driving Uber Eats. A bunch of children under the age of 20, but over the age of 15, stole his car, killed him, and they're going to get out of jail within a year or two, and they're going to have no criminal history. Are we serious right now? So yes, the D.C. City Council has lost the faith of this institution. Just this Congress, 3 members have been held at gunpoint or assaulted. 3 members of Congress in the last 18 months. This is out of control. This is a small step in the right direction. But we have to respect the rule of law. We have to respect law enforcement. We have to fund law enforcement. We should have 3,000 law enforcement officers in Washington, D.C. You're going to be down to 1,500 here shortly because of the way that the city council treats law enforcement. It is unacceptable. These changes are just mere steps in the right direction. A 25-year-old is not a child. And I can promise you this, in South Carolina, if a 16-year-old, a group of 16-year-olds killed somebody, they're going to be in prison for a while. They're going to be in prison for quite a while. And the fact that they're not is exactly why we're having to do this right now.
Seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate D.C.'s desire to have self-rule, but there are responsibilities that come along with that. And it seems that our nation is a nation in decline because of the lawlessness in Washington, D.C. and we have to get back on track, and this is a step in the right direction. I thank my friend from Florida for proposing this legislation. I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Reserves.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the gentleman leaves the chamber, I thought I might note, I'm going to give him some examples, some anecdotes and data, since we appear to be legislating by vignette. In Somerville, South Carolina last week, there was a severe armed carjacking by 3 teenage suspects. In April, a man wanted for murder in Rock Hill was captured following another carjacking at Huntersville Quick Trip. I could give you a dozen of those. I don't think that the answer to any of that would be to disenfranchise the people of South Carolina or have Congress usurp the state legislative authority or the local authority there. My friend from Florida describes the District of Columbia as a federal enclave, which of course it is not. A federal enclave is a federal property or land, like in Rockville, Maryland, which is my district. We have the NIH. That is a federal enclave. This is the district constituting the seat of government set forth in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. Now, both of my friends over there say, well, we're going to take just a small step in the right direction. How is it the right direction to deprive the people of the District of Columbia the power to have control over their own criminal sentencing, including the power to increase criminal sentences? If they had passed this legislation at the beginning of the year, they would have foreclosed the ability of the District of Columbia to increase criminal penalties across the board on a whole range of offenses, and perhaps even to create new criminal offenses in the state. The gentleman from South Carolina lectured the people of Washington, D.C. about criminal incidents taking place here. Of course, there are criminal incidents taking place also in South Carolina in the exact same way. But how about something that took place even closer to home? How about the violent mob insurrection where a mob incited by the ex-president violently assaulted Capitol Police officers and Metropolitan Police Department officers who were forced to deploy to the Capitol, and nearly 150 of them ended up brutalized, wounded, and hospitalized after being hit over the head or in the chest or stabbed or speared by steel pipes, Confederate battle flags, Trump flags, and American flags, shamefully. And yet we have the ex-president and a number of people who are his sycophants over on that side of the aisle describing people who are in jail for that, a majority of them having pled guilty for those offenses, the others convicted after due process of law, calling those people hostages. A hostage is someone who's been illegally abducted by a terrorist or a criminal entity like Hamas and held for a financial or a political ransom. And yet, shamefully, there are people on that side of the aisle who call the prisoners who've been convicted after having been given every aspect of American due process and right to counsel, they're calling them hostages or political prisoners, like Alexei Navalny or Nelson Mandela. That's where they've come to. So they want to denounce a criminal event that happened 6 blocks away. What about the massive criminal event, the most massive criminal event in the history of the nation's capital that came right into this chamber, forcing the senators and the representatives to flee? And they won't say a word about it, and yet they get up and they denounce lawlessness. And they won't even denounce lawlessness that comes right into the Congress and the Capitol of the United States. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find that we are at this point in a debate where my friend from Maryland has lost the debate because now he's going back talking about other things that are not about the merits of this bill. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Florida, and I was about to comment that sooner or later you had to expect that the debate would be a rant about Donald Trump. But let's get back to the subject matter at hand, perhaps. To clarify, since the point's been raised repeatedly and continues to be repeated, here's what the D.C. Council would be prohibited from doing. Enact any act,
resolution, or rule to change any criminal liability sentence in effect on the date of the enactment of the D.C. Crimes Act of 2024. So nothing would keep the D.C. Council from creating new crimes. Nothing whatsoever. And in fact, they would not be able to increase crime sentences, existing sentences for crimes, but they sure haven't shown any inclination whatsoever to do that. The law professor from Maryland also made another elementary mistake in his recitation of the facts. As they said in law school, you've got to know the facts. He said that, quote, crime is down 16% in the past year in D.C. Look a little closer. Go to the website mpdc.dc.gov. That's the Metropolitan Police Department. That reduction in crime that was cited, that's only for this year to date. Go look at last year, 2023. In that situation, homicide up 35%, robbery up 67%, violent crime total up 39%, etc. Across the board, all crime total up 26%. Just last year, I know it's out of memory now because we're into the first few months of the next year, but it hasn't gone away. The victims haven't gone away. And here's what the gentleman from Maryland said, the law professor that Thomas Jefferson would understand. But the Constitution that Thomas Jefferson signed said the Congress shall have power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased. So that's pretty clear. It's not only the question of the interests of the 700,000 roughly D.C. citizens, it is the 19 million Americans who come to this seat of government every year and are threatened by the recklessness of the D.C. Council. And a moment's refresher about how we got to this place. The D.C. Council's radical rewrite of the entire criminal law that was reversed by H.R. Res. 26, in which 31 Democrats voted to disapprove along with the majority. 2 Democrats from my home state, 8 Democrats couldn't bring themselves to vote. The rest of the extreme Democrats voted to stay out of the way, let them do what they wanted to. The Senate voted to disapprove. Another minute?
Another minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
The Senate voted to disapprove, 81-14, and the President of the United States, Joe Biden, faithful Democrat, signed the legislation, even though many extreme Democrats supported the D.C. Council's reckless action. And then the other matter, House Joint Resolution 42, to disapprove the, quote, Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, which Mayor Bowser also vetoed, and they overrode her veto. And they did all kinds of stuff to leave police officers at the tender mercies. They required juries to consider if officers consulted mental health, behavioral health, or social workers before using deadly force. Imposed approval hurdles for the use of riot gear and non-lethal munitions necessary to protect officers. Eliminated officers and union representatives from police complaint boards. Restricted officers from using body cam footage and preparing reports, etc., etc., etc. It is sheer recklessness, and it should be changed. And the way to change it is for Congress to take back the authority over criminal sentencing. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the gentleman for pointing out that I accurately cited the statistics for all of the declines in crime and violent crime and homicides in the District of Columbia in 2024. Alas, I do have to correct my friend in his history because there might be some students watching this. Thomas Jefferson never signed the Constitution. He was, of course, on a diplomatic mission when the Constitution was being signed in Philadelphia, but he did write the Declaration of Independence. So the other side says, bizarrely, that the District of Columbia Council and the mayor should be denied the authority to increase criminal sentences forthwith because they've shown no inclination to increase criminal sentences. Well, leave aside the absolute illogic of the argument, it's also false, because the District of Columbia in the Secure DC Act passed just 2 months ago increased criminal sentences across the board, which I'm afraid my friends were completely oblivious to when they started this legislation. They weren't aware of it. The people who are claiming to be speaking for the populace of Washington, D.C. didn't know that the council had just acted to dramatically increase criminal penalties in the city. Then they deny them the right to further increase criminal penalties in the city because they say they haven't shown any inclination to do so, which of course makes no sense and is also completely false. All of this is pure political theater. It's bad political theater. Somebody decided a long time ago that it works for people who would never try to kick around their own state legislatures, their own county councils, or their own city councils to kick around the people of Washington, D.C. My friends think that they've scored some kind of huge rhetorical coup, pointing out Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution, which indeed says that Congress shall exercise exclusive legislation over the district constituting the seat of government from land that is ceded by various states. Nobody on this side of the aisle, including the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, has denied that for a second. But what we have said is this is a massive assault on home rule, and it's also an embarrassing one because it cuts completely against all of the rhetoric that we're hearing from our colleagues across the aisle. I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I'm sorry, did the gentleman say he was prepared to close? Yeah.
Yes.
Then we're prepared to close too. Can you just tell us how much time we have?
Gentleman has 7 minutes remaining.
Okay, well, we're prepared to close. All right.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. I think we've made some progress in this conversation because a plain reading of this distinguished gentleman from Florida's legislation indicates that what he's telling the District of Columbia is you may never increase criminal penalties again. The only time there can be an increase in criminal penalties in the District of Columbia is if Congress does it. Unfortunately, this Congress has a hard time even keeping a speaker in place without them trying to vacate the chair and topple the speaker. This Congress, as the whole country knows, has been absolute chaos and dysfunction and disorganization from the beginning. So I don't blame the people from Washington, D.C. who sent us these letters, the mayor, the council, the attorney general of D.C. from saying, thanks, but no thanks, we'll take it from here. The people in D.C. are perfectly able to decide what criminal offenses they need in the District of Columbia and how the sentences should be set and fixed. And they've got courts in the District of Columbia, they've got a legislature, the Council of the District of Columbia, which is elected from their 8 wards and 4 at-large members and a chairman of the council, and they've got a mayor. They've got advisory neighborhood commissions. I wonder if any of my colleagues over there are active in any of the wards or advisory neighborhood commissions where they live. I tend to doubt it. But the people of D.C., I understand from Congresswoman Norton, are actually involved in the governance of their city and the management of their local affairs. And yet in this totally ham-handed and almost comically dysfunctional attempt to score points against D.C., they come up with legislation which says D.C. can never increase criminal penalties again when they're accusing D.C. of being too soft on crime, despite the fact that we're able to show that D.C. has tougher criminal sentences than many of the states represented by the members who've been speaking about this over the last several days. So all of it feels a lot to me like a silly election year stunt. I don't think anyone thinks that this is serious legislation, but I am glad at least that the other side has conceded that the bill means what it says. They want to strip the District of Columbia of any power to increase criminal sentences in their city. And I simply think that that is a terrible form of public policy and is a major inroad against home rule over the last several decades, when in fact what we should be doing is giving the people of D.C. greater political self-government and giving them the rights to equal representation, which of course was the aforementioned Jefferson's ideal for the country. If you go back and read the Northwest Ordinance, he thought that every part of the country would eventually attain a level of political equality by admission to statehood through Article 4 of the Constitution. That's the spirit of the Constitution, not kicking around people who are fellow citizens because we think we've got more power than them and we can score some political points off them. Why don't we have a hearing about statehood for the District of Columbia, and let's keep the engines of democracy, freedom, and political equality in the country moving. And with that, I will yield back, Mr.
Gentleman from Maryland yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The District of Columbia thinks that you are to be tried as a minor if you are 23 years of age. Nowhere else in the United States does that exist. Nowhere, except in the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia City Council has been derelict in its duty to actually provide for safety and security for the residents of the District of Columbia and the 19 million plus Americans who come to the federal enclave to visit the nation's capital. For all the talk of political points that have been made in this debate, that's only come from my friend on the other side of the aisle. He's talked about everything from President Trump to political talking points to political futures. He's talked very little to the reality that exists here in the nation's capital. It doesn't take much for anybody to just see, whether it's on the nightly news or frankly just walking down the streets somewhere in the District of Columbia, that something has gone very, very wrong. Even here in this very building, members and their staffs have experienced that. Our colleague from Minnesota, Representative Craig, she was assaulted in an elevator in her own apartment building. Our colleague on the other side of this building, Senator Paul, his staffer was stabbed when walking home from work. The gentleman from Texas, the Democrat member of this chamber, Mr. Cuellar, he was robbed and carjacked with guns pointed at his head, blocks away from the United States Capitol. You see, Mr. Speaker, these are not political talking points. This is real life. And it's easy for the members to come in and out of this building when we have security apparatus around us every single day, but not take seriously what is happening in the streets of the nation's capital. This legislation takes that seriously. I will end with this. It's not a time for election year stunts. I agree with that 100%, which is why this legislation is about having structural reforms to what has happened in the District of Columbia. This is why the age for being tried as a minor is being decreased to under the age of 18, which mirrors what happens in every other part of the United States and should also occur here in the nation's capital. This is a good piece of legislation. I encourage my members, both sides of the aisle, to vote for this. We have a responsibility to provide for a safe Washington, D.C., that the citizens can enjoy and that the people of the United States can enjoy. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to limit youth offender status in the District of Columbia to individuals 18 years of age or younger, to direct the Attorney General of the District of Columbia to establish and operate a publicly accessible website containing updated statistics on juvenile crime in the District of Columbia, to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to prohibit the Council of the District of Columbia from enacting changes to existing criminal liability sentences and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
We order the...
Gentleman from Florida.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, we request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on passage of H.R. 7530 will be followed by 5-minute or 2-minute votes on adoption of House Resolution 1210, passage of H.R. 7581, passage of H.R. 7343, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4510, H.R. 4310, H.R. 4581, H.R. 6960, H.R. 1797, H.R. 6572, H.R. 6572, and H.R. 3950. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
any members change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 225, the nays are 181. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on adoption of House Resolution 1210, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1210, resolution condemning the Biden border crisis and the tremendous burdens law enforcement officers face as a result.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 185. With one voting present, the resolution is adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 7581, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar number 410, H.R. 7581. A bill to require the Attorney General to develop reports relating to violent attacks against law enforcement officers and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. 1 minute. All members voting. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 356, the nays are 55. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 7343, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 396, H.R. 7343. A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers.
Question is on passage of the bills. Member will record their vote via electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 265, the nays are 148. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4510 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4510, a bill to reauthorize the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to update the mission and functions of the agency and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 374, the nays are 36, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4310, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 413, H.R. 4310, a bill to ban the sale of products with a high concentration of sodium nitrate to individuals and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 376, the nays are 33, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4581 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 406, H.R. 4581, a bill to amend Title V of the Social Security Act to support stillbirth prevention and research and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. Vote the yeas are 408, the nays are 3. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchard, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6960, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 404, H.R. 6960, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Emergency Medical Services for Children program.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 13, two-thirds being in the majority, in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1797 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the time.
Union Calendar number 370, H.R. 1797, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a consumer product safety standard with respect to rechargeable lithium batteries used in micro-mobility devices and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 36. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 378, the nays are 34, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6572 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 417, H.R. 6572, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to take actions necessary and appropriate to promote the competitiveness of the United States related to the deployment, use, application, and competitiveness of blockchain technology or other distributed ledger technology and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 334, the nays are 79, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6571 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 392, H.R. 6571, a bill to establish a critical supply chain resiliency and crisis response program in the Department of Commerce and to secure American leadership in deploying emerging technologies and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 390 and the nays are 19, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3950 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 412, H.R. 3950, a bill to require sellers of event tickets to disclose comprehensive information to consumers about ticket prices and related fees and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 24. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion is reconsidered and laid upon the table.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the House floor. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the House floor. You think we can go now? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week, tens of thousands of law enforcement officers from across the country will arrive in Washington for National Police Week. Created in 1962 through a joint resolution by Congress, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. National Police Week is sponsored by the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund and supported by a variety of organizations to honor the law enforcement community. This week honors the men and women in blue who gave everything to protect their country and their communities. At a time when our nation is facing a rise in crime and attacks on police officers, we need to support our law enforcement more than ever. This is why I'm proud to co-sponsor legislation that memorializes law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. And I also proudly co-sponsored H.R. 354, the Leosa Reform Act, to expand carrying privileges for off-duty and retired law enforcement officers. Our officers put on their uniforms each day knowing that they can be in harm's way at any moment. On behalf of a grateful nation, I say thank you to all of our officers who serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my unwavering support for Israel. She continues to be under threats to her existence. Hamas brutal attack, Hezbollah rockets, Iran missiles. I thank President Biden and a bipartisan Congress for the support for Israel's security, because Israel's security is our security. Now we must stand. We must stand by our commitment to our ally and send the vital assistance that we have promised without delay. The U.S.-Israel relationship is ironclad, and it is critical to defeating Hamas, bringing the hostages home, and delivering peace to a very hostile region. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of New Hampstead High's Gianna Brown, who recently was named the winner of the 32nd Annual Hollis Stacy Award. The Hollis Stacy Award is presented annually to the area's most versatile female athlete in Savannah, Georgia. Gianna, who is MVP on all 4 of her high school sports teams, embodies this award. In addition to being an all-Greater Savannah first-team selection in flag football and basketball, she was also an all-region first-team pick as middle blocker in volleyball and as a goalkeeper in soccer. Gianna is truly an all-star. Not only is she great at flag football, but she is also a star on the basketball court. In just her second year playing basketball, she was a quick study as she averaged 20.6 points per game and 11 rebounds per game. Gianna's record speaks for itself. She is a multi-sport star, and the 1st District could not be prouder of her. Congratulations, Gianna. I know we will continue to see your success on the field for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Michigan's 11th District to celebrate the overwhelming bipartisan passage of the FAA reauthorization, which has included my bill, the Severe Turbulence Research and Development Act. Turbulence is a leading cause of injuries to flight crews and the flying public, and yet we lack a fundamental understanding of why turbulence incidences are increasing in frequency and severity. We also lack the ability to accurately predict where turbulence incidences will occur to adjust flight routes. This is unacceptable, and the FAA does not have the research, resources, and data sets needed to keep people safe. That's why my bill will enhance the monitoring and understanding of severe turbulence and inform the development of measures to mitigate safety impacts on crew and the flying public that may result from severe turbulence. Today is a great day for flight crews, for pilots, for airports across the America. And again, I celebrate the passage of this legislation and look forward to seeing it signed into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on this National Police Week, I rise to honor the brave men and women of law enforcement. This week could not have come at a more important time. Many members of law enforcement, both rookies and 30-year veterans, are disheartened far too often by the treatment police officers have experienced in recent years. Their dedication is to protect and serve their communities, and yet far too often they are disrespected, defunded, demoralized, and even demonized. Not by many, but enough. And too often by elected community leaders. This must stop. Many criminal prosecutors also need to do their jobs. There are too many violent criminals who break firearm possession laws and are released. We must enforce the firearm laws that exist. This will reduce so-called gun violence. Too many prosecutors are failing to prosecute violent criminals. This endangers citizens, diminishes public safety, and puts police officers at high risk. But as the son of a former police officer, I always back the blue. There's always room for improvement, but we all should always respect the men and women who do, in fact, risk their lives to protect and serve, and too often give their lives for their job, community, and for the people they work for. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to advocate for the designation of May 15th as National Senior Fraud Awareness Day. This bipartisan resolution we are introducing aims to draw attention to the alarming increase in fraudulent schemes targeting seniors across the United States. In 2023 alone, individuals over 60 reported losses totaling nearly $2 billion from various forms of fraud spanning all 50 states. Senior fraud is not merely a regional concern. It is a pervasive national challenge that demands our collective attention. We must collaborate to implement effective policies and measures aimed at preventing these scams to protect our seniors from financial exploitation. One of the major obstacles to combat senior fraud is the significant underreporting of incidents. Many victims hesitate to come forward due to feelings of shame, stigma, and a lack of awareness regarding where to report such crimes. By designating May 15th as National Senior Fraud Awareness Day, we can raise public awareness, empower seniors with knowledge, and provide them with the resources they need to report fraud effectively. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in our bipartisan effort to end fraud against seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National Police Week is our opportunity to slow down a little bit and recognize those officers that put it on the line for us each day, each week, each month, each year. They face a lot of obstacles that they encounter in their efforts just to keep us safe and keep criminals off the street and hopefully prosecuted. When I first entered into the political realm as a candidate, I met a deputy one time who was so frustrated with the state at that point of the criminal justice system. He told me that he was aggravated that those that he arrested would beat him home from being released before he could even get the paperwork done. So as we see the situation with prosecutors not prosecuting, with a revolving door in our jail system, we really need to dig deep and not only thank our officers, but also pass legislation that supports them in their efforts to do what we ask them to keep the streets safe and not have ridiculous defund the police efforts happen in some of these blue cities. Indeed, they're feeling the regret of defunding them at this time. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
To hear Republicans tell it, the only problem with our immigration system is the border. That's a lie. Our process for legal immigration is badly broken. In 2023, 35 million people applied for green cards, some for economic opportunities, some to bring their families together, and some to flee violence. Of the millions in the green card lottery, what percentage got them? Go ahead, take a guess. 20%? 5%? 1%? Nope. 0.2%. That is wholly unacceptable. This deeply dysfunctional system for lawfully entering the United States worsens unlawful immigration. The two are connected. Congress can fix immigration, not just point the finger at those seeking a better life. Instead of blaming everyone else for our broken immigration system, Republicans should own up to the fact that Congress, under their leadership, is what's broken.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of House Resolution 1226, memorializing law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty, that I am proudly co-leading with Representatives Michael Guest, Chris Pappas, and Abigail Spanberger. Today, I would like to take a moment to honor the courageous heroes from my home state of Louisiana who have been added to the Fallen Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. Officer Carl Douglas Kimball, Deputy Sheriff Marilyn Anjanae Mayo, Officer Trevor Aaron Abney, Corporal Scotty Wayne Canizero, Sergeant Nicholas Neil Pepper, Sergeant Charles Fitzgerald Dotson, Lieutenant Barry Paul Giglio, Corporal Robert William McKinney, Deputy First Class Kyle Michael Melanson, Sergeant David Jacob Poirier, Corporal Sean Kevin Kelly, Lieutenant Michael Stephen Godawa. I ask everyone to join me in praying for these officers and ask their families who put their lives on the line each day for every American. May we continue to teach future generations the critical mission that law enforcement personnel undertake in service to our communities. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a giant in the New York City AAPI community, Don Lee. Don was driven by a passion to support his AAPI neighbors and make government work for everyone. He connected underserved AAPI businesses with resources and government contracts traditionally kept out of reach. After 9/11 devastated the Manhattan Chinatown community, Don served as a liaison between neighborhood businesses and FEMA. He protested for transit access at the Grand Street subway closure in 1995. It helped expand licenses for Chinatown street vendors and tirelessly fought against anti-Asian hate in the wake of COVID. Throughout all of this, Don was the board chair of Homecrest Community Services for 2 decades, an anchor for disadvantaged communities throughout South Brooklyn. Homecrest created 3 new centers under his leadership. Last weekend, Don passed away, somewhat suddenly, and we all mourn his loss. On a personal note, Don was an early supporter of mine who took the time to invest in me, mentor me, and guide me, and help build my relationship with the large AAPI community in my district. My heart breaks for his wife, Lai, and daughter, Victoria, in the wake of his passing, but I know that they, along with New York's AAPI community and our entire city, are inspired by the life Don led and the legacy that he leaves. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at university after university, we have been seeing acts of moral cowardice and failures of leadership as university presidents cave to the demands of lawless encampments, anti-Semitic demands like cutting ties with Hillel or divesting from Israel or ending study abroad in Israel. And today brought the most egregious example yet, where Sonoma State in California, not far from my district, not only agreed to the full set of BDS demands of the encampment, but also agreed to convert the encampment into a permanent governing authority to assure that that agreement is enforced in a sufficiently anti-Semitic manner. I'm not kidding you, almost can't believe this is real. It says the council here will be composed of members from the encampment, faculty, staff, administrators, Palestinian alumni, and other interested students as determined by Students for Justice in Palestine. Any university leader who is entering into these kind of agreements is elevating groups who are willing to engage in lawless action and to pursue their despicable agenda by force, while silencing other groups and silencing any debate to the contrary. Any president who would agree to this is not fit to lead a university in our state or our country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
For 1 minute to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This week is National Police Week, and I am grateful for the opportunity to honor the brave men and women who put their lives on the line every day to ensure our safety. Law enforcement officers face unique challenges that most of us cannot even imagine. They have accepted the call to serve and protect others, risking immense cost to themselves and their families. Just the other week, I joined the Utah House delegation in a moment of silence here on the House floor for Sergeant Bill Hooser, who was tragically killed at a traffic stop in Santa Quin, Utah. Reports say he was helping a woman who was being driven against her will. As Sergeant Hooser was assisting her, the assailant drove his vehicle directly toward Sergeant Hooser, ending his life. Sergeant Hooser's final moments were spent serving his community and helping a woman in harm. This is a senseless tragedy and one that will take much time to process. I join his family, friends, and community in paying tribute to this great public servant. This year alone, 56 law enforcement officers throughout our nation have died in the line of duty. They are our heroes. As crime surges across the nation, we simply cannot allow the growing anti-police sentiment to take any root. We must show unwavering support for those who stand ready to protect us and our families. My colleagues and I support our law enforcement. They risk their lives so we can live in safety, and we will always be thankful.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening with my colleagues to have a discussion about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for children. More veterans rely on Social Security disability than they do on the VA. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we're addressing this to our colleagues. And since you are in the chair from Minnesota, Mr. Speaker, I want you to know that you have more than 189,000 Social Security recipients in your district, more than 147,000 retirees, more than 20,000 disabled, 8,000 widows, 9,000 children. And here's the key, Mr. Speaker, $335 million a month comes into your district for those Social Security recipients. And where do they spend it? Right back in their district. And yet it's been more than 53 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security. Richard Nixon was President of the United States the last time Social Security was enhanced. Democrats are bound and determined to make sure that we get something simple like a vote here in Congress to help out all of those people in your district, Mr. Speaker, as well as highlight why this is so important. 70 million Americans rely on Social Security. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. 40,000 Americans rely on Social Security in and of itself as their primary tenet for retirement. It is the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for children. And that's why our colleagues have taken to the floor today so that the American people understand that what's between them and enhancement to this program is a vote. a vote on Social Security 2100 that will extend the solvency of Social Security, but as importantly, expand benefits, including making sure that the more than 23 million people that pay taxes on Social Security no longer have to do that. What could be a better bipartisan plan than helping out every single individual in everyone's district and also providing 23 million, not the wealthiest Americans, but the everyday citizens who work week long to provide for their families and pay into a system and haven't received an enhancement in 53 years. That's why Joe Neguse is here as part of leadership that has strongly endorsed this, and that's why I yield time to him to speak.
Well, first and foremost, let me thank the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut, our former caucus chair, for his clarion call that he has issued year after year, month after month, day after day, to protect, to strengthen Social Security. Couldn't be more important, and we couldn't be more grateful for his leadership and the leadership of so many of my colleagues who have joined us tonight on the House floor to talk to the American people about the ways in which House Democrats are protecting critical programs like Social Security and Medicare, and the myriad ways in which, unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing the exact opposite. I will give you but one example, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the latter. I know you are familiar, don't know if the American people are familiar, with the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus within the Republican conference. 80% of the Republican conference consider themselves members of this committee. 100% of House Republican leadership count themselves among the members of this committee. The former chairman of the Republican Study Committee is now the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives. Why do I bring up the Republican Study Committee? Well, it might interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that just 2 months ago, the Republican Study Committee issued a budget for 2025. Again, this is a committee that has 80% of the Republican conference in its membership. This backwards budget plan is incredibly revealing. What does it do? It upends critical programs that American families depend on, makes draconian cuts to Medicare and Social Security, a plan that increases the retirement age to 69, forcing Americans to work longer for less, a plan that cuts disability benefits, erodes care for children, making it more expensive to care for our families. Their plan raises Medicare costs for seniors, takes away the program's ability to negotiate prescription drug costs, repeals the $35 insulin and the $2,000 out-of-pocket caps that House Democrats, the members gathered here on the floor this evening, fought so vigorously to enact in the 117th Congress. And just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, although we're here tonight to talk about Social Security and Medicare, our efforts to protect and strengthen and expand both of those programs and Republican efforts to dismantle them, it is worth noting that this is Police Week. And notwithstanding the many statements made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle concerning their purported support for law enforcement, their budget tells a very different story. Why? How? Well, I encourage every American, go to page 148 of the Republican Study Committee's budget, and what you will find is clear, unambiguous, plain language that states that they would like to reduce funding for community-oriented policing services, the COPS program, a program that the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania has fought to expand for years, a program that is funding the hiring of law enforcement officers in my district in Colorado and countless other jurisdictions across our great country, a program that is critical to law enforcement's abilities to provide for public safety in our country, and a program that they intend to cut. So make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, insofar as one were to glean a central observation from a review, a cursory review of their budget, it is simple. House Republicans are uninterested in tackling issues that matter to the American people. We will not let them cut Social Security. We won't let them cut Medicare. We won't let them cut law enforcement funding. That much is clear. With that, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, I yield back to the gentleman from Connecticut.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado and our esteemed leader for his contribution, and would point out as well that the repeal of WEP and GPO, which directly impacts police officers and firefighters, is contained within our proposal. It needs a vote. Social Security has no impact on the debt or deficit, and as President Biden has proposed, is fully paid for by, and most Americans don't even realize this, by lifting the cap on people making over $400,000. And in doing so, allows us to enhance the program for the first time in 20 plus years, and also make sure that we extend the solvency of the program. Someone who knows that extraordinarily well is the gentleman from New Jersey, who also serves on the Social Security Subcommittee. I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquarello.
Thank you, John. I want to thank Mr. Larson for putting his work and soul on the line for the last several years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the more than 124,000 constituents in the 9th District of North Jersey who rely on Social Security each and every month. Social Security is one of America's greatest success stories. After nearly 90 years, it still stands as a monument to decency, dignity, and the birthright of hardworking Americans. Yet, throughout its storied history, has been under attack. Going back to 1935, it has been the subject of attacks and lies from day one. The study committee just referred to, which represents 3/4 of the House Republicans, proposed slashing Social Security benefits by $718 billion. If I was sitting home right now, I'd be saying, well, does that mean me? Does that mean my benefits that I've paid into? They're going to vote now and take it away? It's the only thing I live on. Republican leadership wants to create a so-called fiscal commission in our government funding bill. That is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Without aggressive action, Social Security lurches toward insolvency. Congress has a sacred responsibility to fight for its future. That is why I'm standing with Representative Larson on a Social Security 2100 Act to assure the long-term strength and the solvency of Social Security, and I will keep standing as long as we have to fight. We're not going home. The Social Security 2100 Act provides paid-for benefit enhancements while not raising taxes on middle-class families. It's a no-brainer. Our bill ends the painful 5-month disability waiting period. Imagine that. It would ensure Americans suffering with permanent disorders like Huntington's disease get the help they need without red tape or delay. The bill eliminates the windfall elimination provision so that firefighters and police and teachers and others get the full benefits that they have earned. With the Social Security 2100 Act, we are fighting for our seniors who have worked their entire lives and rely on Social Security to make ends meet. And I remember the first election, congressional election I ran in, Mr. Speaker, in the year 1996, which wasn't yesterday. I remember I walked into the Hall of Seniors in the spring of that year, before the election actually was on. And I knew everything about, I thought, Social Security, but I never expected to get the first question about Social Security. And I was asked, what are you going to do about Social Security? And one of our seniors asked that question in 1996. And here we are, 28 years later. What do you know? I will not vote for a convenient increase in the age requirement. They want you to work and drop dead so that you collect under the ground, I guess. You won't be above ground. I will not vote for cuts of Social Security in order to pay for it. And we are fighting for working families. We must get this done for the American people. There's no excuses. If you're watching, call in. Let us know what you think. This is your money, our money. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from New Jersey, and wanted to point out to Speaker Johnson that he has 158,000 Social Security recipients in his district. And in Louisiana, they receive $233 million in monthly benefits. Think about that. What that does for economic development for those people. Where do they spend that money? Linda Sanchez knows this. Linda Sanchez, who also serves on the Ways and Means Committee and on the subcommittee, understands how vitally important this is, and also that for more than 5 million of our Americans, they receive below poverty level checks from Social Security, having paid in to the system all their lives. And the majority of them happen to be women, and the majority of them women of color. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I want to thank my good friend and colleague, John Larson, who has been at the forefront of advocating for changes to the Social Security system that will ensure its longevity for the next generation and generations to come, and that will increase the benefits for those that currently receive Social Security. In contrast, the Republicans are proposing cuts to Social Security, and those cuts will harm millions of Americans. But make no mistake, cutting Social Security is a direct attack on the Latino population in this country. Social Security benefits are a significant portion of retirement income for Latinos. 42% of married Latino couples and 59% of unmarried Latino individuals rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their retirement income. Yet my Republican colleagues are hell-bent on cutting those Social Security benefits. Their proposed budget would cut Social Security benefits for 253 million people, and Latino communities, sadly, will pay the price. Without Social Security, 47% of Latino retirees would be living in poverty. And Mr. Larson frequently says, Social Security is the most successful anti-poverty program that this country has ever created. Democrats, in contrast to my Republicans, who want to cut Social Security or increase the age at which you can begin to draw on it. They're committed to protecting people, all people, from living in poverty. Democrats want to invest in programs like Social Security so that more Americans, including Latinos, can afford to retire. And one of the ingenious parts of Social Security 2100 will increase the cap for those who pay into the Social Security system. And I frequently give this example. I think it's important. Many Americans don't know that once you earn above a certain income, you stop paying into the Social Security system. So that means that a professional athlete, like, say, a professional baseball player who makes millions of dollars a year in income, in their first at-bat of the season, they hit that cap and they pay no more money into Social Security the rest of the year. I think that we can fix Social Security, increase its longevity, protect communities like the Latino communities and the women who depend predominantly on Social Security for their retirement income. And all we're asking for is a vote on this legislation. I have no doubt that if we put that bill on the floor, it would pass by a large margin. Give us a vote. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlelady from California and again highlight what we're asking for. A vote. Imagine the United States Congress actually voting. Now, here's the deal. If you got a better idea, please bring it to the floor. Let's vote on it. But don't we all agree that this is something that all Americans need? Republicans in their heart, and I know Representative Jody Arrington understands this, on their budget committee, know that the American people desperately need this. More than 50 years since we have enhanced a program for the people of this country. It's outrageous. You can embrace tax cuts for billionaires as though they needed them, and yet a tax cut for a person working who still finds themselves working after they retired is double taxed on their Social Security. There should be outrage on this floor and demanding a vote. And God only knows that if you've got a better idea or a better program, please put it forward. Let's do the democratic thing and vote on it. The gentleman from Rhode Island campaigned on this throughout his effort to be successfully elected to the United States Congress. And I recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
I thank my colleague, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address an issue that is deeply personal to me and many Americans, the sacred trusts of Medicare and Social Security. Mr. Speaker, I was raised by a mom who worked double shifts as a nurse in Rhode Island in nursing homes. I grew up understanding how critical Medicare and Social Security are for seniors in the Ocean State. Now, as the congressman for Rhode Island's 1st Congressional District, I am committed to expanding the promise of these critical programs. Democrats know how to get this done. Through the landmark Inflation Reduction Act, Congress authorized Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs, capping the cost of insulin for seniors at just $35 a month and limiting out-of-pocket expenses to $2,000 a year. And this Congress, we've committed to Congressman Larson's Social Security 2100 Act, a bill that would shore up benefits by ensuring the wealthiest Americans play by the same rules as everyone else. And yet, as I stand here today, I can't help but contrast these essential measures with the callous budget proposal on the other side of the aisle. Make no mistake, the Republican Study Committee's proposal is a backward budget. If enacted, it would cut Social Security benefits for more than 250 million Americans nationwide. In my home state of Rhode Island, the Republican budget slashes benefits for 74% of the population, forcing 3 out of every 4 residents to work longer for less. In a similar way, Republicans propose undoing the Inflation Reduction Act, jacking up the price of prescription drugs that seniors rely on. No one, and I mean no one, should ever have to doubt if Social Security and Medicare will be there for them in their retirement. That's why I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to come together. Let's save Social Security together by passing Congressman Larson's bill. Let's expand, not repeal, the health care savings that Medicare seniors have seen under the Inflation Reduction Act. And most importantly, let's abandon this misguided idea that punishing seniors, pushing austerity cuts, and raising costs is somehow the solution to the problems we face. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to choose between ensuring solvency and safeguarding the benefits of millions of Americans. We can and we should do both. And by having a vote on the Social Security 2100 Act, we will. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island and wanted to say this as well, that this is a bill that was constructed by more than 350 different groups across this great country and by members of this body who put together their ideas. The Ways and Means Committee merely took the great ideas of our colleagues and put them together. Ideas that have been endorsed by the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, Social Security Works, the Alliance of Retired Americans, the California Alliance for Retired American Paralyzed Veterans of America, Strengthened Social Security Coalition, the NAACP, and the list goes on. The gentlelady from Florida understands this, and Florida probably leads the country in terms of the number of seniors that it has in their district. And as we pointed out before to the Speaker, Madam Frankel, that every district receives money, $364 million a month. But it's been that way for more than 50 plus years. These programs need to be enhanced and extended, not cut. The provision by the Republican Study Committee, if there's nothing done by 2034, Social Security is cut by 20%. And so instead, they're calling to raise the age now and cut Social Security by 21% today. How does that possibly make any sense? The lady from Florida understands this, and I yield the floor to her.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. To Mr. Neguse for getting us here, and to my colleagues. I think, Mr. Larson, I've joined you on this discussion for about 10 years or more now. I want to tell you about one of my constituents. Her name is Janet Sweeback. She's in her 80s. She lives in Delray Beach, Florida, retired. When she was a very young girl, she lost her dad at a very early age, and since she watched her mom struggle with their own family bills. And so Janet, to help the family, began working at the age of 17. And so now I got to get my math right. She's been working 50 years, so I guess that makes her, I don't know. Someone add that up for me. But here's the point. Let me tell you some of the things that she's done over these years. She was a nurse working in a hospital, working countless hours taking care of patients. She moved to Florida and she became a director of a skilled nursing facility. And then she worked at Alzheimer's patients at the Alzheimer Community Care, probably one of the most difficult assignments a healthcare provider could have. And she managed one of our crisis center hotlines. She retired about 8 years ago, and now is one of almost 200,000 seniors in my district, or I like to say seasoned adults. We're seasoned adults in my home district of Palm Beach County, and like the 66 million other Americans rely on Social Security to meet their needs. And Mr. Larson, I like the point you made that not only does Social Security meet the needs of so many of these seniors, but our seniors are great economic generators. I know where I live, if not for the seniors' economic activity, we'd be in pretty bad shape. Janet told me that she fears that without Social Security, she would have to turn to her children somewhat like her mother turned to her when she was young. So here it is. She's worked her whole life paying in Social Security to get benefits. She and millions of other Americans, nurses, school teachers, janitors, construction workers, they worked under the sacred promise that when they turned 65, they would be able to retire with comfort and dignity. And now, House Republicans want to break that promise. Their recently proposed budget slashes Social Security benefits, raises the retirement age, raises Medicare costs, all while promising another giant tax break for their wealthy friends and large corporations. And I know, and I'll say this, and I hope we all agree, that no one who works their entire life should retire into poverty. Social Security is an earned benefit that Americans have already paid for with each and every of their paycheck. And President Biden and House Democrats and senators are committed to defending it from Republican cuts and securing it with meaningful legislation that requires our wealthiest citizens to pay their fair share. So I am proud to stand here with my colleagues, standing up for Social Security, keeping it secure, and honoring our most seasoned citizens. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Florida again and reiterate that all we're asking for is a vote. So for those citizens tuned into C-SPAN and listening tonight, if you're saying, well, what do you mean? Why is it that you can't get a vote on this in the United States Congress? Good question. Call your representative and ask them, why aren't they voting to improve a program that hasn't been enhanced in more than 50 years? We hear from the other side all the time about what we need to do in terms of cuts. Imagine this is what they'd like to cut. If they've got a better idea, they should bring it to the floor. The way a democracy works is it's a debate about ideas, and then there's actually a vote that's cast. The gentlelady from New Mexico understands this and understands how important the money coming into her district is monthly as well. It understands how vitally important Social Security is to our economy, and not just to our retirees, but to our disabled and to their spouses and to children. The genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt is what keeps entrepreneurialism and capitalism alive and allows people to take risk because they know that there's a safety net there for its people. The gentlelady understands this, and I yield the floor to the gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In New Mexico, we care for our elders. It is a part of our culture. It is a part of who we are, because our elders are the people who birthed us, who raised us, who cared for us. They are our grandparents and our parents, our aunties and our uncles, our veterans, the people who carry our histories, our cultures, our languages, and our traditions. And that is why it is so outrageous to me, as a New Mexican, that the House GOP would even consider, more or less propose, to gut the critical programs that support our elders: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. In New Mexico, thousands of New Mexicans depend on Social Security. Our seniors, our elders, people living with disabilities. Over 450,000 New Mexicans depend on Medicare. That is over 20% of our state's population. New Mexicans depend on these programs to access life-saving health care, to provide for their families, to put a roof over their head, to put food on the table. Before Social Security, our elders were left with nothing. Before Medicaid and Medicare, our seniors and our low-income families could not access life-saving health care. In New Mexico, over 12% of our seniors are considered low income and living below the poverty line. Thousands struggling to maintain housing, to have basic services, to have a roof over their head, to put food on their table. So let me be clear. These programs save lives, and they have secured our elders for generations. And New Mexicans and all Americans should be able to live without fear that politicians here in Washington are going to use their lives for political gain. But here we are on the House floor, and the GOP is playing politics with the lives of our seniors, proposing to gut the fundamental programs that have supported them for generations. And we already know what happens when federal programs are cut. Hospitals close, food insecurity rises, critical programs disappear. And that is why we are fighting as House Democrats and the Biden administration to protect our seniors, to protect these programs, to ensure that they are there for generations to come. That is why we are fighting to protect Social Security and our health care services. It's why we took on Big Pharma 2 years ago and won. It's why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which has the largest single expansion of Medicaid since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. It's why we fought to lower prescription drug costs. It's why we capped insulin prices for every American. And it's why I fought in the state legislature to end state taxes on Social Security benefits in New Mexico. So I ask my colleagues, is this how you care for your elders? Is this how they taught you and raised you? Are these the values that you were raised with? Well, I can tell you, that is not how we treat our elders in New Mexico, because we know they depend on these programs, because we know the life-saving care and support that are necessary, and we know that we cannot break the promises to those who cared for us and raised us. And Democrats understand, just like New Mexicans, that we must care for our seniors. And that is why we are fighting back and working every day to make sure that we secure their well-being. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from New Mexico for her eloquence. There's no one more eloquent or well-versed on this subject than the Deaness of the House of Representatives, someone who has lived and breathed this issue, has stood up when the other side has referred to Social Security as an entitlement. It is not an entitlement. It's an earned benefit that people have paid for. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the only thing they have to do is look at their pay stub, because on it, it says FICA. That stands for Federal Insurance, not an entitlement, Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose? The people of the United States of America who have paid into this program, and that Congress has not enhanced. This debate is not only about protecting Social Security, it's about expanding benefits that haven't been expanded in more than 50 years. I commend President Biden for having the courage and the temerity on this floor in the State of the Union message to speak directly to the American people, and even those colleagues on the other side who try to decry the efforts of Social Security and the president's plan to make sure that it's solvent by lifting the cap. Imagine that, on people making over $400,000. Marcy Kaptur understands this thoroughly when she talks to people in Ohio that are infuriated, who say, well, wait a minute, you're telling me that a person making $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 pays throughout the year, but somebody making over $400,000 is done paying in January? Or as Ms. Sanchez said, a baseball player after their first at bat? Nobody has fought harder for working people than the gentle lady from Ohio. I yield to her.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Larson, for his persevering leadership on this critical issue to millions and millions and millions of Americans, and Assistant Leader Neguse for your leadership. Thank you for being here this evening, and I appreciate your yielding me time to highlight the importance of Social Security, but also your tireless work to safeguard and assure coverage in Social Security for all Americans who qualify for their earned benefits, which you have talked about this evening, every single member who got up here tonight. This is not a welfare program. This is an earned benefit. For nearly a century, America has made a sacred promise. Those who work hard throughout their lives will benefit from the fruits of their labor during their retirement. Social Security promises a safe and secure retirement for tens of millions of Americans during their golden years. But we're here tonight because without action by this House leading, that promise is at risk. Like my colleagues, I represent probably over 150,000 retirees, a majority women, in Northwest Ohio, who want to see responsible solutions to protect Social Security going forward. And for Ohio, that includes eliminating the windfall penalty. I agree with Congressman Larson. The billionaire class must join the vast majority of Americans in paying their fair share into this critical system. Yes, it's a retirement system, but it's also an insurance system. It's a disability system, and it's a survivorship system for children. By making this happen, the Social Security 2100 Act, championed by Congressman Larson, will increase benefits for current and new beneficiaries. It will protect retirees against inflation and repeal the windfall elimination provision once and for all. The Social Security 2100 Act is one of the most important bills before this Congress, and we must push the leadership for a vote on this House floor as soon as possible. It impacts 68 million beneficiaries, Already, there are 184 House co-sponsors of this bill, and Speaker Johnson could move this bill for the floor for a vote tomorrow. Additionally, the Social Security Fairness Act has 319 bipartisan co-sponsors, more than 2/3 of the chamber, and they can't get a vote. It's stopped up in the leadership. America made a promise to workers, and Democrats are committed to making good on that promise. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants who worked at the lowest wage and worst jobs. First fired, last hired. They simply could not have existed if it were not for Social Security in their retirement years. The same was true for our parents. You see, Social Security is not just a program. It is a trust, a sacred trust, and that trust is intergenerational. I may be the only member here this evening who was present in the 98th Congress in April of 1983 to vote for the refinancing of Social Security Title II for the next generation. Among the most critical votes I ever cast, and I remember it to this day, as we stood on this floor and we cheered. That vote was extremely important because it refinanced Social Security for the first time in a generation. It left some work undone, which we must repair, but it resulted from a brokered compromise between Republican President Ronald Reagan and House Speaker Tip O'Neill. They knew how to compromise. Now Congress must meet its responsibility to do the same for this generation and those that follow. I want to make sure that we place in the record information about that brokered compromise and also reports from the U.S. News and World Report and other materials that attend to that extraordinary moment in history. Let's get the job done. We asked Speaker Johnson to bring up H.R. 2100 for a vote. And I want to thank Congressman Larson, Congressman Neguse, Congressman Cartwright, who are here this evening as part of this important messaging to the American people to say the time is now. Bring up H.R. 2100. Thank you for your extraordinary, persevering leadership.
Thank the gentlelady from Ohio. And she mentioned Mr. Cartwright, who I think epitomizes the concern that exists in this body, in the Congress, for people who go back home every week and meet with their constituents. The constituents of Pennsylvania are fortunate that they have someone who understands their needs and understands the neglect that Congress has shown in not addressing the #1 anti-poverty program for elderly and for children in this country. As difficult as times are now, we need to make sure that minimally we have a vote. I do not understand the reluctance on the other side to bring forward legislation and actually vote on it. If you got a better idea, or even if you object to this plan, please tell us what it is that you object to, what it is about Social Security and making sure that nobody works all their lives and pays into a system and then retires into poverty. Matt Cartwright understands that. He understands his district in Pennsylvania and the importance of getting this legislation done. I yield the floor to him.
Ranking Member Larson, I thank you, and I wonder if you would submit yourself to a few questions. The first question I have is, and we heard it tonight we heard it, the statement that the assertion that Social Security for generations has been the single most important income support program in America and has lifted millions upon millions of seniors out of poverty. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Well, we've also heard talk about this Republican Study Committee, which is a group of 80% of the Republicans here in the United States House of Representatives, and it's a committee that came up with a proposal about Social Security to raise the retirement age and require seniors to continue working into their senior years. Is that true?
Not only is it true, but I think what the general public needs to understand, and as you point out, Mr. Cartwright, the saying goes like this: well, you know, people are living longer, so therefore, because they're living longer, what we ought to do is raise the age. What the study committee doesn't tell you is that for every year you raise the age, that's a 7% cut in benefits. Oh, so if you raise the age to 70, that's a 21% cut in your benefits going forward. How is it, from just mere logic, that if you're living longer, you need to live on 21% less? The American people understand this, and that's why they're so upset. But that's why, Mr. Cartwright, we need a vote.
Well, one final question for you, Ranking Member Larson. This idea of raising the retirement age, and as you've explained very well, which constitutes a cut in benefits for every year they raise it, economists have worked it out, how much that's going to cost out of the Social Security system. Their plan is to raise the retirement age and cut Social Security benefits by $1.5 trillion with a T. That's what happens when you raise the retirement age to 69 the way they want to do. Is that right?
That is correct. And I guess the sad thing is that this needs a vote. It needs a debate. Philosophically, if you believe, and God bless, some on the other side do, believe that this is some form of socialism and that everybody ought to be able to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps and be able to make do for themselves. You don't need the government to do anything for you, even when you've paid in all your life to a program that has been the greatest American program to sustain our elderly and to sustain our children. If you disagree with that, that's terrific, but let's then take that to the American people. And where do you do that? On the floor of the House of Representatives, where you actually will debate the issue and put forward your proposals versus ours. Isn't that the way democracy is supposed to work, Mr. Cartwright?
You got that right, Ranking Member Larson, and thank you for answering my questions. Tonight, I'm here to speak on behalf of 191,000 people from northeastern Pennsylvania who depend on Social Security checks coming in to keep them alive. Probably over 40% of them look to those checks as the only visible means of support that they have. And now the Republican Study Committee's FY25 proposal comes along and talks about raising the retirement age to 69. You know, that's fine if like us, you fly a desk for a living. But if you do what so many Americans do, the people who paid in paycheck after paycheck after paycheck into this sacred promise, this insurance program, FICA, if you do what they do, they have to lift and climb and carry and dig. And these are the people doing manual labor, and they're expected to work well into their senior years, according to the Republican Study Committee. Folks, this is a breach of a promise. It is a betrayal of the Americans who paid into this system their entire work lives. It's unacceptable. And it's something that the Republicans have done year in and year out. Remember when in 2006 it was that they were proposing privatizing the entire Social Security system, saying, well, that will free people up to invest their money in the stock market. And then what happened to the stock market a couple of years later? It cratered. People would have lost their entire life savings, and there would have been no checks of any nature coming into their post office boxes. Folks, the answer is not cutting benefits. The answer is Social Security 2100, Mr. Larson's bill, something that I have proudly supported for over 10 years now. This bill would increase benefits by 2% of all Social Security beneficiaries for the first time in 52 years. It would eliminate the WEP, which hurts policemen, firemen, prison correctional officers, all sorts of public employees. Rather than cutting benefits, Representative Larson and the Democratic Party have a plan to protect and enhance Social Security. It's a plan to put people over politics and make good on our promise to put American seniors first and pass Social Security 2100. Mr. Larson, I yield back to you.
And thank you, Mr. Cartwright, and my good friend Jody Arrington, and I sincerely mean that when I say that. A lot of times on this floor we say good friend, but I appreciate the effort that he puts into his work. And I bring these cards here this evening just to point out to our colleagues what it is actually. I don't think, and we've made one for every member of Congress, and this is just a direct plea. Understand what's going on in your district because of Social Security. And then also understand that, and citizens have every right to ask, so why hasn't Congress done anything to enhance this program, Democrats and Republicans, in more than 50 years? Especially when we know how vital this program is to our own system of capitalism and entrepreneurialism, and what it means to every single one of our communities. There is not a better economic development program that Texas will receive than the individuals in everyone's district receiving their Social Security check. They're not going out and buying stock options. They're buying groceries. They're going to the pharmacy. They're going to the dry cleaners. They're paying their rent and their mortgages. They're meeting the concerns in their community. And in doing so, those communities can thrive. It's long overdue. More than 50 years. All we're asking for is a vote. If you got a better idea, in a democracy, the way I was brought up, you put it out there. And then lo and behold, we actually have a vote that requires a debate and a discussion, and then Congress demonstrating what it believes in by actually casting a vote. I yield the final comment to our leader, Joe Neguse.
Well, I would just simply say one of the many privileges I have in serving as the Assistant Democratic Leader is having the opportunity to see firsthand the way in which my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are able to convert their passion and conviction on consequential public policy issues into action. And that is precisely what the gentleman from Connecticut has done for the better part of the last decade, from when he first introduced this legislation. I'm proud to support it. I'm proud to support his efforts to protect and enhance Social Security, and to do everything that we can to ensure that our colleagues' plans on the other side of the aisle to dismantle this program never see the light of day. And I yield back to my distinguished colleague and my friend from Connecticut.
I thank the gentleman and thank the Speaker.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes.
Thank you. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, I thank the Speaker. I notice it must be campaign season. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trotting out the age-old push granny off the cliff campaign talking points. Never fails. You want to have a conversation about how to save Social Security, which the trustees just put a report out this week, or last week, pointing out that it's going to be underwater by 2033. You want to ignore that reality, instead of figuring out how we're going to actually deal with the problem. What do? They trot out the same old story about taxes. By any objective measure, by any analysis by left, right, center, libertarian, conservative, liberal, you could tax literally the entirety of the top 1% earners and you can't possibly balance the budget. The math doesn't work. So we can throw all this around in election year rhetoric, but the truth is our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not just watching Social Security go bankrupt, but they're bankrupt in ideas on what to do about it. The fact is, you got to actually constrain spending, discretionary spending, deal with the issues we got to deal with on mandatory spending, and recognize the fact that we're $34.5 trillion in debt. We're racking up $1 trillion every 3 months. We are now going to crack $1.1 trillion of interest this year alone. $1.1 trillion of interest, which is far more than our entire defense budget. The fact is, our retirees are going to have a problem in 2033. And in fact, this trustees report pointed out that they'll be getting 79 cents on the dollar in 2033. So we can have a conversation about what you want to do about taxes, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are all too happy to regulate and crush the entire American economy to death and drive up inflation, making all those Social Security recipients have less value in their Social Security dollars. That's the truth. The average American can't afford to live, whether they're earning money in the prime of their earning potential in their earning years, or whether they're a retiree, because the dollar value is decreasing because we're printing money. Because frankly, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have no interest in actually being fiscally responsible, but I'm an equal opportunity basher of fiscal irresponsibility, nor do my colleagues on this side of the aisle, to be honest. It is a repeating problem that never ends. But it is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my radical progressive Democrat colleagues, and there's no other way to characterize them, who want to use scare tactics in a campaign year rather than addressing any of the actual fiscal issues that address our nation. The fact is, they are destroying the American dream, killing the ability of the average American family to prosper. Hardworking American families right now are struggling to pay bills, struggling to be able to buy a car. Why? Because we've regulated them to death. Why? Because chasing climate fantasy, we're killing the ability of an American to go buy a car with an internal combustion engine. We're piling up EVs on the lots of dealerships around the country. We are now embracing, because the Biden administration embraced unilaterally a tailpipe rule that will mandate EV production, 2/3 of the fleet being produced by 2030. You are crushing the American dream before your very eyes. That's what has happened. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act, mandating massive subsidies of so-called green programs, which are actually subsidizing China and the massive corporations that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decry. They want to increase the corporate tax rate, which will punish hardworking Americans who are trying to create wealth relative to corporations around the world, but they don't want to undo the massive corporate subsidies they gave to Green New Deal recipients. That's the truth. And it's destroying the average American's ability to live. Let's be very clear. Right now, Americans are hurting because of Democratic policies. Right now, Americans can't buy a car, can't go out and afford groceries, can't pay their power bills. Why? Because of my radical progressive Democratic colleagues and their policies regulating our entire economy to death and destroying the average American family. Let's not talk about the price of homes, price of real estate. All these things are things that are increasingly, highly, and heavily regulated. So that's problem number one. But let's talk about what our radical progressive Democratic colleagues are doing to destroy the rule of law. The rule of law is the single greatest thing that attracts people to come to the United States, the single greatest thing that attracts capital to create wealth and to create opportunity. It is the single greatest thing that has distinguished the United States of America and Western civilization from the rest of the world for now centuries, particularly since the founding of this nation. The fact is, the rule of law is being destroyed by my radical progressive Democratic colleagues. Purposely being destroyed. This week, we have bills on the floor and we're talking a lot about our police, our law enforcement officers. But it's not about a week. Weeks are stupid. We come down here and we do all these things. We do ribbons and we do all these things to say, oh, we're going to have a week. The fact is, every week is police week. Every week our cops are in danger. Every week our cops are being undermined by radical progressives in cities around this country, endangering the people in the communities while endangering the law enforcement who are supposed to protect them. Every single week, not this one, every week. Last year, November 2023, in Austin, a city which defunded our police by $150 million, driving down our number of cops. We are now at least 350, if not 500, below the level that we're supposed to be at, the level we were at before COVID, because we don't have the ability to recruit law enforcement after decimating the budget. That was the radical city council led by radical progressive Democrats in Austin, which are reflected and mirrored by the radical progressive Democrats sitting right here in this chamber, like Cori Bush, who said we should defund the police, like the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler, who signed a letter along with our colleague, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, saying we should defund the Metropolitan Transit Authority in New York, signed that letter. And I asked the ranking member in the Rules Committee night before last, well, how's that working out? How safe does New York feel? How safe is the subway system in New York City? Because right now, I think there's a whole hell of a lot of people in New York and around this country who are looking at New York and they're saying, what happened? A whole hell of a lot of people are looking at the nation's capital saying, how can I come see my representatives and come to the nation's capital and feel like I'm going to be safe? Last year in Austin, where the radical progressive Democrats on the city council defunded the police, we saw the unfortunate and tragic shooting of police department officer Jorge Pastor, who was a hero, who was shot and killed in the line of duty last November. In San Antonio, we had 3 San Antonio police officers who were shot during a standoff with an armed career criminal who had absconded bond and was wanted on multiple charges. Why? Because the radical progressive Democrat DAs and the radical progressive Democrat judges, all funded by Soros, all purposeful, all in a network around this country, they let these guys out. And then they shot cops. 378 officers were shot in the line of duty in 2023. 138 peace officers died in the line of duty in 2023. 48 by gunfire, 10 by vehicular assault, 7 from a heart attack. There were 115 ambush-style attacks against police in 2023, which claimed the lives of 20 officers. This year, 58 police officers have died in the line of duty. They're under attack every single day, and my radical progressive Democrat colleagues don't care because they're totally fine defunding them. And they want to come to the floor of this body and say it's not true, when there's mountains of evidence saying it is. And in fact, 113 of my colleagues voted against a resolution which decried the defunding of cops just last year. In Austin, crime is skyrocketing. 73 homicides in 2023, up from 71 in 2022, the highest level since going back some 40-odd years. All as a result of defunding the police to the tune of $150 million. The fallout, as I said, 350 vacancies. The Austin Police Department stopped responding to non-threatening 911 calls in the fall of 2021. Think about that. All as crime has increased and overdoses are skyrocketing, in part due to the lawlessness of our wide open borders. You see, the rule of law doesn't matter to my radical progressive Democratic colleagues. The rule of law is being undermined. The safety and security of the people that I represent is being undermined, and it's being made worse. The fact is now we have a fentanyl crisis all across this country, and in particular in places like Austin, Texas, where just 2 weeks ago we had, I don't even know the exact number, but there were 75 reported cases of individuals overdosing in a matter of a 72-hour stretch, killing at least 9 people, and I can't remember the number of people who had to resuscitate by Narcan. It's the largest fentanyl poisoning in Austin for over a decade, and it's happening because this stuff is pouring across our southern border. Which brings me to a point. The rule of law. The rule of law being undermined by our radical Democratic colleagues who are undermining cops, defunding cops, the same radical progressive Democratic colleagues who are leaving our border wide open and exposed, blatantly disregarding the law, undermining the rule of law, the very rule of law that attracts immigrants to come to our country. And we have police officers killed by illegal aliens. In March of 2024, an illegal alien from Mexico was charged with crashing his car that killed a 27-year-old Washington State trooper. New York PD officers were assaulted by a mob of illegal aliens. 5 illegal aliens savagely assaulted 2 officers. The suspects were back onto the streets without bail. I think they've been recently given some very minor sentences. Never forget DUI fatalities as a result of those who are here illegally, including in Kerr County, which I represent in Texas, where you had a drunk illegal alien crashing into members of the Thin Blue Line Motorcycle Club made up of active duty service members, law enforcement officers, and retired officers, killing retired officer Joseph Paglia of Chicago, United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Wings Harbor of Houston, and retired U.S. Army officer Michael White of Chicago. Right here in our nation's capital, it's become a region of lawlessness and disorder. Crime in D.C. is up 30%. Violent crime up 37% from 22 to 23. We had one of our own members of Congress who was carjacked just 10 blocks from here. Another member of Congress who was assaulted. We've had staff members, such as the staff member of Senator Rand Paul, who was stabbed. We had a teenage gunman just a few weeks ago spraying AR-15 rounds that he's pretty much just let go. This is the state of things in our nation's capital. It's the state of things in New York City. It's the state of things across our country. It's a return to lawlessness. And if you don't have the rule of law, what do you have? When you let violent criminals out of jail, what do you think is going to happen? And by the way, there are people on my side of the aisle who are guilty of that. The false name of compassion, we're letting people out on the streets who are endangering our own people. The rule of law matters. And you can't have the rule of law if cops can't enforce the rule of law and be abandoned by the very people that are supposed to support them. And that's what's happening. You can't have the rule of law if the borders are wide open. If you're ignoring the law, parole, which is supposed to be on a case-by-case basis to pump thousands of people into our country, including, by the way, the individual who killed Laken Riley, who was unlawfully paroled into the United States by this administration, but guess what? Without any consequence, except for Laken Riley, who's no longer with us. That's what happened. That's the truth. Lawlessness, ignoring the rule of law, endangering the American people. And now you have the rank lawlessness of a sham trial against the former president in New York. A bootstrap charge that relies on an unreliable witness being presided over by a biased judge. That's the truth, and anybody with eyes knows it. It's not the rule of law. It's the use of the law for political purposes and gain. It is, as some refer to it, lawfare against the former president of the United States. I don't care what you think of President Trump, President Biden, anybody else. When you weaponize our system of justice for political purposes, you are nothing more than a third-rate banana republic. And that is precisely what is happening in the state of New York right now by a lawless judge, a biased judge, frankly, who should be investigated himself, who's targeting the former president for political purposes. It is clearly obvious. No citizen would be treated to the same attack as what is happening right now to former President Trump. Again, I am not afraid to call out members of both sides of the aisle. I'm not afraid to call out President Biden. I'm not afraid to call out former President Trump. I am not paid to be a loyalist. I'm not paid to be biased. I'm not paid to wear a red shirt versus a blue shirt. I am paid to represent 750,000 Texans, to follow the Constitution, to honor my duty to the Lord, and to do my job. That's what I'm paid to do. But to watch the former president of the United States being hauled into court day after day with a sham trial, and you cannot describe it as anything but a sham trial. The DA's office previously determined that its theory of criminal liability under New York law would not hold up. That's the truth. So they bootstrapped it into a felony because it frankly would have been time barred if they hadn't done that. And so you got to have the felony charge proving that Trump was concealing another crime. That's why they're now trying to pull in a federal campaign charge. But the campaign laws in question are federal. And when New York's penal code speaks of concealing, quote, another crime, it must be referring to a crime under New York law. But they're trying to bootstrap it into federal law. That's the truth. It's hard to see how the government could meet the burden of proof. According to my good friend Andy McCarthy, a former federal prosecutor, he wrote that saying, not unless there is as yet undisclosed evidence that Trump actually paused to consider the possibility that these payments were in-kind campaign expenditures, believe they might well be, yet went through with them anyway. All bootstrapped federal law into state crime charges. Neither the Justice Department nor the Federal Election Commission bureaucrats whose expertise lies in the operation of the relevant laws allege wrongdoing by Trump. Yet here we are. And by the way, the whole theory hinges on Michael Cohen, who is widely viewed to have committed perjury in multiple locations, including before this very body in the House Oversight Committee, as Chairman Comer is laid out for the public to see. By the way, a convicted felon he is. By the way, disbarred he is. Previously pleading guilty to perjury, financial crimes, campaign finance violations. Southern District of New York decided it was not best to give him a cooperation agreement because they'd have to rely on his testimony. Yet here we are, and we've got this case proceeding with Bragg doing it for political purposes, all in front of a biased judge. Judge Merchan refused Trump legal team request that he recuse himself over bias because his daughter, Lauren, worked as a Democrat political consultant. One of our own colleagues, Mr. Goldman, formerly a lawyer for Schiff, Representative Schiff, during Trump's first impeachment, is her client and has also been working to prep Cohen for testimony undergoing this week. And by the way, the daughter of the judge has worked for prominent Democrats, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Congressman Adam Schiff, has made multiple contributions to Democratic campaigns. Meanwhile, Bragg continues. This whole sham of a trial undermines the rule of law and the faith of the American people in it. You do not have to love the political target, in this case, former President Trump, to recognize the extraordinary damage that this is doing to the rule of law and our institutions. And by the way, the purposeful damage it is attempting to be done to President Trump himself. That's the purpose. And to his great credit, he's persisting. Not allowing this kangaroo court in New York to undermine his ability to continue to campaign, to try to garner the votes necessary to win in November, come in here and clean up the mess that is being created by the lawless Biden administration, a Biden administration which is engaging in lawless behavior on a daily basis, whether it's student loans, ignoring the courts, whether it's wide open borders, whether it's fentanyl pouring into our communities, whether it's perpetuating this undermining of cops. That's all happening in real time. It is hard to keep up with the rampant level of lawlessness coming out of the current administration and the abject failure of my radical progressive Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do a thing about it. I might note, as an equal opportunity basher of all members of Congress, that nor has really the Republican side of the aisle done much to check the current president. Wide open borders, funded. FBI lawlessness, political witch hunts, weaponized against the people and the former president, $200 million in new headquarters. If you fund it, you own it. But I can tell you that this lawlessness is demonstrably undermining the faith of the American people in the institution of Congress and of our institutions upon which our entire society rests. Right now, people do not believe that our political system is working. They do not have faith in elections. They do not have faith that our borders are being protected. They do not have faith that our police are being supported, that our streets are safe. They do not have faith in a system of justice that will target a former president for political purposes, a Department of Justice that will be weaponized against the people. A woman just yesterday or 2 days ago that was sentenced to 57 months in jail, almost 5 years, because she protested at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. Maybe she committed it. By the way, a progressive activist in jail for 57 months. It is extraordinary. And what are we doing about it? We're Congress. It's right here in D.C. Does anybody care about this woman's life? Maybe it's a misdemeanor. Maybe she should pay a fine. I don't know, maybe a misdemeanor like 30 days in jail if she did something that was blocking people's access or something. I don't know, but 5 years in jail under a FACE Act federal prosecution? That is extraordinary. I mean, does anybody care about what's happening to the weaponization of government against the people? Again, do you believe that your nation is sovereign and secure when our borders are wide open and terrorists and criminals come in? The answer is no. The county attorney of Kinney County, Texas, was just testifying this week in the Budget Committee. And he said in 2021, they had about 150 prosecutions. Last year, they had 6,700. My Democratic colleagues shrug that off like it's no big deal. They shrug off the $13 billion that Texas has to pay to deal with wide open borders. They shrug off the death of Laken Riley like it's just some happenstance because the president is violently disregarding our laws and pumping people into the United States in violation of parole laws. Our cops are being targeted. They're not being prosecuted. Soros DAs are letting criminals on the streets. We're funding the lawlessness, letting people out on the streets. All of that is continuing while a judge goes after a former president of the United States, while a radical DA in New York, another Soros DA, is going after the former president for clearly political purposes with a sham trial. All of that is happening. Why would the American people believe in the institutions of this country? And you would think we would be doing something to try to restore that. So here we are. There is one thing we can do, one thing we should do to restore some semblance of confidence in our system this year. House Republicans must pass the SAVE Act. House Republicans have the opportunity to make clear what 87% of Americans believe, that only citizens of the United States should vote in elections, and in this case, in the SAVE Act, that they vote in federal elections, they must be a citizen. They must produce documentary evidence of being a citizen of the United States to vote in a federal election. 87% of Americans, vast bipartisan support across this country to ensure that you can believe in our system of elections, that only citizens will be voting. Just last week, my radical progressive Democratic colleagues unanimously opposed a bill to exclude non-United States citizens from the census used to allocate congressional seats. Also last week, in a very clearly Freudian slip, President Biden described the millions of illegal aliens he's allowed into the United States as, quote, voters. Washington, D.C., fairly notoriously, just had a training program just in April, training people to be able to make it possible for illegal aliens in D.C. to vote. Now, they'll all say, Chip, it's already unlawful for people to vote in federal elections if you're not a citizen. Do you believe it? Do you believe that the jurisdictions across this country, including the nation's capital, including San Francisco, including Oakland, including multiple places around this country who have embraced allowing illegal aliens to vote in local and state elections, do you believe that they're being checked to ensure that they're not voting in federal elections? Well, let me tell you this. Current law, in all of our infinite wisdom as Congress, since we get so many things right here, current law put forward by the Congress restricts the ability of states to check to make sure that you're a citizen. True story. The brilliance of your United States Congress. They say by law you must be a citizen to vote. But then they say you, state, can't check to make sure that the voter is a citizen. Arizona has 2 systems for voting. State-based, why? Because they passed a law saying only citizens can vote. So they have a system to check state elections, state races, local races, they require to check the citizenship for that. For federal elections, they don't. Now, how messed up is that? The Constitution gives authority to the Congress to be able to ensure the integrity of our elections. Yes, the states can set the time, place, and manner of how the elections are carried out, but Congress has the power to step in to ensure that our elections are carried out appropriately. So we have a simple bill, the SAVE Act. It has 50-odd co-sponsors in the House and growing. My colleague, Senator Mike Lee in the Senate, introduced it over there. Has multiple co-sponsors and growing. This bill is simple. Every single Republican should support it. And if they don't support it, they should answer why. Should voters in the United States who are voting in federal elections be citizens of the United States? 87% of Americans say yes. Anybody sensible says yes. Should anyone who's going to vote in those federal elections in Congress, Senate, and for the presidency, should they have to demonstrate that they are in fact citizens by presenting a passport, by presenting a voter ID, a real ID from a state-issued driver's license, combined with a birth certificate, other forms that we lay out, like anything else you have to do. If you want to fly in this country, all the things that you have to do to prove you are who you say you are. And to my radical progressive Democratic colleagues who protest, saying, this is crazy, it's already a requirement that you be a citizen to vote. Then what are you afraid of? What are you worried about? I will tell you what they're worried about. They're worried about making sure it's true. They worry about the fact that the vast majority of my radical progressive Democratic colleagues would be perfectly fine getting rid of that law requiring citizenship to vote. So we need to call the question. So we have a piece of legislation that is supported by vast numbers of election law experts and groups, supported by the Speaker of the House, supported by 50-odd Republicans and growing. This bill needs to be brought forward. It needs to be brought to the House Admin Committee. It needs to be brought to the Rules Committee and to the floor of the House. It needs to be voted out by my Republican colleagues, or they need to explain why. It's a simple question. If you want people to believe in their country, if you want them to believe in the rule of law, if you want them to believe in their system of government, if you want them to believe in the elections of their representatives and of the President of the United States, so that we can avoid what happened in 2016 when my radical progressive Democratic colleagues questioned the election of President Trump over Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and did so vocally and loudly and repeatedly, questioning. Again in 2020, questions about the election, all the way right up and through January. If you want to get rid of those problems, then make sure our elections are believable. Make sure that you know who's voting, and importantly, make sure that only citizens of the United States of America are voting in federal elections. This is not a hard question. You either believe it or you don't. To my Republican colleagues who want to hide behind federalism, don't. The Constitution of the United States is clear, both in terms of our ability to deal with the election of members of Congress and the President, as well as issues like naturalization. Our power in this area is clear. Our ability to make sure that we can do it without unduly burdening the ability of a citizen to vote is clear. So get busy fixing it if you've got a concern, but don't hide, because there's going to be nowhere to hide. The future of our country depends on the faith the people of the United States have in our institutions. We should support our police. We should support the rule of law. We should put criminals behind bars. We should have a sovereign nation and a secure border. We should know who is here. We should remove illegal aliens. We should secure the border of the United States. We should make sure that only citizens vote in our elections. We should end the dangerous flow of fentanyl into our communities. We should stop countenancing the sham trials and the politicization of our judiciary system against the former President of the United States, or the politicization of the Department of Justice against the American people. If you want to restore the greatness of this country, if you want to create prosperity, if you want to be able to believe in a country, if you want to be able to restore the American dream and pass down to our kids and grandkids the birthright of being an American, it all begins and ends with the rule of law. The rule of law is why people have come to our country to achieve greatness. They don't come here for free lunches. Not historically, maybe more recently. But as the great economist Milton Friedman said, he's all for open borders if you get rid of the social welfare state. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a social welfare state. We need to limit the flow of people coming into the country and taking advantage of the social welfare state. We need to restore sovereignty. We need to make sure that criminals and terrorists aren't coming here. We need to secure the border and the flow of fentanyl, make sure only citizens vote, support our law enforcement, keep criminals in jail, and keep the American people safe. And if you do that, there is a small chance that if combined with any kind of ounce of fiscal restraint by this body, I will not hold my breath on that one right now, we might be able to save this country for our kids and grandkids. But I want to be very clear, in particular to my Republican colleagues. If you think you're going to hide behind election season, if you think you're going to hide behind talking about what rules go down, what don't go down, if you think you're going to hide behind the presidential election and the first 100 days of an agenda, if you think you're going to be able to hide behind that to avoid answering to the American people on what we said we would do, cutting spending, balancing the budget, securing the border of the United States, ensuring our military is strong, has the tools to carry out its job with a clear mission, the care when it gets home, but is sparingly used and not in endless wars. If you want to make sure that you can go to the doctor of your choice and get the health care of your choosing and not an insurance bureaucrat, if you want to make sure you can have a car that you can afford and electricity in your home, and if you want to be able to be free from the bureaucracy of a federal government strangling the American family, if you want to be able to send your kid to the school of your choice and be able to make sure that they're being taught that America is great and that God is real and that we can do great things, if you want those things, then you have to actually fight for them. You can't just pass empty bills with empty titles, because that's all we do in this damn place. Every day, we did it today. We passed multiple bills that won't do a damn thing, all with fancy titles that make it hard for people to vote against whatever that additional spending or additional bureaucracy is. That's what we did. We did it today. We'll do it tomorrow. And we'll then try to campaign on those empty nonsense bills. Why don't we do something that matters? Why don't we actually do one thing we said we would do? Yes, I said it again. To my Republican colleagues who excoriate me because of a speech I gave before Thanksgiving saying, name one thing. Well, we passed a TikTok bill on a bipartisan basis that will require China to divest TikTok. I support that. All right. Okay. Right? We've got this great SAVE Act we're moving. I hope we can actually pass it off the floor. We haven't done that yet. But when are we going to step up to the plate and do the things we said we would do? Have we cut spending? No. Did we honor the caps to even hold spending? No. Have we secured the border? No. Have we reined in what I might refer to as endless wars and endless conflict? For the last 25 years, we've been in perpetual war, funding other people's wars. No. Have we restored energy freedom? No. Have we restored healthcare freedom? Go to the doctor of your choice. No. When are we going to do one of those things? Because that's why we're here. That's why the voters sent us here. So we should get busy doing the things that we said we would do. And it all begins and ends with restoring the rule of law in this country. Stand by cops. bad guys in jail, sovereign nation, stop letting people come in, stop letting fentanyl come in, required that only citizens vote, pass the SAVE Act to ensure that we can believe in our elections and that only citizens are voting in them. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Probably a bunch. I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning debate.